The good, the Nats get a 5-3 win over the Braves last night. But the not so good, Dylan Cruz will get an MRI on his sore lower left side and back after exiting last night's game early. Nationals manager David Martinez said Dylan Cruz has been dealing with some tightness in his lower left back and side since a diving play in Washington's previous series against the Braves in Atlanta last week. So we will get some news on Dylan Cruz today. But in the meantime, with Jacob Young also dealing with a shoulder injury, the Nationals will be calling up Robert Hassel III, who's one of their top prospects, to help fill in the outfield depth. And later today, a vote is expected on the future of the Tush Push. Diana Rossini of The Athletic is reporting that both the league's competition and players' health and safety committees have voted to ban the play. Now, to enact this ban, 24 of the 32 teams must approve the motion. Rossini, who tweeted out the news, ended her tweet, quote, "Despite the Eagles' best efforts, the Tush Push is likely on its way out," sources say. Your scores from last night in the NBA: the Thunder, fueled by converting the Timberwolves' 19 turnovers into 31 points, pulled away for a 114-88 win. And in the NHL, Florida just crushed Carolina 5-2. They have a 1-0 series lead in the Eastern Conference Final. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
With the mic in my hand. With the mic in my hand. Try to be sublime. You're in the concubines. Ladies act like gents.
Udo Crystal City or Infectious on the Loma. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the rainy District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, B. How you
What
doing?
up, brother? I'm good. I'm doing good, man.
Nats have now won 4 in a row. Nats won last night.
They're on point, baby.
It was a good game. I had that on. It was second TV, but it was on. I had hockey and hoops on. The hockey was a straight
Hockey was a blowout. Yeah.
Maybe the Panthers Oilers again for the cup. I'm ready to run that back.
It could be.
Remember, it went to 7 last year. I think were the Panthers up 3-0 and then it went to 7. I think.
Hey man, listen, you saw they played last night.
Yeah, they looked great. But to me, the most intriguing matchup was the Timberwolves Thunder last night. I have a number of things to say. I am a degenerate, and I had the T-Wolves last night. Felt pretty damn good about that.
I had the under, JP.
Oh, the under was that was cash all day. Now I had the Nats in our bet, so I won here. But I just the way the Thunder closed that thing out. Did the T-Wolves score for like the last 6 minutes?
They missed a lot of shots. And listen, man, I was just telling you, and I watched sports for a long damn time. And when you are the guy, and if you talk about I'm gonna be the face, if they're gonna make you the face, you gotta have some level of maturity. Anthony Edwards, I love his game. The dude plays both ends of the floor. He's going to give you what he has. But he does a lot of kiddie BS that needs to go. He's too immature. He gets, like, too many texts.
He's so emotional.
For stupid stuff.
Yeah.
You know, dude, you can't put your team in that position. Then he gets hurt, you know, and you saw down the stretch. He couldn't lift. He couldn't close out the game and do nothing he would normally do. But maybe, just maybe, if you go through a game and have some restraint and show a level of maturity, maybe, just maybe, the universe doesn't put you in that position that you're in at the end of a game. Because, listen, bro, Mike balled, but Mike wasn't playing the immature crap. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you did something stupid, he'll step to you. Yeah. You go any sport out there, Tom, he wasn't that guy. You know, you go baseball, go all the way back to Carew, Rod Carew, and all those people. You know, Jack, they were not immature. So this is my thing about today's society. You want to be the guy, but you want to be able to act like an ass and think people going to not see it. You have to act a certain way if you are the guy.
Or at least closer to under control. You know what I mean? You think about the real stars.
Name me a superstar, the best of the best that hasn't been out of control.
Well, and then you juxtapose that with SGA last night.
He don't say nothing.
31, 9, and 5. He had 31 points.
He was 2 of 13 in the first half, but he ended up with that. Why?
Dude, the Thunder are so deep. I mean, the guys they can bring in off the bench, the defensive pressure they can bring in. Holmgren's really good. I feel like he doesn't.
Chad is unbelievable.
And just so long.
That team is long.
Dude, totally. And now I thought the T-Wolves, I really like that kid, Jaden McDaniels. He didn't have it last night. Randall was good for Minnesota. It's funny, when I was in Raleigh for Caps, I was talking with a couple guys one night that are involved in things, I'll say. And where we
Jay, when you say it like that, people like JP was talking to some dude doing some illegal stuff.
No, not illegal.
Just say he's a good friend.
Yes, a friend.
Involved in things that don't sound very.
Sounds like I'm talking about Jeff's crew. No, I'm saying, like, we talk in the NBA, and amongst the 5 of us, I think we are all basketball fans, right? Like, I love the sport of basketball. What it is, because the NBA now is so fast-paced, and I love watching. Like, in the first half, Minnesota was so good at getting a rebound and an immediate break. Yeah. An immediate break, right? I love watching high-level hoops. But in the United States, the regular season NBA ratings have plummeted. Like, people just aren't watching, and the regular season product just sucks. And so this conversation I was having is like, dude, it doesn't matter. And if you look at the valuations of these teams, look at what the Celtics just sold for. Like, that's on par with NFL teams. Mm-hmm. NFL teams are always going to outpace it, and the Celtics are a huge brand. But, like, the global vision of the NBA is so significant. People watch it in China. People watch it in India. Yeah. People watch it in Europe. And we watch Edwards. And I am not, I wouldn't consider myself very prudish. Like, I like when guys show their personality and really will but there's a difference.
Sports has always been an entity where you can show your personality, but you have to also have a level of control. Because if he's the guy that they're going to be depending on, he can't be a loose cannon. To get that tech that early, just because you want to be funny and throw the ball at SGA. Now you have to play to a certain level where you got to be more under control than you ordinarily would be. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if he doesn't throw that ball, which he could play a little bit better, throughout and a little more physical, more aggressive down the stretch. But you can show your personality. Listen, I, of all people, will tell you, I was very, very emotional on the football field.
Sure.
But I didn't ever just make things personal about me and somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I'm through the play, I'm talking trash to you, but I'm not getting penalties. I'm not trying to get penalties and stupid stuff. I'll say things to you, get you riled up. And if you make a mistake, I'll laugh it off at you. But the whole thing about it is you cannot. And he was leading in text. And I'm talking about a guy who can play.
Right.
He is a superstar, but he has to just pull the reins a little bit and just let your game speak for itself.
Well, and I think if you want to be a championship team, I could think of characters on championship teams. Hell, Draymond with the Warriors, with what the Warriors became, right? But Draymond was kind of the third piece of that. So the third dude could be a cut up a little bit. The third dude could be an agitator.
Nobody,
think about, like, MJ's second run. Rodman was nuts.
Considered Draymond the best
right
on that team. That was Steph. Then it was Clay. Then it was Draymond.
And Durant was there.
Then when you had Durant come in, it was 3 people before Draymond.
Right.
But you can be an ass if you're not that main guy.
You can't be the guy and be an ass.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think across sports. Like, the closest I can think of to an ass that was the dude is Barry Bonds. But baseball's so different because there's a major individual component.
Totally.
Like T.O. maybe. I mean, even Iverson was like his on the court.
On the court,
AI
was he was a straight, and I'm telling you this in a straight positive. He was a dog on the court.
In the truest sense.
Dude played through stuff. He wasn't the biggest out there, but he will break you down.
Sure.
So
Kobe was an ass, but in a way of I'm going to kill you, not I'm going to get this stuff
Kobe
off
never
the side.
did stupid stuff to make it personal.
Right.
Now if you did him something wrong, he'll get you back.
Sure. That's
understandable, but I just think that Ant has to just play, bro. I guarantee if he plays, you know what he'll have? If he plays and stop doing stupid stuff, you would have all the people saying how good you are. You will have a bunch of cheerleaders, and you don't have to say stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just like, I think sometimes guys feel, I have to go out there and toot my horn. No. If you are that damn good, you have a lot of people tooting your horn for you.
What is that graphic? They always show like percentage chance of winning the game. What's that called, White Brian? Where it like,
they said they had a 70% chance of winning the game last night, Minnesota.
Dude, in the middle of the third, like at various points, they were right there. And then in the fourth, they just got their ass kicked.
Yeah.
And as somebody that was sitting in Minnesota +7, it sucked. You got to credit OKC's
They just showed the
late.
play where SGA, I don't know if his name is Shy or Shay. What's his name? Shay or Shy?
I think everybody calls him SGA because nobody actually knows if it's Shay or Shy. Does anybody have a definitive answer on this?
I think they hear Shay a lot on. They say Shay on when they.
I think personally, I prefer Shay to Shy.
On TV, they say Shay a lot.
Know.
But my thing is,
what do you think about the foul baiting? Like SGA's game, he's incredible at it, but he gets guys in the air, gets them to commit fouls, and it seemed like he got every call late in that game.
Well, you know what he does? He doesn't complain all the time. When Anthony Edwards stood over him, listen, bro, you're not putting your junk in front of no dude and stand over no dude. That's disrespectful.
I think legitimately Anthony Edwards has to chill with the junk.
Well, no,
like his junk is part of the conversation all the time.
The man never said a word. SGA never said a word. All he did was come back, step into you, step back, and bang, 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 bang. He talked with his game. And that's the whole thing about it. Listen, bro, I was one of the biggest trash talkers out there. But you know what? You answer people by running through their asses. You answer people by scoring on them, not taking them yard. That's how you answer them and shut them the hell up. But you can't do all that talking and get yourself out of your game.
Oh, no, I was about to say, JP, I don't think that's foul baiting. When you learn how to play
that's the NBA
basketball at the lowest level, whether it's
pump
rec league,
I mean, I get you.
You come control, hand up.
Yeah, like some of it. I think some of it when a guy jumps in there and you jump into him, if he jumps straight up and you jump forward, I think the foul should be on the offensive player. That's the one that initiated the contact.
But if you in the air and now you're in the air, you're impeding me from going forward.
No,
that's a foul.
But you're finna pull up a three. I'm inside the line and you jump into me. That's not impeding you.
I can lean into my shot.
I think that's something the NBA got to fix. But
I think they got to do something.
The foul baiter is James Harden.
Well, I was gonna say they made the rule for him.
I think Brunson and I think SGA have some of that in their game.
But listen, if you know the referees are going to call it, why not use it?
I think that's what they're doing. But much like this tush push discussion, which we're eventually going to get to, we should find out about like voting today. Like it's just as a viewer, as a consumer, it gets annoying to watch. And then I think NBA refs are too involved in games anyway.
Well, I mean, listen, bro, the NBA got a lot of stuff they can clean up because I tell you, I think everybody that go to the hole take 3 or 4 steps. I watched my man, the left hand dude, I'm 30, Minnesota. Used to be with the Knicks.
Randall.
Yeah. I watched him last night do a 1-2 spin step and go up and nobody called anything.
Oh yeah, because they get a gather step now.
Bro, he
before
went
their 2 steps.
He went 1-2, he spin spin around. That's another step or two, and then took a step to go up. They say, I look at that and say, dude, that was like 4 or 5.
It's the NBA playoffs are obviously awesome. I think the under-discussed topic from that game is just the way the Thunder plays defense. The length, the speed. I mean, they are so good defensively.
Look, SGA is 6'6". When you look at him,
what do you think his wingspan is?
I don't. It got to be a 7 foot wingspan. But on the court, he looks short compared to all his guys.
I know.
You know, and I think one thing you know,
he's 6'6" with a 6'11" wingspan.
You think about this: when they have played every game, you look at most of their games at the end, they come together. If one guy is getting interviewed, the rest of them are right there. They do everything together. And that thing about togetherness and believing in, really caring about each other, you may not. A lot of people like to like shoo that, poo on it. It makes a world of damn difference.
B,
you know,
Holmgren is 7'1" is what they list him at. 7'6" wingspan.
They're long, bro.
They are long.
They are long as hell.
This might be completely off base. I'm curious though. There's an undeniable togetherness to your point about Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of those guys have been there a while, whether they were drafted or traded for. Do you think it helps being in a small market kind of for a team to stick together like that?
Nah, well, I mean, it comes down to the personalities on the team and how the coach and the whole organization runs that. And comes down to your star.
Sure.
Your star is SGA. He has, like, their commercial together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They all do stuff together, man. Sometimes your star is going to make your team, and a lot of times your star breaks your team. Because if that star is selfish, guess who else is going to be selfish? Everybody on the team. You know, I see something in them. Now, doesn't mean that Minnesota can't get the act together and come back and beat them. Sure. You know, but I just see them play a different level. And when they talk about how their stadium and how their fans have more of a college atmosphere. Watching them play, they have more of a college feel than they do NBA feel. NBA, you got a bunch of damn individuals. College guys normally kick it together, hang out together, you know, because that's basically what you do. You live in a dorm together, you hang out. They seem to act like that on that team. And I think last night, that little togetherness and control took them farther than Minnesota.
Well, and kind of just to counter my own question, I think you're right about the way a team is built and the way a team is coached and brought together and then how the players themselves react. Because the other team, I don't think you're getting to the NBA's Final Four if you all hate each other, but like the Knicks, granted, a bunch of them went to college together.
Yeah.
But like, that's a very together team, and they're playing in Madison Square Garden every night.
But
like,
what happens is this, Jay.
The market might not have anything.
Talent still overrules everything. But if you get to the end and everybody has the same level of talent, and one team, everybody's together, and they don't put their teams in terrible situations by doing individual-ish, okay, that team wins because they have less mistakes and less things to overcome. You know, you look at the way when Boston was playing against New York didn't make a lot of mistakes, didn't have to have a lot of stuff where they were in trouble. Boston, everybody want to take you one-on-one. You know, it comes down
just jack threes.
Yes. So, and last night you saw they shot more threes than they did two-pointers. They shot 50-plus threes, dog. And they only made, 15 of them, I think? So it's like you get to a point where when you got
15 and 51 for Minnesota.
Equal teams out there, all of a sudden, when those equal teams, all the other stuff surrounding it is what's going to decide the game. You hear coaches all the time say giveaways and takeaways. And it comes down to those stupid penalties as well in football. Totally. In basketball, it comes down to how many fouls you're going to commit, how many
so the fouls are dead even. 22 fouls each team.
How many turnovers they had?
Dude, they had 18 first half turnovers.
Okay, so you're not winning too often.
The Thunder had 13 steals.
All right, the fake gangster, Kendrick Perkins. Everybody was like, oh, yeah, Minnesota should be feeling good. He said, well, how about Oklahoma City? Their star is 2 of 13. They haven't done anything good, and they're only 4 points down. He said if they get their act together, watch what happens. Second half, the man was proven right?
Yeah, for sure. It was good to watch. I think Knicks Pacers might be a little, I don't know. Hopefully these series are fun. The end of that game got boring because Minnesota was just completely incapable of scoring, and the Thunder deserve a lot of credit for that. They were really good. I've also realized, Brian, I was listening to a podcast this morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's summertime when we reach the point in the content cycle where I think there is significant increased coverage of the WNBA, and that's cool. There's a lot of reasons to like it. But when we get into the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese race discussion, is just like, all right, there's no other sports happening. If you want to talk about the WNBA, let's do it.
Yeah.
But like that is just such a tired 3-year-old thing.
Well,
that
but
I'm just
idiotic people find situations that they know normally sparks attentions from both sides.
Yeah, dude.
And I think they start that up. You know,
total gaslight. Like,
I can do 4 hours on that after RG Me decided to get his ass involved with it, but
sure,
I will not. You know, because then I'll probably get kicked off the radio because I'll say some things about his whack ass.
I just think there's so much. If you want to discuss the basketball, fire away.
Yeah,
but like all the other stuff is just ancillary content machine, gaslighting, culture war nonsense, and I'm just check please. I'm good on that. Here's what we're gonna do. Pack show coming your way. Chris Miles, NBA TV, is gonna join us next. Where do you think his heart rate is, knowing his Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals in about
Chris
10 hours?
Losing his mind now.
I'm excited to talk to Miles. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. At noon, we're going to preview the Packers. Busy show. We'll open the phone lines up this afternoon. We should get this tush push news. I mean, the owners just went into the Minnesota boardroom. I've been there. I watched the most important change in DC sports happen in that Minnesota boardroom. I know exactly where they are. Jason Kelsey went in with Jeffrey Lurie. I don't know what the hell to make of that. We should get tush push news throughout the day. We've got other NFL rule change news for us to discuss. But before we do any of that, if you're looking to buy or sell a home, there's only one person in the DC area you should go with. His name is John Leahy.
That's just like Sergi and Margaret. They were looking for a home in Annapolis neighborhood, which they specifically wanted to target. After John Leahy and the Fine Living Group showed them a property they loved, the listed agent let them know that he already had 2 offers in hand. As John and his team began strategizing, 3 more offers were presented. Still, the Fine Living Group told them, don't worry about that. We got you. After working on a few tweaks in regard to Margaret and Sergi's offer, the next day they were told that their bid was the one being chosen by the seller over all 5 others. Perhaps even more impressive, it was under contract in only 5 days. Do you need mortgage pre-approval? You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend, John Leahy and a Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's one of the things. I mean, we talk about this. Like, people are just convinced that the Commanders' edge rush won't be good this year. But one thing people always sleep on when talking about sports, but it's just as applicable in life, is that, like, individuals can continue to get better every day. You could get better. You could develop your skills. You can develop new skills. You can get better. And a dude like John, listen, man, this dude sells a lot of houses. His group sells a lot of houses. They know what they're doing in this space. But I don't know if you saw this on his Instagram. You can follow him at John Leahy Fine Living Group. I saw his Instagram this morning that he got invited to this innovative real estate top producer thing. And he said, he's like, I cleared my schedule and I'm gone. He's like, I want to hear from the best in the business about strategy, systems, and what's actually working right now. The real estate market is constantly changing, right? Like things are certainly shifting right now. If you just drive around your neighborhood,
Check the pancakes every once in a while.
From what it was 2 years ago when everything was red hot, now it's like it's a simmer. It ain't red hot right now. You got to go with the people that know what they're doing. John is putting the work in to make sure he can get the best deals for you. That's why I would trust him. That's why B would call him. You could call him 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Detroit Lions have withdrawn their rule proposal that would have seeded playoffs by record and not guaranteed division winners a home game. NFL owners had been set to vote on that proposal at the league's spring meeting today. However, the Detroit Lions have withdrawn that proposal. What is getting voted on today, though? The Tush push. Diana Rossini of The Athletic is reporting that both the league's competition and player health and safety committees have voted to ban the play. Reports are coming out that Commissioner Roger Goodell is a strong proponent of banning it. Jordan Schultz is reporting that the vote is expected to be very close. A reminder, 24 votes are needed to ban it. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it's just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are excited. Get on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our boy, Mr. Chris Miles, NBA TV. Chris, what's up, man? How are you?
It's a joyous occasion. The Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. You know, a chance to go to the finals, and I like our chances against the Indiana Pacers.
Chris, we want to talk about the game last night first. I mean, damn, you jumped right to the Knicks. I mean, I know
the game tonight.
Brian and I just joked what your blood pressure must be like. Even
Giannis out of it, but he got his team, his home team in there now. He like, to hell with last night. Let's move on to the night. Give us a quick tidbit on what you saw last night. Like for me, Anthony Edwards, I love because he plays both ends of the court. But the dude got to grow the hell up.
So, B. Mitch, I don't know. Anthony is one of those guys where when he was in high school, he lived with Steve Smith for a while. Obviously, I worked closely with Smitty. So he introduced me to him when he was about 16 years old, right? And I was like, oh, this kid, he's really good. I didn't realize how good he was, clearly. So we've had the privilege of talking to him at All-Star and being around him a lot on and off the floor. Man, I don't know how much he's going to change in the mental and emotional space because all of the success that he has being exactly who he is. For instance, I know you've seen the I don't want to be the face of the NBA thing, right? We talked to him about that. We interviewed about him, and he tripled and quadrupled down on it. I think that the difference between what you see with the Timberwolves and the Thunder are very disciplined defensively. They're not going to make mistakes.
Really good defense.
The Wolves are undisciplined offensively.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Wolves get after it defensively, but they've been allowed, because Anthony is so talented, that when you get in a series here, you can't be that undisciplined. So this is one of those series where I'm like, I said it with Denver and OKC. I'm like, whoever wins that series is going to win the championship. Right? That's how I see it. If you're a betting man, that's the way to bet, unless something, ridiculous happens. And I think in game one, it played out that way. I mean, Julius Randle hit more threes in the first half than he has in any playoff game in his career. And he had 20 points, and they still only had 48. I'm like, yeah, the Thunder, I mean, just seeing them up close so many times this year, they're the physical brand of basketball that everybody talks about in the 90s, but they're also current with how they play offensively, and it's just a juggernaut.
But the Smith, you're talking about the basketball player, right?
Yeah. Michigan State.
But I understand what he says, but doesn't somebody get in his ear and say, bro, if you're going to reach the level you want to reach, you're going to have to adjust that a little bit because if he gets these referees behind against him completely, he is screwed.
Can I add one thing to this that I think is kind of relevant? Just as three of us are men now, at least in our 40s, right? He's only 23. It's possible he does just grow up a little bit.
But when you have that level of talent, you got to grow up quicker.
Yeah.
To what you're saying, B. Mitch, it's this. And again, having the privilege of being around him, and you're asking about his mentors. Smitty's his biggest mentor there is, right? And I can send you the clip of him doing it during our interview. He says, I don't want to be the face of the league. And Smitty hits him in the chest. Like, hey, we're at NBA All-Star, right? Like, the league has us doing this so you can say, no, I didn't mean it in that way. And he does, well, I want to be who I am. I don't want to sacrifice who I am for an image. Like, that's what he said to us. And he gets it, but he doesn't get it. I don't think he truly understands how he's a fan favorite. He's the guy that when, I'll give you an example. We're at All-Star, Kevin Durant sits down. There were fans, right? Trae Young sits down. They're fans. When Anthony Edwards walks over, all of the fans come over and start screaming to where during the interview, you got to acknowledge the fans. Do you know what I mean? He is that popular, so he is naturally the face of the league. But to your point, B. Mitch, Smitty talks to him all the time. People are in his ear. But when you've got that much love and that much adulation, and you're taking the Timberwolves to the Western Conference Finals back-to-back years for the first time in franchise history, he's going to have some more bumps and bruises and some more losses, I think, before he gets there. And when you look at the Thunder have players like that too, like Jalen Williams. J-Dub is what they call him. He's one of those guys. But because they have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he permeates a little bit more of maturity.
That's what I'm saying.
Group.
Oh, he totally does.
Yeah.
He totally does.
Thanks for the compliment, too. You say we all in our 40s.
I was trying to, I did say at least in our 40s for the record. SGA, and this is probably a broader conversation. Where do you land? We're talking with our friend Chris Miles from NBA TV. You can follow him at Chris Miles TV on X and Instagram. Where do you land with the foul baiting conversation in the NBA? Because I think two of the three biggest stars left, I would say, are SGA and Brunson, and they both, depending where you land on that topic, people say they do it
right now.
Well, no, Jalen Brunson gets on my nerves as a fan for the foul baiting.
Wow.
I don't.
Wow.
Yeah,
Your own guy?
Damn, Miles.
He does. I'm like, if you
throw you out of the 5 boroughs.
No, it's what it is, right? And you have to be objective in this job. But what I'm also saying to you is SGA does not do that. SGA is bigger, stronger, and what happens is he gets bumped off his spot, and he's still trying to score. Like, he's not. I don't think SGA foul baits as much as like when a guy has that much length and you're like tired of it and you're trying to get into him. And his arms are long. Like, I think it looks that way. Jalen Brunson absolutely is running into people and falling at half court.
Yeah.
Right? Like, against the Pistons, I was like, if you don't stop doing that.
But didn't the league put in the foul,
they don't call it.
The flopping thing a long time ago? Well, if they don't call it, then why the hell you expect the players to change it?
So here's the deal. When the rule you're talking about is more like what we call the Trae Young and the James Harden rule. And it's now an offensive foul, right? It's where you pump fake, you lean into someone, you throw the ball up. Thank God they've really gotten that out of the game because that was awful.
Yeah.
And guys are doing that less. And that's why you don't see Brunson kind of doing that around the free throw line and that sort of thing. Like, he's still trying to score. Guys were deliberately not trying to score. And it was unhealthy for defenders. It was unhealthy for the offensive players. And I'm glad that they've limited that, if not got it fully out of the league. But what Brunson does is we've seen it for years with smaller point guards. I mean, Chris Paul did it where you go past the guy and you stop and they run into you, right? Like, you use the fact that you're smaller to get fouls and to agitate people. And that's what Brunson does. I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, what you have to understand is what you were talking about first, B. Mitch. Referees are humans, right? Like, they're people. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who I'm pretty sure we'll talk to him tonight as we're talking to the MVP of the league at 7 p.m., right? Like, when you talk to him, you go, man, I like this dude. Like, he just wants to make sure he's got his vitamins and his water, and talk about the discipline and the work. Like, so when he does something, you're like, oh, yeah, don't foul him. Like, as a ref, it's a natural thing of, like, you fouled him. Like, everyone likes him because he's just about the game. And I think, you don't see him yelling at the refs. Look, Michael Jordan used to yell at the refs all the time. You know that, B. Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
Shea, I don't think I've ever seen him, like, yell at the refs.
He barely seems to talk.
They don't say much.
I mean,
here's the thing. He talks a lot, but he talks the way you want a leader to talk, JP. He talks to his teammates, right?
Yeah.
And he'll make a gesture. And he taunts. Like, here's the meme that's been floating around. When they lost, when Denver scored 9 straight overtime points in overtime, and they were down to the Nuggets in that series 3-2, and there's this meme of him walking away smiling. And I was like, man, is he really walking away smiling? They're about to get eliminated? And then they haven't lost since. Right? Like, he does have that to him where you're like, ooh, I like that. Like, okay, he's a dog. He's got the trash talk, but he doesn't yap all the time.
Yeah. There's a lot to like there. All right. Your boys start up tonight. The Garden will be insane, I imagine. How you feeling about this series, dude? The Pacers are good, man.
Yeah, so again, like, I voted Tyrese Halliburton third team All-NBA. And when I kind of brought that past guys, they were like, what? I'm like, they won 50 games. He's the first player in NBA history. Think about all the point guards that have existed to have 500 assists before 100 turnovers in the season. What that tells me is he gets teammates involved without giving the ball away. That is like, a quarterback having a season where they had, 30 touchdowns and 1 interception or 2 interceptions, right? You're like, oh, wow, he does that? That's him? And I think there's a Kirk Cousins to Halliburton that people look at like, oh, he's good, but he's just a game manager because he's slower, he doesn't have bounce, and he'll smoke some layups. But the difference is, in the fourth quarter, Tyrese Halliburton turns into, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, some of the best to ever do it. And you're like, how did that happen? So, yeah, it's a scary proposition in the sense that outside of Halliburton, Indiana has, like, great defenders, and he provides the offense. And they have some champions on that squad. I mean, Pascal Siakam is a guy that's been a perennial all-star that won a championship.
Totally.
Last thing, Miles, this is a very specific thing for you, but I know that you probably care about the Fordham Rams being an NYC school, and I know how much you loved DMV high school basketball when you were here. Gonzaga just announced they hired Keith Ergo as their new head basketball coach. Ergo was at Fordham. Is that on your radar at all, or are you Atlanta high school basketball now?
I mean, that's an upgrade, right? And here's the thing. I'm all basketball. And what I mean by that is, like, if there's a person to be known, I try to know who they are because it matters to the game overall, especially on a grassroots level. And for Fordham, I mean, that's a specific place for me in the sense we practice in high school there every day.
Right.
And we also, that's what a city championship was, right? Like, amazing times there at Fordham. But I think when you look at the upgrade of that, right, to go from that situation, which as a college coach, I mean, that's not a big thing, or like, you know what I mean? And I think that's a huge upgrade for him. And then you got to see what that does for the program. So,
thank you, buddy. Enjoy your Knicks
Chris.
tonight, man. I know you'll be working too.
Oh yeah, man. And I'll let you guys know how that conversation goes. Remember, they're naming the MVP tonight, 7 p.m.
I got a feeling I know who it is. Thank you, Miles.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, bro.
That's our boy, Chris Miles. Give him a follow at Chris Miles TV. Check out the coverage of the NBA ceremony tonight on NBA TV.
He's not going to jump out his chest.
Yo, and listen, it's hard to think of this right now because it's cold and rainy, but it's summertime, dude. It's Memorial Day weekend, and the real question you got to ask is your backyard ready? Offenbachers can help you turn it into the ultimate staycation spot during their Memorial Day sale going on right now. Right now, you can get up to 40% off beautiful, high-quality outdoor furniture that's perfect for lounging and entertaining all season long. All my outdoor furniture is from Offenbachers, and it's fantastic. It doesn't fall apart. It can handle bad weather. It is high-quality stuff. And if you want to just chill out, check out the hot tubs. Right now, you get an instant rebate up to $1,000 off, or go all in, put the swim spa in. You can exercise, the kids can play, and you can save $1,500 instantly. Don't wait. The savings won't last long, and neither will the start of summer. Now's the time to get your backyard ready for a full season of fun, relaxation, and memories. Check out Offenbachers today. 4 spots in Herndon, Annapolis, Gainesville, or Rockville. Or you can always go to the website, Offenbachers.com. Offenbachers, your backyard, just better. All right, we're starting to get some news out of NFL owners' meetings in Minneapolis. The Lions have withdrawn their proposal to change playoff seeding.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Why did the Lions come up with that? They had home field and lost.
I mean, maybe you're trying to look broadly rather than just at last season and say,
So if
we had lost to Minnesota, then we'd be the 5 seed despite winning 14 games.
Okay, but they lost at home, which lets them know that it comes down to who plays the best that day.
My thing is not about specific playoff results based on seeding. My thing is, if you're going to have divisions and you're going to double up the division games, if that's the one set of teams you play twice every year, then you have to reward division play.
Yeah, it has to have some weight on that.
Like that. If you want to scrap divisions or scrap the home and home of division play, then sure, reseed it.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can have one without the other in that capacity.
Yeah. I just don't get it. It's
I
like today, everyone is looking for the easy way out instead of just like when I saw in my time, 2 times they were the 6th seed, the Giants, were they? And they went to the Super Bowl and won it.
I don't know if they were the 6th, but they were a wild card.
They were a
times.
wild card, and I think their wild card, I think it was 6 one time against when they beat the Patriots when they were undefeated.
Yeah.
So my question is, just be better than everybody at that time. If we had done something like that, back then, would it have been like that? Or but it's shown when you're the best on Sunday or Saturday, you win. You can't just be like, I remember we in Philly were like, we got to get home field advantage. You know what we did in the NFC Championship game? Lost at home. Because you got to figure out what your focus is. Is your focus to get home field or your focus to win a Super Bowl?
I think the Giants, the year they beat the undefeated Pats, had to play 3 straight road playoff games. I think they beat at Tampa, at Dallas, at Green Bay. I know the NFC title game was in Green Bay. I remember that very well.
So, I mean, I don't believe in just making things easier for people.
Yeah, I don't know that I think the NFL is such a game of specific circumstances to that day.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think, I don't know what happens in the Lions-Commanders divisional playoff win, where Washington went up there and was a better team. What if David Montgomery didn't make this crazy comeback from what looked like a major knee injury, and the Lions felt some obligation to make sure they got Montgomery the ball, right? Like, what if Montgomery wasn't playing and it was just Gibbs all day?
Yeah.
Like, to me, I'm not focused on specific games because the most memorable home playoff division winner, the Beastquake. I think of that Marshawn Lynch play. I think the Seahawks were 7-9 and the Saints were like 11-5 or something, right? Like, to me, if you're going to value divisions, then the division championship has to have some value.
Yeah.
And I just
why win your division if you can't get that first home playoff game?
To me, that's why you stick with it. And I'm glad the Lions pulled it. I think the NFL, more so than any of the other leagues, is always tweaking and changing rules. And sometimes I wish they would just chill out with all of it.
Yeah.
I don't like the onside kick stuff at all. We can get to that a little later. But
I just think, man, look, I understand safety and I understand all that. I think you got to do some things when it comes down to health of the players. But all this other crap, they have nothing to do with health. Let's move past that. The game is good enough.
Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post joins us next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. NFL owners just unanimously voted to pass the proposal to allow for onside kicks to be declared at any point in a game when a team is behind. Last year, in the first year of this new kickoff, you could only do it in the fourth quarter. Now, this also includes moving players up on the onside kick team 1 yard, which the NFL is hoping will improve the rate of recovery by the kicking team. The ball is on the 35-yard line, and before the 10 cover guys had to be on the 34. Now they'll be even with the ball at the 35-yard line. And the NFL owners, they're now debating and hopefully voting on soon banning the tush push. Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie just entered the room with a special guest, former center Jason Kelsey. So he will be defending the tush push. Now, Diana Rossini just tweeted out that the Eagles owner is emphasizing the need to clean up the process, not the play itself, saying, quote, "Whoever votes to ban this play is taking liability for putting risk on our quarterbacks." Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You got to be a hard OG to come into Ozzy playing Iron Man, and that's exactly who Neil Greenberg is. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, buddy?
Hello, what's going on?
Not
Good,
much,
brother.
man. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Stats, gambling, all the good stuff, fantasy, sports, whatever it is you're looking for, Greenberg does it for the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at @ngreenberg. And, of course, he joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Where are you at on Anthony Edwards versus SGA, Greenberg?
I think SGA is a handful.
Yes,
What do you have? 31 points, 20 in the second half, 9 assists. I mean, he's tough. And actually, it looked like the Thunder coach moved him off the ball in the second half, which kind of made a mess of Minnesota's defense. So, hashtag he's good.
He's certainly good. Did you grow up a big Knicks fan? I mean, you're a Queens guy.
I did. Yes, I did. And Knicks Pacers has a little bit of PTSD from the the Reggie and Spike Lee game. The choke. That was a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
What do you? I don't know that you've looked at these, that you've bet these at all. Hard to, I mean, especially seeing last night. Hard to think the Thunder don't take this down. But this Knicks Pacers series, I think, could be really exciting. I think the Pacers very much have a shot in this.
I agree. I mean, they have a lot of depth, and they play a little bit faster. That could challenge. New York has a shorter rotation. Knicks obviously have Brunson, but the Pacers have shown they could be clutch too. They've got a lot of strong fourth quarters. This is going to be. I think this is going to be an excellent series. I think it goes 7 games. I think New York can eke it out in 7 games due to the home field advantage of Madison Square Garden. But I think that this is going to be an exciting one.
Who has the highest odds to win this whole thing?
Thunder got to be by a mile, I imagine.
Oh yeah, I actually looked at this comparative to the NHL. So, as of yesterday, the Pacers had the longest odds, but I'm sure that's going to change. The Thunder were minus 165. as the odds on favorite, and then you have the Pacers as the longest odds at plus 900. That's like a 61% chance versus a 9% chance. So yeah, I mean, I think the Thunder is I think everyone's expecting a Thunder Knicks series for the finals. But I don't think we can count out the Pacers just yet. I think the Pacers, at least to get there, are probably a pretty solid value.
Okay.
There is no league more associated with conspiracy theories than the NBA, especially coming off how that draft lottery went. I don't know nothing, but I find it hard to believe whatever avenue they're on, Madison Park, wherever the NBA offices are, they are desperate for the Knicks into the finals. The Thunder Pacers would be the least watched finals of all time, ever.
Yeah, you definitely want the New York market in there. I'm not saying the NBA is going to make it happen. But yeah, I mean, you obviously one of the largest metro areas we have, and then also star power in their own right, going up against what's probably going to be like Oklahoma City team that's been pretty dominant throughout the season. But yeah, I do think that they're going to need the Knicks to pull some eyeballs in.
We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline, RUUD. Check them out, the best HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg. All right, let's do a little hockey real quick, and then I want to get to an article I think you just dropped this morning. You pointed out like the Thunder are significant favorites of the Final Four in the NBA. The hockey's pretty damn even. Now, the Oilers and the Panthers are the favorites to get through, but nobody's that far out of it. Obviously, Florida kicked Carolina's ass last night. Edmonton starts tonight. I'm not asking from a betting perspective. I'll probably bet some puck lines in individual games. I really want Edmonton to break through. I want Canada to get a cup. I want McDavid to get a cup. What do you think their chances are?
I think the chances are pretty good, and I'm with you. I think the storyline here is that Canada finally does it, and McDavid, not that he needs it, but gets some. I don't know if authenticity is the right word, but there's a lot of people out there that are reluctant to give players credit unless they have the team award of a championship. This kid has done everything individually that you can ask for in terms of Hart trophies, Ross trophies, etc. To see him win it and hoist the cup, I think would be great for hockey. So yeah, I think Edmonton is the feel-good story in this one.
Okay. So I want to switch gears to the NFL. One of the reasons I mean this seriously, there's not many compliments higher than you being Brian Mitchell's favorite analytics guy. Because I would say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, B, but you're fairly skeptical of some of the analytics movement.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of most of them.
Right. But Greenberg looks at all the different angles.
And he admits when he's wrong.
Yeah.
Or he'll tell you, well, I was wrong on that. Other people, you never hear from him again.
Sure. So I think it's this morning, Greenberg, that I know you just tweeted this out, and I'm going to retweet it right now. Looking at NFL strength of schedule stuff. Tell us what you have found flawed and why you came up with your own system.
So I see a lot of outlets discuss strength of schedule based on last year's win rate, which I think is very flawed and probably second only to making up numbers, because so much changes during the off season, during the draft, during training camps, etc. I mean, just look at like something like New Orleans. Like, how can you possibly base anything on last year's numbers when their quarterback retires?
Yeah.
The Vikings, right? They went 14-3 last season, but oddsmakers set their win total at 8.5 games. So what I do is once the schedule comes out, the odds makers put out lines for every game, and then I reverse engineer those lines into NFL power rankings to determine how many points per game above or below average each team is. We've discussed that on the show. And then I just look at the average opponent based on those ratings, because those are for this year. And then I just looked at who has the easiest and worst schedules, and then also, obviously, the power rankings for individual teams.
Okay, so what are the results?
What's the difference?
Yeah.
So Giants, by far the most difficult schedule this year. They I mean, it's really tough. They start with the Commanders in Dallas. They got to play a home game against the Kansas City Chiefs. They have a late bye, week 14, so they're not gonna, they're gonna be playing quite a bit. And then their home schedule has 7 matchup against teams whose under win total is 8.5 games or higher. And they have 10 games against teams that qualified for the playoffs last season. So that's a tough schedule. Detroit also has a very tough schedule, and so do the Philadelphia Eagles, which should be good news to Commanders fans because they're in the same division.
You hear coaches every year say, and JP said all the time too, is a different entity. This team is not the team last year. Why does a lot of the analytics world just think, just because they were that last year, they go automatic bid? Playing this thing, I know if you have 1 year and you don't have any injuries, the next year you got to be worried.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's laziness, but it's easy, right? It's easy to say. It's easy to do that math. It's readily available, and people buy it, right? Like when you have Adam Schefter tweet it out, I mean, that gives it a lot of legitimacy. But it's just an awful, awful way to do it. I'm not saying my way is the best, but it certainly encapsulates what the general thinking is of the teams for this coming year. And I think it's a lot more reasonable to look at it that way than it is the other way. But yeah, I think that it makes a lot of sense to do it my way.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Greenberg just dropped an article talking strength of schedule for the NFL and kind of you couldn't be more correct that if you're just trying to look at the numbers from last year, how on earth could you judge the Raiders based on last year? They have a new coach with a Super Bowl. Pete Carroll is a winner. College level, Seattle. He believes in this incredible sense of competition at all times. You trade for a veteran quarterback. Like that situation is entirely different than it was last year. So whatever the numbers from last year show are irrelevant. And so much of this stuff, especially this time of year where it's nothing but content machine, is just so stupid. And if strength of schedule, so this is a metric that I have long held beef with, because if strength of schedule was such a good predictor of things, people would make money betting on the NFL every week.
Yeah, I think it's more to give you a framework of teams that could maybe exceed expectations or fall short, right? So, like, you have the Giants who have a brutal schedule, and they're not expected to be very good. I think their over-under is like 5.5 games. I mean, we talked about this last year with the Washington Commanders. Like, what are you going to bet? Under 3 wins? Like, it's tough to win less than 3 games in the NFL, no matter how bad the team is, just because of the way the NFL is in terms of, it's a ball bouncing on the field. But I would look to a team at like the New England Patriots, who have a very easy schedule along with San Francisco 49ers, as a team that could exceed their expectations because it is easy and they do have some new stuff happening. First-year head coach Mike Vrabel, they have a lot of games at home early on to build some momentum. They're not really playing very good teams in the Giants, Titans, Jets twice, and the Browns. And they're not traveling a lot, relatively to the other teams. So, I would much rather look at that team and say, okay, I can see them exceeding expectations, at least be optimistic about them. But I'm not ready to say, the Patriots are going to be in the playoffs or anything like that. I just think it gives a good framework of, who can you look out for to exceed expectations or underwhelm based on what they have in front of them, based on what we know now.
I think you look at historically, sometimes you get a new coach. Unlike last year with Washington, they went straight up. But I guess they had a bunch of things change where before they were hindered by everything that was above the coach. Last year, they were not. When you look at New England, do you see them as in the same situation where things are not going to be hindered moving forward?
I don't know if they're in the same exact situation as Washington. I mean, let's face it. Washington had a lot of things go right for them.
Yeah.
With a lot of new stuff in a lot of different places. Front office, coaching, quarterback. They got some new pieces themselves, like Deebo Samuel, et cetera. I don't think New England's in that boat. I don't think they're going to go from like 4 wins to 12 wins.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, flirting with 500 could very well be a possibility, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. I think Washington was a very special case last year in terms of just everything working out for them. Historically efficient offense early on, probably don't see that again. They have a much tougher schedule, and I've said this before. Like, I think Washington winning 10 games against this schedule is actually a step forward from the 12 wins last year because their schedule is a lot more difficult than it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
And people might not see the record improvement, but I really do believe a 10-win season against this slate is probably going to be an improvement over last season.
So I hear you, and I think we have to kind of keep our minds open if that's the situation, right? But the only thing I push back on a little bit, and I had this discussion with somebody here at the station last week, is the notion that did they get some breaks last year? Yes. The Hail Mary's obviously fluky. That you know what I mean? Like that does not succeed at a very frequent rate. But I personally think Jaden doesn't turn the ball over much, and that has been a consistent thing, and that's a huge way of how you win games.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the coaching staff has put together an emphasis on finishing halves and games strong. Like, this is not a staff
from peak till the end.
This is not a staff you look at like, oh man, they really botch it at the end of games. Like, oh, they leave time on the clock. They don't call their timeouts at the right spot. And I think those sorts of things, when you're not turning it over a ton and you have good clock and game management at end of halves and end of games, I think those are sustainable. Now, eventually you're going to lose a lot of members of this offensive staff, and then we have to have a real conversation about who's taking over and what happens after that. But those factors, to me, override a sense of they got a lot of good breaks last year.
Yeah, I'm not even talking necessarily about the breaks. I'm talking about, like, replacing Carolina on the schedule with Kansas City, like replacing Tennessee with a game at Lambeau.
Sure.
That's what I'm talking about. I absolutely think this is a well-run organization. I absolutely think that they're going to do the right things and be competitive. I'm just saying, like, you remove those games where you win 40-7 against games in which you're probably a legitimate underdog at Kansas City, at Green Bay. Like, that's going to change the complexion. And if you lose those 2 games and win 10 for the season instead of winning the 12 against a team like, Carolina and Tennessee, like, and be competitive in those games, I still think that's a tremendous step forward. So that's kind of how I'm managing my expectations for Washington specifically coming into 2025.
Okay. I like that, Greenberg. Thank you. Last one real quick. I know you're a Mets fan. Juan Soto's a notoriously slow starter. This has happened throughout his career. The Mets fans are all up in arms. What's going on with Soto and the Mets?
I don't know if you know this, but New York fans tend to be very, what's the word? Hysterical.
All the time.
So, I mean, look, we saw this with Lindor a couple of years ago, too. I think it's tough playing in New York as a high-price free agent where a lot of expectations are on you. I don't necessarily care, like, who you are. You're coming into the Big Apple, and I know Soto played for the Yankees, and it's the same type of thing. But I think the Mets in particular lately are much different because they are with an owner that's spending money, that is demanding to be taken seriously as a contender. And look, when you're not playing well, New York fans are going to let you know. And I remember in Shea heckling Darryl Strawberry when he was in a slump. But I tell you what, I have a Darryl Strawberry jersey.
Right.
So I think that it's going to be short-lived, and this is part of playing in New York, and that's part of why you make so much money, because you got to be able to take that type of stuff.
It's crazy because Juan Soto had a +8 WAR last year. Like, I think he's going to be okay. Everybody relax.
Yeah, he's. I'd be worried about a lot of players. A 26-year-old that's on a Hall of Fame trajectory is probably not one of them.
Thank you for the time, buddy. Always appreciate you.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Hey, bro.
That's our buddy Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Greenberg's really good at what he does, and so is the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. Whatever it is you're looking for, they got it. Toyota, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Ram trucks. Those things are dope. Jeeps, Fords, Kia, whatever it is, they've got an unmatched selection, incredible deals, and great financing options. Let's not forget the tremendous selection of certified used vehicles to choose from. But best of all, Mitch, is that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, and with that Lifetime Edge, you get every car sold is backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. Listen, everybody can sell you a car, but it's what they do once you get the car. A lot of times they sell it, you never hear from them again. Oarsman is there to take care of you with all those extra things. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, Oarsman will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And Oarsman also, they like to ride together.
Notre Dame and Wisconsin will play their postponed Lambeau Field game September 6th, 2026. That's a Sunday in the first college football contest at the historic Green Bay venue in a decade. The Shamrock Series game was originally set for October 2020, ended up being postponed due to COVID-19, and both teams only playing in their conference games. But September 6, 2026, Notre Dame and Wisconsin playing at Lambeau. And your Tush Push update, Diana Rossini keeping us all informed. She just tweeted out that Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie has sat down after his half-hour-long speech on the play, and now Jason Kelsey is up and talking about the safety of the Tush Push. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's check in with what to me sounds like an incredibly weird scene in Minnesota at the NFL owners meetings. Obviously, the Tush Push is a, I suppose, controversial play. It to me just seems like I understand. When I was at the owners meetings in Florida in March, I think, I talked to a bunch of coaches over the course of the couple days I was there, and a lot of coaches just don't want to go on the record and say they want the play out because, one, there is a coaching fraternity, and two, they don't want it to be like, oh, we just can't beat them, so we're trying to vote them out. And I can understand that. But there's also a reality. I think the way Green Bay proposed this thing was whack. I think it should just be that you can't push or pull a ball carrier, and that'll take care of it. And Ike Reese was on with us yesterday. Ike Reese lives in Philly, does radio in Philly, played for the Eagles.
Agree.
He's like, man, that doesn't define the Eagles. I think this has become far too much of a specific Eagles topic. But the owners are going to vote on it. There's obvious support. When they decided not to vote in Florida, to push it back a couple months to vote in Minnesota, that's because they knew they were close to the votes they needed, but needed a few more tweaks and changes. But B-Mitch,
that's why they reworded the changes.
So here's my chance. Here's my real question, I guess. Jeffrey Lurie is the Eagles managing partner. He's the Eagles owner, right? He went into the meeting. That's normal. It's the owners there. Now, sometimes you have team presidents, GMs, family members, but generally, I have covered a number of owners meetings. I have never seen a player going into the meetings.
Desperate.
A former player.
Well, because this is a situation where I'm now in a situation where I am going to try to sway some people, and some people may be swayed by the former player who was in the middle of the play for years. You know what I mean? But some people may not be. They didn't have him there at the first meeting. Just like you said, the people say, okay, let's move it on. We got to tweak some stuff. Well, now he feels I got to go with all my big guns. I got to bring anybody I can to try and get stuff back to our side. Let's be real. If they say you cannot push a player from the back, you can still run the play how you want, but you have to emphasize to that referee if the offensive lineman are offsides, call it. If the D lineman offside, call it. But you also cannot push somebody. And I would promise you, he doesn't get in the end zone as much as he does.
It's just bizarre. There are things in our society, for lack of a better word, that impact an incredible small minority of people or whatever, and yet they become like huge national topics. That is what is happening here to me. I mean, that's what's happening with the tush push. This play exists on 0.5% of all NFL plays, and we have the news.
Yeah, but games are won like that.
Sure. Rossini just tweeted out the Packers' proposal to ban the tush push did not receive the required 75%
It's still there.
support from the NFL's owners to pass, per sources. The tush push remains alive.
All right. There's gonna be some.
You think Jason Kelce got it over the finish
I don't know
line?
if Jason Kelce did or not, but there's gonna be some serious collisions this year. Jalen Hurts needs to get ready. There are gonna be people trying different ways to stop it, and as I've stated before, the initial surge is one thing. Then that second surge come when those two guys commit to going to him. That's when you need to commit to going right at him.
Phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The NFL did not ban the tush push. They needed, 24 out of 32 owners to vote? I guess 25 owners?
Yeah.
They didn't get it. Rossini's reporting. Packers' proposed ban of the tush push did not receive the votes required. The tush push remains. How surprised are you? Did the NFL make the right call? Or did the owners get bullied by Jason Kelce? I mean,
I think what they have to do, just go back to the rule of not pushing from the back. You can still line up the way you want, but you cannot push it by a person from the back.
I got to say, I am surprised. I thought this was happening. This is a big surprise to me. 800-636-1067. This seemed like it was going down, and now it's sticking around, man. We're taking your calls. Landfill, you surprised? I thought this was going down.
I thought it was going to be banned too, yeah.
Now, apparently, Jason Kelce wanted to come in and say, because there was a myth that he suffered the injury that eventually forced him to retire, was a major core injury, and that he retired because he suffered that injury on the tush push. And apparently, per his podcast, he wanted to come clarify that that's not how he got hurt. Now, I did get a Twitter reply that was pretty interesting. It was somebody said, "Wait, you're telling me there's a Kelce that wants to get on camera about any national topic?" I mean, good for Jeff Lurie, the Eagles owner, this is serious horse trading, man, to get this done. I don't know. I think you're going to see a lot more of what Luvu did. People are going to try to get creative with this thing now, especially if they're going to continue with the hard count on it, like all these sorts of things. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. The tush push lives. Are you shocked that it didn't get voted down? Cairo is in Ashburn. What's up, Cairo?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I'm not exactly shocked it didn't, because it seems like the Eagles get everything they want ever. But I was really pulling for it, and not for any safety reason or anything like that, or pulling for it to get banned, not for any safety reason, but just because I don't like the Eagles and I don't want them to have any extra advantages. And it seems like they always do. And plus, any time they get upset is a good time for me. But it always, just in terms of objective about it, if I can be honest, I know you don't trust the blue line on the TV, but it always seems like when they line up for it, all of the offensive linemen are in the neutral zone, and it's the defensive linemen have to be, back. And it's well, if you're going to do that play, then there should at least be amenities made to allow the defense to be in that same spot, so that way it can be a real rugby scrum. Let's just be fair about it at least, because it just seems like it's tipped the scales in their favor when the defense can't really respond.
Yeah. It's totally in their favor. I'm really pretty damn surprised this thing did not change. Apparently, Jeffrey Lurie went in there. Thanks for the call, Cairo. Well done. Hey, Cairo, real quick, how do you spell your name? Like the city?
Kairo.
Cool. Jeff butchered it, but I pronounced it well. Thank you, buddy.
It's fine.
Actually, I didn't butcher it. It's some people who spell their name like this, and it's also some people who spell it Cairo. But I remember him using the K last time.
Right, but you didn't write
I've never seen the combination with the K and H and
Jeff getting
the
defensive.
A.
You know what?
You be trying to play with me, JP, and I'm not letting you do that no more.
You spell people's names wrong,
but I didn't do it that time.
You
so
did
let's
this
go.
time.
Go ahead.
Did you spell it right?
No, I didn't. But
That's all I'm saying.
you
Thank you,
ain't gonna keep
Cairo.
putting me on Front Street.
800-636-1067. Tush Push not banned. Wow. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Pretty surprising news. The NFL decided not to ban the tush push. The tush push will stay in. I think you got to get ready for a lot more teams trying creative stuff, like Frankie Louvu trying to go over the top. I can't believe this. Let's see what the folks think. Richard's in Virginia. Richard, you shocked that didn't ban it?
No, not really. But what I would do is, I think that all the other teams need to practice it and do it as well. And not only that, to make it even, instead of hut, it's one count. Hut, come off the ball. You know what I mean? You should make it even. With one hut, your linebackers can push your defensive line. The same thing that they do on offense. Do it the same way. But also give them a taste of their own medicine. Had an offense, to run the tush push as well, since they won't make it that way because, people my age or whatever know that you couldn't advance a man by pushing them and all that stuff like that. So give them a taste of your own medicine. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the call, dude. Appreciate it. I don't know. This just feels like something different is going to happen. Gene is in Leesburg. Gene, what do you think? The tush push is here to stay.
I think it's a bad idea for it to be here to stay for two reasons, and they're both a double standard. I don't know. Brian may be old enough to remember. JP, I'm not sure about you, but William Perry used to get penalized for illegal use of hands for pushing or carrying Walter Payton across the goal line.
Totally.
I watched it happen multiple times. Also, even if you take it away from that, if a running back or receiver has the ball and he's stopped, his forward progress is stopped, everybody can essentially make a scrum out of it and keep pushing. If you want it to be that way, then he should be able to lose yardage the same way.
Thanks for the call, Gene.
All right, man.
What about Aquarium Boys? Jeff, you shocked they didn't ban it?
I'm not shocked they didn't ban it. For some reason, whenever, I think I want something really bad to happen in sports, it don't happen. But I'm not opposed of it. It sucks because the only reason why I wanted it banned because I hate the fact that they use it against us. I just wanted it for better competition for us. But somebody got to stop it. Somebody will stop it. It's just like who was that? The Dolphins when they brought in the what was that? The Wildcat. No one couldn't stop it for a minute. It's going to get stopped. And
somebody gonna figure out a way.
Yeah,
I think like that initial surge is one thing. Is when those guys converge on to push Jalen, some linebackers have to converge. That's when they have to attack. Like they don't get involved with the first surge. They got to come and be able to come over the top, off the edge, whatever. But it'll happen. Or the NFL is going to have to start enforcing the rules as they are broken. If offensive linemen can be in the neutral zone too, they got to call it. So
you got to enforce the neutral zone. They very clearly don't. I think you're going to see more guys try to do what Louvu did. I don't know the answer here, but I think this will only ramp up the conversation surrounding it.
Probably so.
Sports Cabbie, what do you think? Tush push is here to stay.
Hey, it should stay because if it's a legal play, so everybody else should do it. You know what I'm saying? So don't get mad because you can't stop it. We play to win the game. So if everybody else do it, then it'd be okay. And what's up, B. Mitch?
What's happening?
Me and B. Mitch was on TV together back in the day, and because he was a cook, and he wasn't happy that day because they had just lost to San Francisco. So he didn't give much love, but I still love you, B. Mitch. See you when you get to the Hall of Fame.
All right, brother.
Woo! All right, thanks, man. B, you got any idea what that dude's talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Mark is in Largo. Mark, what do you think about the tush push sticking around?
It's going to stick around until Josh Allen gets a concussion doing the tush push. We all know that.
Josh don't really do the concussion.
But here's what I'm saying. You hear where I'm coming from, Jay? I mean, B. When a major quarterback gets a concussion while the team is doing the tush push, that's when they'll stop the tush push. That's my point. When a major quarterback has to miss time, especially if it's in an AFC title game. If Josh Allen is playing against Baltimore and he does a tush push, and then all of a sudden you see Josh from the sidelines with smelling salt, the NFL's got a problem.
But
because now Baltimore's going to the Super Bowl instead of Buffalo. You don't think they say, we had
Jalen Hurts had a concussion and missed like the last 3 or 4 games of the season.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. But let's keep it real, okay? Jalen's not Josh, he's not Lamar, and he's not Patrick, and he's not Joe Burrow. If it was Josh, Lamar, Patrick, or Joe, this thing would have been passed. They would have voted this 28-4. I guarantee you. If it was one of those 4 quarterbacks, one of the Rushmore, it would have been rushed off. All you need is a major quarterback to get hurt in a championship game. The NFL look like Boo Boo the Fool, and they'll say, okay, we need to get rid of it now. We got to get rid of it now. They didn't care if Jalen got hurt. And Jalen got hurt not on the tush push. He got hurt on a scramble.
I'm just saying he had a concussion.
That's the story.
But he said if it happens on the play.
I think if there's a major injury on the tush push, we'll absolutely enforce it. I don't think it matters which
I
quarterback.
guarantee you they will. It depends on if it's a major quarterback, yes.
Okay, Mark, we got to run. Thanks, dude. Thanks, man.
Yeah, bro.
I'll try to get one more in here. Jay is an Eagles fan. Jay, are you shocked that the tush push didn't get banned?
I'm not really shocked. I felt like it wasn't going to get banned, man, because, I know McVay and I think Todd Bowles, they were like, you know what, we got to find a way to stop it. It's just that simple. So I didn't think it was going to get banned. I feel like it would have been close, but I didn't think it was going to get banned.
Well, it didn't. I guess you were proven correct.
Yeah, man.
The report
it didn't come to fruition until the rule of pushing somebody. It wasn't a thing when it got reinstated in 2005. It wasn't a thing until we had to step into play.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
I think the reporting now shows that 22 teams voted against it, but you got to get to 24.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, the Eagles did their lobbying and they did it well, or enough people just don't think that should be the case.
We'll see.
Here's what we're going to do. Jeff, press the button because we're going to open the phones back up a little later in the program. Right now, though, we got to give away Lee Bryce tickets. If you are interested in the Lee Bryce concert, it's going to be fun. Call number 10, 800-636-1067. You can win 2 tickets to see Lee Bryce. What you know about that tour, 2025, Thursday, October 23rd at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. When we come back, we're talking to a Packers reporter. The Packers are the one that want this thing banned the most.
Mm-hmm.
I bet they're pissed in Green Bay. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. The big news out of the owners' meetings in Minnesota, the Packers' proposal to ban the tush push did not receive the required 75% support from the NFL owners to pass. Sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter that the final vote was 22-10 on the proposal. It needed 24 votes to pass. So after the vote, the tush push remains alive. However, the Detroit Lions' proposed change to the seating format for the NFL playoffs was never even put to a vote. They actually withdrew that proposal this morning. They added that the proposal was never going to pass this time around. While it clearly didn't have enough support from the owners, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is reportedly in favor of changing the league's playoff format in an effort to make late season games more exciting. So the tush push is here to stay. However, the playoffs will stay exactly as we know them, at least for now. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You never know what's going to happen, man. The NFL, despite really what seemed like a consensus that the tush push would get banned, is not banning the tush push. The tush push is here to stay. Obviously, this was a Green Bay rule proposal, a Green Bay rule change, and it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how they react to this. To help us get ready to discuss it is Pete Dougherty joining us from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Covers the Packers, obviously, for the USA Today network. Pete, how you doing, man? Thanks for the time.
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
The plan was to kind of just focus on Green Bay's offseason and how they've gotten better, but obviously we got some major news that started from the Packers wanting to change this rule. What do you think the reaction is for the Packers brain trust after this doesn't pass?
So I didn't see it earlier this morning and haven't been online for a while, so I take it that's broken fairly recently, like in the last hour or so?
In the last 20 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I know, from what I've heard, their head coach, Matt LaFleur, didn't like the tush push, and I'm not sure about other people in the organization. You get the sense Mark Murphy, their president, didn't either, but I think the league was also behind this, and I think the league encouraged the Packers to come forth with that proposal. So I think it's something the league wants. I'm a little surprised it didn't pass, because it sounds like they were pushing hard to try to get it to pass, so they obviously couldn't twist enough arms to do it. I don't know if the Packers will be moderately disappointed or more so. I was never real sure how strongly they felt about it and how strongly it was a league push, trying to get them to be the ones behind it, if it was more of a league thing than a Packers thing. So I don't know what they think of it, but I'm surprised. I thought for sure it was going to get banned.
I just think the league needs to just enforce the rules and go back to stop pushing at players, and that will stop the whole deal.
Yeah, I'm an old guy, so I grew up, in the 70s and 80s with, that you couldn't push anybody anywhere. You couldn't push a ball carrier anywhere. I don't have super strong feelings about it. I don't really like it. I don't think it's a real football play.
Yeah.
So, if it were up to me, I'd say, probably ban it, but I can't say that I consider it an abomination or anything like that. But if it were up to me, I'd say, yeah, just, no pushing the ball carrier anywhere on the field.
There you go.
Yeah, that used to be the rule. It should be the rule. And I think I honestly really think where Green Bay messed up is in the initial rule proposal at the owners' meetings in March. They wrote that thing so specifically towards the Eagles that I think it made this like, I think Philly then played it. The league is out to get the Eagles. And I think that's why they were able to kind of rally some support. I think it should have just been reinstating the old rule of you can't push or pull the ball carrier, to your point.
Yeah, that could be. I think that's a pretty good point. My guess is the league is the one behind the actual written proposal. I strongly suspect the league gave them, hey, word it like this. And so that might be a league mistake is more so than a Packers mistake. I could be wrong on that, but that's the sense I'm getting. I haven't, looked real hard into asking people in the organization about it.
Sure. Talking with Pete Dougherty here, covers the Packers for the Green Bay Press Gazette and the USA Today Network all over Wisconsin. You can follow Pete at Pete Dougherty, Dougherty. All right, beyond, the tush push, Washington comes to Lambeau week 2, and that's a hell of a matchup between two star young quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't want to say it was. How do Packers fans feel about last year? Was that a disappointment-ish?
Yeah, just because expectations got so high. Love's first year as a starter was the year before, and the first half of the season went pretty poorly, and he was really up and down. But the second half of the season, I mean, if he played a full season at that level, he's probably MVP. I think he had like 20 or 21 touchdown passes and maybe 2 or 3 interceptions in the final, I think 8 or 9. And they just, they played so well in the playoffs. They just blew Dallas off the field and took San Francisco to the final minute in the divisional round. And so I think that set expectations really high. Young starting quarterbacks, and Washington might run into this, that second year as a starter, everybody expects this really big jump. I think more often than not, it's really up and down because teams now have a full season of tape, defensive coordinators to work off of. We saw it with C.J. Stroud last year. I mean, he was really impressive as a rookie, and he was like Love last season. He was up and down, and Houston's performance was up and down with him. Daniels it just seemed like whenever I didn't see Washington a lot last year, but it just seemed like in the few games where I saw parts of the game, if at the end, if they needed a score, it seemed like he got it for them. So it just looks like he's going to be really good, but there could be more ups and downs this season than people are expecting. And, the growth with these guys is not linear. And, that second season as a starter can be tough because like I said, those coordinators have all off season to watch, every play of every game and figure out some things that might bother them.
But like sometimes it's not necessarily all on the quarterback. Would you consider all the problems that the Packers had last year more about the quarterback, or did the defense take a step back as well?
The defense was fine, especially the second half of the season. They got a new coordinator, and they ended up being better than they've been the last few years. The receivers, they had a young receiving core, and things looked really promising after that season 2 years ago. And then last year, they really underachieved. I think they were third in the league in drops, and they were drops, third downs, red zone. They were really costly drops. Love he hurt his knee in the first game. He was noticeably slowed for, 4 to 6 weeks. And then after that, he looked fine running, but I suspect it affected his throwing somewhat. I think those MCL tear like that doesn't really heal until until he has some time off in the off season. So that was part of it too. But Love quarterbacks, everybody's got to play hurt in this league, and he was more up and down than I'm sure he or the Packers thought he would be. And this is the third year when you're the third year starter. Mike Holmgren, I remember him telling me this multiple times. That third year as a starter is when you really know what you got with a quarterback. And so this is a huge season for him and Aaron Rodgers in his third season. That's the year the Packers won the Super Bowl. So not saying that Love has to do that to be a successful quarterback, but this is a big season for him and for the Packers to find out what they really have in him.
And Love has been really good when he's been on the field the last 2 years. I mean, the last 2 seasons, you're talking about 57 touchdowns to 22 picks, something like that, about 3-to-1 ratio, able to use his legs. We are talking with Pete Dougherty, covers the Packers for the Green Bay Press Gazette. What have been the biggest changes this offseason? You mentioned that the Pack didn't feel like they were getting enough from their receiving core. Who's my man that was always seemed to be hurt? Watson?
Watson, yeah.
Yeah, he's a really talented guy, but he's been hurt. He's 3 years in now, and he has missed a lot of games. He's had to leave games, and he tore his ACL, and I think it was either the regular season finale or second to last game. I think it was the last game in the regular season. He tore his ACL, so he's not going to even be playing in games until probably mid-November at the earliest, and then it takes a while to get into game shape. And so I don't know how much he's going to contribute to them this year anyway. They drafted a receiver in the first and third rounds, Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. And I don't think they went into the draft thinking they were going to be taking receivers with 2 of their first 3 picks. But with the way things fell and the way their board stacked, they had no qualms about doing it, especially after the receivers underachieving last year and Watson's injury. And I do know, Ron Wolf has said since he retired years ago that maybe his biggest regret was not giving Brett Favre more weapons to work with, and Brian Gutekunst. He was a scout under Wolf, so he certainly would have heard that message. And so I wonder if that was part of the thinking too. I don't think they went into this draft planning or hoping to draft 2 receivers in the first 3 picks. But like I said, they had no qualms about doing it if that's what their board dictated. And, we'll see how much those guys can help them as rookies.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. When you just look at the metrics of the Packers, it shows how well run that organization is. And I think what a great job Matt LaFleur has done since he took over up there. They're top 10 in every main metric for offense and defense. And they finished 11-6, and they lost in the playoffs. Like, what does Green Bay have in LaFleur? It seems like a really good kind of mix of strategic coach, X's and O's, and just like the personal side of things.
Yeah, he does seem to be a good play caller and have a good feel for his player, for what his guys can and can't do well. And it does seem like he's good working with players. I mean, when he first got the job, he had one really, head coaches have to do a lot of things. They set the tone for the organization, that all of that stuff with the players. They take on the coach's personality. A team does to some extent, but the biggest thing he had to do those first couple of years was work with a very difficult, really talented but difficult to manage quarterback.
Oh yeah,
and he did that really. He met Rodgers more than halfway. He tweaked that Shanahan system. Audibles are not a big part of that system. They have cans where they can change. They have a couple different calls when they go to the line of scrimmage, but there wasn't a lot of pure audibling in that offense where you could just completely change a play. And LaFleur let Rodgers do a lot of that, and they incorporated that in the offense, from the start. So he met him way more than halfway. And, Rodgers won 2 MVPs after having a couple tough years. So I think he managed that really well, and Love has developed well. Like I said, we'll see what they really have this year, but I think you got to give LaFleur, at least some of the credit for Love's development too. So it does seem like he has some, he's good at managing players, and he's also good at, working with quarterbacks and calling offenses.
I know this league has gone away from running backs, but you all have a very good one in Josh Jacobs. And how much can he take some of the pressure off of Love to have to produce so much?
Yeah, it's going to be a big part of their offense. They signed a guard in free agency, which was kind of unexpected, and they're moving Elton Jenkins from guard to center. They're trying to get bigger on the offensive line. You can tell that they want the running game to be a big part of their offense, and it was last year too. And Jacobs is a real physical runner between the tackles, and I think they're going to ride him quite a bit this year. And how you guys know that from when Shanahan was out there, how the run game is married to the pass game, and They want it all to look the same. And, I think they're going to be one of those teams, I suspect, that's, there aren't many teams that are right around 50% run pass in the league anymore. I think it's usually only anywhere from like 1 to 3 or 4 per year for the last few years. And I suspect there's a pretty good chance they'll be one of those teams.
Talking with Pete Dougherty here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Pete's work at Pete Dougherty. He is a Packers columnist for the Green Bay Press Gazette. Pete, kind of off the field, but obviously you guys just had the NFL draft there in Green Bay, and I've traveled up there and covered some games, and it's a relatively small city for that many people to come to town. How was the draft received, and maybe even on a personal line, like how much did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was interesting. I figured going in that the league wouldn't have, it's been through enough drafts now in these host cities where it knows whether there's enough infrastructure there to do it. So I didn't think the league would give Green Bay the draft if it didn't think it could do it. But I thought it would really stretch the city to its limits, because it's only a city of 100 and some thousand, and then you throw in the suburbs. I think it's probably 175 to 200. But it turned out it did not overwhelm the city at all. Almost everything, all the people were all over by where the stadium is on the west side of town. I had to go downtown each of those days for personal reasons, and it was no different downtown than it would have been on a normal weekday, Thursday and Friday. I think it came off really, I was surprised. It was basically going over by the stadium. I thought the traffic was going to be miserable, but it was no worse, and maybe even not quite as bad as on a game day. And, game day, they really have it down to a science getting in and out. So it's game days even aren't really that bad. So it went over, it went over much better and much easier than I thought it was going to. It did not overwhelm the town. And I think it went well enough that, Green Bay wants to host it again. And you get the sense the league was really happy with how it went, but it's probably going to be 15 or 20 years because I think teams are lining up to host it. So, they've got a lot of cities that haven't done it yet.
Yeah, they got to come through D.C.
Yeah, they're coming here. Or I guess
that's right. Yeah.
I think folks here are really excited, and I think it should be pretty darn cool. The visuals certainly look cool there in Green Bay. So, Pete, last thing for me, with knowing it's week 2, it's the first Amazon Thursday night game of the year. What's the level of excitement among Packers fans for Washington coming to town for that primetime marquee matchup?
Yeah, I think it's one of the bigger games on the schedule, I would say. Washington's obviously an up-and-coming team, and they've got an up-and-coming quarterback who had a great rookie year. And, the expectations are high for the Packers this year, too. So I think it's one of the bigger, more interesting games on the schedule. I know I'm really curious to see that matchup.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait. We'll see you there, Pete. Thanks for the time
Appreciate
today,
you,
man.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, man.
Pete Dougherty, give him a follow at Pete Dougherty, Dougherty, columnist for the Green Bay Press Gazette. Here's what we're going to do. I want to get back to this tush push and just kind of discuss how the hell this landed here. Did Jeffrey Lurie just put together a masterclass of politics to turn this into, hey, man, why are you guys coming after us, rather than a play that may or may not be legal, or certainly wouldn't have been legal until a rule change in the early 2000s. This is really fascinating. And if you listen to that interview with Pete, he very much said, yeah, the Packers put that in, but I'm pretty sure the league made them do it.
And I wouldn't be shocked if that happened.
Well, and if they did, how pissed off is Roger Goodell? Like how big of a thing is this?
Why didn't he do it instead of trying to push somebody up on the team out there?
Phones open, 800-636-1067. We're taking your calls the remainder of the program. Tush Push ain't going anywhere. You know what is coming right now, though? Summertime. It may not feel like it today, but by next week, it's going to be 85, and you're going to be wanting to sit outside. Maybe a cold drink. Is your backyard ready? Offenbachers can help you turn into the ultimate staycation spot during their Memorial Day sale going on right now. Dude, you can get up to 40% off beautiful high-quality outdoor furniture that is perfect for lounging, relaxing, entertaining, whatever it is you want to do. I have Offenbacher's outdoor furniture, and it is fantastic. It's durable. It holds up well. It looks great. I would go check them out, especially getting 40% off. Damn. You want to go big? How about a hot tub? You get a G off. Or if you want to go real big, get the swim spa. The kids can play in it all summer, and they'll give you some peace. If you get a swim spa during Memorial Day weekend, $1,500 off instantly. Don't wait. The savings won't last long, and neither will the start of summer. Now's the time to get your backyard ready for a full season of fun, relaxation, and memories. Offenbacher's also has the cold plunges with the summer. If you work out and then you get in a cold plunge sitting in your backyard, no better feeling. We did that last summer. It was fantastic. 4 locations: Herndon, Annapolis, Gainesville, Rockville, or you can check them out at Offenbachers.com. Offenbachers is your backyard, only better.
Even the most powerful figures in the NFL were unable to stop the tush push. A proposed ban of the play that the Eagles have now popularized did not receive enough votes. It is here to stay. Adam Schefter is reporting 22-10 was the final vote. And it is very petty, but I kind of love it. The Eagles celebrated the result, writing "push on" overlaid on an image of the team lined up for their tush push against the Packers in a post to X. And just to add a little fuel to the fire, the Eagles and Packers will face each other in a Monday Night Football game in Week 10 this season. Tush push here to stay, and the Eagles obviously very excited about it. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Landfill dropping remixes on us. I wasn't ready for this. Let me know when you get pretty major news in the NFL, and it's not often we're all surprised like this. I can't wait to hear. Eventually, we'll hear from Roger Goodell on this. Goodell seemed pretty clear that he wanted it gone.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL did not have the votes to ban the tush push. And we just talked to Pete Dougherty, who's a columnist for the Green Bay Press Gazette. So Green Bay proposed this rule. It was Green Bay's idea to ban the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
And at first, the language was hyper-specific, specifically about what Philly does. Then they decided to tweak that a little bit. This is Pete Dougherty talking about how he thinks Green Bay came to be the team to suggest banning the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that could be. I think that's a pretty good point. My guess is the league is the one behind the actual written proposal. I strongly suspect the league gave them, hey, word it like this. And so that might be a league mistake is more so than a Packers mistake. I could be wrong on that, but that's the sense I'm getting. I haven't, looked real hard into asking people in the organization about it.
What do you think of that, B?
If that came out that easily, it's been discussed already with some folks. And I wouldn't be shocked if the league was behind it at all.
And does the league go to Green Bay because they don't have like an owner exactly? And it's just a little easier to try to.
Well, maybe Green Bay is a team that people might have given more credence to. But the whole thing of it is the league can solve the problem just by when you look at the play, the way it's ran, and things like that, make the calls. You'll make them have to back up, or they have to do something different.
Two things. I can't. My mind can be skeptical. I can't help but remember that Green Bay got the draft, so maybe they owed the NFL one because that's a whole bunch of cash coming into your city and your coffers.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, Maskey is now tweeting out. Mark Maskey, Washington Post, is in Minnesota, I'm sure. The owners are back in the meeting room for their privileged session with one owner per team plus family members. According to a source, there could be more talk about the tush push in that session. It's not clear what that would mean after the earlier failure to pass the ban. Another
and then again, you got some people who are like, you know what? I don't want to be the one, and they probably voted. Oh, I'm gonna go with it instead of I don't want to hear it. Listen, man. It's obvious they want it gone. Do it. They might be mad at you for a bit. Who cares?
They need 2 more votes.
Yeah.
Per Maskey, another source confirms the owners were expected to have further discussions about the tush push during the privileged session, but that's taking place now. But that source expressed doubt there would be a few extra votes picked up to ratify the proposed ban.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. This is fascinating to watch in kind of real time. I don't know how this is going to shake out, but it seems like there's from very, very powerful people, billionaires, NFL commissioners, this seems to have a lot of people very surprised.
Yeah.
White Brian, we haven't heard from you. What do you think about them keeping the tush push, dude?
I think they made the right choice.
Why?
I mean, it's a play that everyone can do, and the Eagles just do it the best.
Let's go to our guy, Matt Stafford. What up, Matty? What do you think about the tush push?
What's up? The case I'm making is I can't give Philly fans any more ammunition for the rest of my life. I can't hear, they changed the rule for us. They're already insufferable enough. I can't handle that. So I'd rather just see it stick around until the productivity with it finally evens out with everyone else.
They definitely would. I think, all right, thanks for the call, Matt. Always appreciate you, buddy. Would Philly have said, they had to change a rule just for us? That's how dominant our O-line is.
Who cares?
Yes.
Who cares? We got to stop worrying about what they're going to say. Because the rule needs to be changed because there's too many things being broken in the rule right now. Either they got to make the calls or they got to, the way it's ran, you're in the, like you stated just earlier, it's in the neutral zone, okay? So either we're going to have to change that up or do something. So if you're going to let them keep running like they're running, they have a very big advantage over everybody else. Because somebody else goes and running and they call offsides on them, what do you think happens? So they're going to say what they want to say.
What do you make of the Eagles' social media? And I know this, that like the social media team is not the front office, it's not the coaches.
They had that plan already.
Social media is about creating engagement. So when the news came out, the Eagles posted on their accounts, push on with the Eagles logo. And I don't think it's a coincidence
that they're playing against the Packers.
That they're playing against the Packers.
Hey, man, you got to. This is the game where everyone seems to really care about what somebody put in social media. And if that's going to affect them, take it that route. You know what I'm saying? Everybody does it. They hire a bunch of 20-something-year-olds and say, hey, go have a little fun.
Right.
But let us see it first.
Right. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. What do you think? The tush push is here to stay. Jonesy, what say you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all feeling, man?
We good, brother.
This thing should have been banned. Do you know at one point in time we banned a play called the high five? That's not even a play, come to think of it. That's just somebody celebrating inside the end zone after scoring. But we can't do this tush push thing. So, instead of me getting completely pissed off about this, I thought about it and I put my little defensive armchair hat on here, coach's hat, that is. How do we stop this thing? You know what? So I'm going with WWE on this thing. You know what? Maybe it's time to go, rogue on this thing and target those pushers and pullers because that's what this thing is possibly made up of, right? So consider that. Target the pushers and pullers to stop them from pulling that quarterback over the line or over.
Put that helmet in there and put that helmet in their rib cage. All right.
You already know. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Thanks, Jonesy. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
Jonesy grew up in the old school, dog. They're like, all right, you won't do it. I'm hurt.
I mean, it's kind of similar to, I think it was Mark's call. It's like as soon as one of these quarterbacks takes a concussion on the play, they're going to redo everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you actually enforce neutral zone rules on that play pre-snap, I think that would make a significant impact right away. Let's go to Alex in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Here's the other thing. I'm cool. Here's the other thing that everyone's leaving out. I heard the other dudes talking about how Lou claim off the top, blah, 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 this and that. You guys are leaving out. The ref wanted to wrap up a gift for him, and they said they threatened Lou and Washington if he jumped over one more time, they were going to let him score. They were just going to give it to him. And the other thing is, I worked at a union job 10 years. I'm not going to say the name or whatever. So I know it's not Thursday, X B Mitch, whatever, but I'm going to take it 2 for 1. So B Mitch, here's the thing. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If they're telling these players, like safety, the helmet, this and that, blah, 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 and one of them gets hurt. They can sue? 'Cause, I mean, they're doing what they're telling them to do.
You can't.
You know what I mean? And Kelsey is already claiming the center that he didn't like it, really, because he had all these bodies all over him and yada, yada.
You can't, but you can't sue it. In the NFL, that little whole deal where the employee cannot sue the employer. That's why a lot of times when you see the doctors come in and when they were going through that stuff, they tried to make the doctors like employees of the NFL and all that stuff. So now you can't do that.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. All right. I appreciate y'all taking my call.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you, Alex.
Unless they change that rule too. But that's how it used to be.
P. Mitchell Finley, 1067. Taking your calls on the tush push sticking around, man. This is pretty, it's not what I expected. Kurt is in Ashburn. Kurt, how surprised are you by the tush push sticking around?
Well, I'm not surprised, but that doesn't really mean anything. You know, what I believe precipitated all this was there used to be a day when they would actually sew a leather strap onto the back of a running back and pick him up and throw him over the line, just like Pete Mitchell's talking about. Pick him up, throw him over the lines. And they realized this wasn't good, so they got rid of that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's I can't say I know how you could defend against it, but I just don't like it. That's it, buddy. Thanks for my time.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. He doesn't like it, B.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing? There was a strap on the back of a running back.
I don't know about that one, but I just know
that sounds like some 1920s.
Might have been before
helmet.
my time, but still, I just think if they have the right to run up behind a guy and push him after his initial surge, you have a right to let your defensive lineman go with their initial surge, and then somebody come and just go airborne. Not before the snap like Frankie did, because he always he starts to the side, and then he stops and he gets pushed. Right when he's about to get pushed, you come in and you hit somebody. If they're going to make it to where you got to do extreme things to stop a play, damn if you do. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, I want to be. I don't want to discredit how good Philly is at the play, because I think that's at the heart of a lot of this. And I think for all their bravado, Eagles fans are like, man, you can't stop the play, so you're trying to ban it. Like, I think part of that is true.
But I don't think what the offensive line does is what makes the play work. I think what the two running back and the tight end does at the end of the play makes it work. That's what I think works. So if their offensive line that good, then just line up and run the damn regular play then.
I think you got to enforce the neutral zone, and maybe that's on both sides because D linemen are violating it. But it's like the center, the entire play,
the center's head is right where the ball is,
over it.
So how in the hell are you supposed to, as a defense, defend it? If you're allowing the center head to be across the ball, how am I in the neutral zone when he's in the neutral? What is the damn neutral zone? To be honest with you,
right? Like the entire concept of the neutral zone seems quite flawed, at least.
I'm gonna reach out to one of my buddies next. I know it's a referee at the NFL.
Yeah,
and ask him, how are you all going to call this play when the offensive linemen are in the neutral zone?
And they are.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you do with the tush push. I really don't. I do know what you should do if you need a new garage door, or just your garage door could use some maintenance, some repairs. Hit up my boys at Door Pro America. There's no need to stress. The guys at Door Pro America will take great care of you. At my house, they got me a new LiftMaster garage door with the MyQ app. You can open and close your garage door from anywhere. I've done it live on the radio when I forgot to do it. The MyQ technology, or maybe you just need some of your springs repaired, replaced. Whatever it is, these guys are going to increase the curb appeal on your home. And if you think of it as an investment, the ROI on that curb appeal, dude, you're talking significant gains. If you're looking to sell your house, honestly, you should look at a new garage door before you do it, because it's going to make back the money probably 2 or 3-fold. They're based locally. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team can do it all. Get you a new garage door. They can do maintenance. They can do repairs. Whatever it is, they got you. Call today and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out online at doorproamerica.com. The addiction is strong in this room. I told my wife last night how proud I was that I didn't have any Fritos yesterday. And now I smell them. B went got a bag.
I don't know, man.
I can't resist if you're handing
They're
it to
putting
me.
something on those things, man.
Yo, they're crazy. They're crazy. What else is crazy? I'm surprised.
Any sales people listening? You should get me and JP a deal with Fritos.
Seriously, man. We love these things. These ones specifically. I'm pretty damn surprised that the Tush Push did not get banned. A lot of folks are reacting all over the country. Philly's acting like they won another Super Bowl. Brian is in Chicago. Brian, you surprised the Tush Push is sticking around?
Hey guys, first time caller here.
Well, thanks for calling.
No,
man.
I'm not surprised. I think if they want to keep it around, that's fine. It's a play that has worked for them. That's good and fine. But I think they need to give the defense. If they're going to keep it, they need to give the defense more options to defend it. They need to be able to push back. They need to be able to line up back to back and push each other into it if they're going to keep it around, because otherwise it is kind of an unfair advantage. Thanks for having my call, guys. Thank you.
Man. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling, man. What's funny is
I'm still wondering why they went back in the room. I'm still wondering why that happened. I am more surprised based off of, I'm not surprised that it didn't go, because I know how people always lie about what they voting on. Then they go inside and they vote on whatever the hell they want to vote on. I'm more surprised that they went back in the room.
Well, and it's important to keep in mind, this is a privately held entity. There is no like shareholders that can demand action. There is like nobody's voted into this. You know what I mean? Like there's no, they can do what they want. They can vote on it once and then be like, yo, we got to vote on this again and then ban it. Roger Goodell could be like, fellas, let's get back in here and talk about this one more time. A million things could happen here. The fact, if you want to celebrate 22 voted against it, 10 voted for it to stay, and that's enough to keep it, okay. But that also means all they have to do is convince 2 other teams. And then they could just re-vote it. Yo, they could have another meeting next week. It's not scheduled, but they could do it. They could do whatever they want. There's no like governing body here. But that's a very interesting subplot of them going back in.
Yeah. I'm more surprised about that.
What's more interesting, them going back in or whatever Jason Kelsey's role in all this was?
Well, I think Jason Kelsey was in the middle of it. And there was that rumor out there about him being injured on it and stuff like that. Then again, people change their minds when certain things happen. So he goes in and say, no, that had nothing to do with it. Probably not. But it could have. But he had so many injuries, you probably can't point when the one happened and when one didn't happen. But I just think that going back in the room is I think getting everybody you can to promote your case and try to explain your reasons for wanting to keep it. Who's best? But the guy who was in the middle of it the whole time.
Yeah. I don't know that is bizarre to have a former player in there like that. It sure stands out to me.
They're owners. They can have who they want in there.
Of course. I'm just saying, I don't know that there's historic precedence of another time a former player came in to address the owners before they vote on
But
a
what
a
is,
rule.
like when you go for the character witness aspect and stuff like that, what is who's the most important part to talk about it than the center?
So Schefter reported that some of the teams, and we know there were 10, so there was more than this, but he's saying teams that sided with the Eagles include the Ravens, Patriots, Jets, and Lions. I'm trying to think of like some constant among those 4.
Ravens, defense in mind.
Yeah.
Patriots, defense in mind.
Yeah.
Lions, offense in mind, but crazy as hell.
Right.
Who else?
Aaron Glenn, Jets,
Jets, defense in mind.
Wouldn't you think the defensive guys want it out?
They feel they can figure out a way. They're all friends, bro.
Sure. That I'm more wondering if it's like John Harbaugh cares about Jeff Lurie because Harbaugh was in Philly for so long.
Yep.
I don't know what Vrabel's ties would be. I don't know. Maybe the Jets, maybe just like Robert Kraft, Jeff Lurie, and Woody Johnson are all tight.
Could be.
You know, because this is ownership. There's also a weird, like, geographic proximity thing. Philly, Baltimore, New England, New York, all voting together. I don't know that we're going to get this information. How do you think Josh Harris voted?
Block it. Get it out there.
I think Harris would have voted to ban it.
Yeah.
But I think it was very smart and very intentional that throughout the league meetings in March in Florida, when this was the top topic, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn had some on-the-record media availabilities, and all they said was, we got to figure out a way to stop it. They offered zero opinion on the should or should not.
Everybody has publicly stated that. But I think ultimately the league, if you truly care about the league and not this or that, and sometimes you got to do stuff that's going to piss people off. We're going to call neutral zone infractions on the offense. And we're going back to no pushing because we can. I don't allow the defense to do it against a field goal right now. I'm not going to allow you to do it against defenses. They have already made this league into pro offense. Okay? And I'm not going to continue with it. We're going to have to make it as that's the one play where we're going to make it level. So every time the center snaps the ball on a regular play, the ball is out in front of him and his head is behind it. Why on that play he's allowed to lean forward with his head past the ball?
Every rule in football is designed for the defense's advantage. Maybe it's time you even that up.
You mean the offensive advantage?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, maybe that's what maybe Goodell called them all back in. He said, look, you guys don't want to ban it, that's fine, but we're going to start refereeing this play. And it's going to get ugly and annoying. Think about how the NFL opened last year, Ravens, Chiefs, Thursday nighter, and they decided they were going to call when a tackle moves his outside leg on the right side or the left side. And they called it like 4 straight times.
How about last year, the illegal man downfield?
Sure.
Guys were a half a yard being called. And it usually you have to be a yard or two past it. They were calling it when they were just a step. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
All right, nobody go anywhere. It is B-Mitch and Finley. Eventually, we got to talk some Nats. They've won 4 in a row. Maybe the bullpen has turned a corner. And Dylan Cruz news. Big news of the day. Tush Push ain't going anywhere.
The big news of the morning, the Tush Push will continue to be part of the NFL in 2025. The play, which was made popular by the Eagles, survived a vote from NFL owners. Final vote was 22-10. Any proposal needs at least 24 votes from the NFL's owners. They were so close, 2 votes away from getting the Tush Push banned. The Packers' proposal to ban the Tush Push received those 22 votes, and according to ESPN, that included the Baltimore Ravens, the New England Patriots, the New York Jets, and the Detroit Lions, all among the teams that joined the Eagles in voting against the proposal. So 10 votes against. You can assume that the Eagles voted against it. You have the Ravens, Patriots, Jets, and Lions. That's only half the teams. 5 other teams voted against it. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Right. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Like I just were in the sun. What a day, man. Honestly thought we'd be talking pucks. We'd be talking basketball, baseball. I do want to get to the Nats. They've won 4 in a row. Dylan Cruz might be hurt. A little part of me feels like it might be like, yo, Dylan, sit down for a while. You're hurt. You know what you know how that
He
happens?
went on a little run for a minute.
I know. Apparently, we're going to get Bobby Blanco. We need somebody to talk Nats with us tomorrow. But B, the amount of news that has come out of these owners' meetings, and they may or may not be back in the room talking about the Tush Push. That's what. Has Maskey updated that at all? All right, Mark Maskey. Said that they went back into the room. So they've now voted twice on 23-9, 22-10 to keep the Tush Push. They need 24 votes to overturn that thing. And they got damn close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. A couple other things I thought were of news today. They officially passed NFL players going to the Olympics.
Yeah.
But they still have to work out the deal with the PA on that. How do you think that goes? As a former NFLPA rep,
if the league gonna try to benefit off of it, the players got to benefit off of it, and the PA gonna get, they can make money, they're not gonna stop it.
Do you think players? Did you hear what AJ Brown said about going to the Olympics?
He said
he's like, I don't want to go, and he kind of blamed the media. He's like, because you guys will make it a big deal that I'm not at mini camp or training camp.
Well, think what you want to think, but if you go to the Olympics, I don't think the media really say nothing about that. If you're in the Olympics, I
tend to agree.
Or maybe he's getting ahead of it because he probably feel he won't get picked anyway.
How about this? Could be actually fun. So for flag football in the Olympics, let's all think of a player we think would be awesome in the NFL.
Tyreek Hill.
Sure. For me,
Jefferson.
Yes. If I had to pick A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith, the Eagles' 2 receivers
I'll take
for
Devontae.
flag football, what makes A.J. Brown so dominant is his physical prowess.
Yeah.
Flag football is something else. Let's pick somebody from every Malik Neighbors, obviously. I mean, you do need defenders, though.
Hell, you need Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Flag football is basically receivers and DBs.
Basically.
So if you got a guy who could play both ways, normally most receivers were most DBs were receivers at one point and just couldn't catch.
Right.
You know? And I'm sure some of those DBs some of those receivers were DBs, and they say, look, man, you catch everything you touch. We need to put you on offense.
So the LA Olympics run from July 14th to July 30th, 2028. the typical NFL calendar, training camp doesn't start till like July 27th-ish. So they can play, the NFL players can go play flag football in the Olympics. I think you're right, though. 3 years from now, 3 summers from now, I don't think A.J. Brown's getting picked. I was listening to PFT's podcast this morning, and he said something about, the excitement of flag football in the Olympics and NFL players taking part of it. And I think by the time we get to the finish line on this, it'll be more regular flag football players than it will NFL players. I think there'll be a handful of NFL players just to try to add more excitement to it. But the Olympics is a worldwide thing. And, I don't know that Devontae Smith has significant appeal in the Asian markets. You know what I'm saying? They might just be into the game to learn the game to begin with. But they did say something that I couldn't help but stop to think about. Imagine some dude from Croatia trying to grab Lamar Jackson's flag.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna say this. Every country I've been to, whether it's been some of these small islands, these whatever, you always see an athlete. They can find them somewhere. I left here yesterday. I had to hang around and do some stuff. Then I went over to Oxon Hill High School. That was a girls flag football clinic that I was doing with the Commanders. We weren't 15 minutes into that clinic when I had my mouth open. I was like, what the hell? These young ladies were they were learning the flag football thing. I asked one girl, I said, you played before? She said, yep. I looked at her and said, you play wide receiver. This girl get in and out of breaks, had cuts. When you ever seen the team from Dallas? It's supposed to be the best girls flag football team in the league. I mean, in the country.
I believe you.
This young lady who can run here, Jay, and while running, had a body over here where the girl tried to grab a flag. They were impressing the hell out of me out there. So you never know. It's going to be, can you imagine? You get one of these groups from Kenya, they don't get tired. I mean, I'm serious. You watch it. Listen, they're not going to get tired. So they're not going to be overly impressed. We play tackle football. When you put us in the flag football arena, it's not the exact same thing now. It's a little difference.
I wonder if I seriously, I wonder if you tell me what you think. I think the teams that are capable of competing on an international level in flag football, particularly here in the United States, but I imagine Canada's got a team and Germany's got a team. I imagine these are real athletes, to your point. Yeah. If you're going to be an international flag football team, you're practicing.
Yeah.
Do you think?
And they probably are together all the time.
Right.
That's why
how many NFL players do you think really realistically get dropped into that? Because how much time are they going to devote to that?
They're not going to devote a lot of time to it, but I think they can still get out there and be effective. But I think if we're not doing it like the tackle way, it's different.
I in no way think
it's somebody in one of these countries that can run a 4-2 or 4-1, just like we got people here could do it.
Sure.
But the thing of it is, will our guys now? I know in basketball, because basketball was international, and the world was getting closer, and they sent the right people and Michael and Magic and all of them to say, we're gonna stop this crap right now.
Right.
They went with the right mindset. This is flag football. And it's not me knocking anything, but the guys that are getting paid money to play tackle football professionally, are they going to invest the same level of time to pick up the little, because when a guy go to grab your flag, you can't slap his hand. You can't guard the flag. But when somebody come to tackle you, you can stiff them, you can do different things. So it's some rules that are a little different that if you've been doing this thing at the NFL level, you've been there for 8 years or maybe 5 years, and you've been doing it your whole life, are you going to be able to get away from it?
There is an International Flag Football World Championships.
So they've been playing it a long time now. But now we got all of the 7-on-7, which is basically flag football.
We won the last 5.
We have?
Who else has won them?
So those guys are pissed talking about They don't want the NFL players coming to play.
Austria won in 2012.
Well, so now we know 6 of, don't tell us the 7th. So you said there were 7 of them and America's won 5?
No. I think there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, it looks like.
And America won.
There's been 11 and the U.S. has only won 5 of them?
We've won 6.
6. All right.
That's a little eye-opening, right?
Did
you got Austria, which I would not have expected.
Spain?
No.
Germany?
No.
Australia?
Canada, yeah.
Canada's one because they got flag football. They got Canadian rule football.
Hell, they got football. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
France?
Yep. That's
England?
My nephew is playing in France right now.
Austria,
tackle football.
Canada, and France.
They got tackle football leagues in France.
Can we get odds on 2028 flag football?
Probably not, JP.
I think they'd lose all their money if they took bets on that.
Why?
Because the U.S. has to be such a heavy favorite.
Sure, but they've only won half of the international
That's because
competitions.
you don't have the NFL players playing in there right now.
Does that? I believe, obviously, the NFL players make it better. Now, the dude that's like the quarterback for the top fantasy football team is like, no, it's a different game. You can't just drop in here.
Okay.
Do you believe that?
I hear him talking, but if I drop Pat Mahomes in there right now today, and I drop Jamar Chase, Neighbors, Terry, Jefferson, Devontae Smith, Tyreek, who the hell running with him all day?
So just more clarity on the World Championships. We didn't play in the first 3.
Okay, so that's why those other teams won them.
Yeah, so there's 6. There's 6 and 2.
6 of the 8.
Yeah, 6 of the 8 they played.
So who won the other 2? While we were playing,
I think it was Canada and Austria.
Canada and Austria. Okay.
Who is currently playing flag football that is so good? You know what I'm saying?
Like who?
I think this
the
dude,
guys?
Doucette is considered to be like the guy.
But hey, bro, I guarantee the ones that are playing in these leagues. Hell, I had someone hit me about 3 weeks ago.
But you're also saying when you go to these flag football tournaments and it blows
I had
your
somebody
mind.
hit me 3 weeks ago. 3 months ago now. I'm not on 3 weeks. And said, let's start a flag football league. And I shoot it until I started looking up stuff. You know, it's a lot of damn leagues going on right now. And people go check it out. And there are parents that's pushing their kids to the flag football league, the 7-on-7 league, and not letting them play tackle football.
Right. Dude, if you told me 70 years from now, 50 years from now, that football as we know it is actually some amalgamation of 7-on-7 and flag and whatever else, like I wouldn't be shocked by that. Like the world's going to change in ways we can't imagine, right?
You always have barbarians, though.
You're right.
Speaking of barbarians, I just sent you a picture of the assistant coach on the U.S. flag football team. That guy looks like he could kill someone.
That guy looks intense. Shout out to Patrick Alley. All right, so what? There's a
Patrick look like he's running from somebody.
Yo,
Pat look like he already committed some crimes.
All right, so the U.S. flag national team, Doug. I bet the women's team beats everybody's ass. I bet the men's team is nasty, but I bet the women's team is throttling them.
I'm telling you, bro.
I actually don't think they're quite as good as the men. I think the Mexican women's team is pretty good.
There's a team. Like I would think any country that's very good in soccer can probably be good at this league if you just find your quarterback. Because you watch soccer, they can stop and start at the drop of a dime.
Dude, this other picture of Patrick Alley, the assistant coach on the flag national team, is even crazier. I'll drop it in the text thread. This dude, in that one, he looks like he's like trying to kill somebody. In the one I just sent, he looks like he just ate a bag of mushrooms and is listening to the Grateful Dead for the first time. All right, so we're just going to run through the roster here. Sean Third Jr., B, he is from New Orleans.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Amir Brown from Philly. Tush Doucette, that's the guy that I've heard so much about, also from New Orleans. What is...
Well, Doucette, I should have known he's from Louisiana.
So Sean Third Jr., they list positions, and he is an RSH and a wide receiver. It's a pass rusher. So there are linemen then, right? Are there 3 linemen?
No, you normally, I think you have a couple guys that can. Somebody snaps the ball, and you have to wait till you rush.
I thought you had to like give it a 3
You have
count
to
or
give
something.
it a certain count, then you rush.
Okay. Tell you one thing that surprises me. No DMV representatives on the national team. New Orleans, Philly, New Orleans, Florida, Texas, Florida, Texas, Texas. Oh, we got an alternate.
From where?
Antonio Coleman is from Prince George's County.
All right.
He might be the backup quarterback.
AC.
Jeff, you're our Prince George's County
We got to find him,
bureau
Jeff.
chief.
Got to find Coleman.
Find
and him on the
Antonio
show.
Coleman. Where'd he go to high school?
All right, I'm gonna find him.
I am sure these men are terrific at what they do, but I do think if Jamar Chase says he's going to play, that Amir Brown might be in trouble. But here's the other part of this, and I don't know roster sizes or anything.
10.
That's the full roster? How many people are on the field at once? 7?
5 on 5.
5 on 5. Thank you. You have to be able to go both ways if you're going to play in this league, right?
Yeah.
You think Tyreek Hill is going to line up at DB in a flag football game?
I think Tyreek Hill will line up in the league, but you know what? What he's trying to say is the guy that's been running with him all day going to be tired as hell. But I did see the little kid at Tyreek's football camp. He worked him on a route.
All right, the ladies' team. San Antonio, Jacksonville, Florida, Gainesville, Florida, Texas, Tampa, Texas, Kansas. Shout out to. Hold up. This is the U.S. team. This has to be America, right? This lady's from Ottawa, Kansas. Were we aware that there's an Ottawa in Kansas? I thought Ottawa was in Canada.
They got a lot of cities named different places all over the world, dog.
Texas.
There's a Rome, Georgia, right?
There's a Paris, Texas.
Yeah, I know that. I knew that one.
Ohio and West Palm. We got no DMV ladies on the team. Denver, Cali.
Hey, you're so right. Travis Hunter would be great.
Sure.
That's a good pull there. Travis Hunter would be awesome.
Champ Bailey, dude. I mean, it's probably.
You mean Champ Bailey, like when he was?
Yeah.
Not right now. No. I'm not gonna let Champ play right now. I'm gonna say, nah, Champ, dog. You my little bro. I got to keep you healthy.
Bees, if you're listening, I want odds on 2028 flag football.
Bees want odds of walking without holding them ribs right now.
I hope Bees is all right. I think he's actually in Vegas.
He's gonna be all right.
I saw Pete yesterday.
I saw the video. He had an eagle, a natural eagle, he said.
Yeah, man, on 16. That's a hell of a. I do want to discuss the senior PGA going on at Congressional. The action starts tomorrow. I'm curious how this rain will impact it. I mean, what the U.S. just like minus 10,000.
So how did the rough look when you were out there?
Like,
and if it gets wet,
I believe I'm gonna try to say this without having to pause myself. I believe it was like 2.5, 3 inches and super thick.
All right.
And once it gets wet, now the flip side of that is if the fairways are a little bit wet, you take some of the firmness out. Those guys can control it.
No, but those greens will be dry. They can still make the greens dry.
Right, the greens with the sub air will be dry in a minute. So it looks great. The grounds crew's done a great job out there. How cool would it be if Ernie Els could win there after winning the U.S. Open there almost 30 years ago?
Is the old dude playing Bernard, or did he that's his Achilles up?
I don't believe longer.
As long as around, he always has a chance.
You remember Garrett Morrison that does all the golf stuff? So I saw Garrett over there yesterday. We're going to have him on the show to give us a little preview. My mom seems to think that the men's player that's from PG County, that I believe is an alternate, went to High Point High School. Jeff, have we confirmed anything about Antonio Coleman?
I found this page. I just hit him in the DM.
Look at Jeff sliding in the DMs.
I see it, Jeff.
Much like Mitchell Parker, we are the foremost U.S. men's flag football team radio show in the DMV.
Hell yeah.
You're damn right. Little Nats update when we come back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to a new height. So whether it's a big blast or an Apple Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Packers' proposal to ban the Tush push did not receive the required 75% support from NFL owners to pass. Sources told Adam Schefter that the final vote was 22-10 on the proposal. So close, they needed 24 votes to pass it. Also happening today, you've got the Nats. They have a chance to take the series from the Braves tonight. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch. As always, listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Washington kind of on a heater, won 4 in a row and 5 of their last 6. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Brett, awesome news. I don't know if you've heard this.
I already saw it.
All right. The NFC East will be featured for the in-season version of Hard Knocks this year.
Why are they doing the whole league?
They've done
the whole
that
division.
They've done that now for at least a year. I think 2.
I recall last year they just talked about one team.
Last year was the AFC North. It was Bengals, Browns, Steelers, Ravens. It was all of them.
I didn't know they did all of them.
I think they do it to make it less invasive on one team, that they're not like all in on one team, that they're spread out a little bit. But dude, last year watching it, it was really, really good. I think you're right though. 2 years ago it was the Dolphins in season, but last year they switched it to be all of a division. I think this is really, really good. You get the annual nonsensical drama of Dallas. I mean, dude, Joe Shane and Brian Dable, maybe not for the right reasons, proved to be pretty damn compelling television. Philly's Philly. Sirianni will be crying. Somebody will be fighting. You know what I mean? And then just to get to watch the Commanders up close and see and learn more about how they operate. Like, you've got a defending champion, the 2 teams that were in the title game, for better or worse, a team that too many people care about in the Dallas Cowboys. I think this is really, really cool.
We'll see.
Do you see any drawbacks to it?
No, not really. I don't think they're gonna give them anything much.
The cameras are there. Like they're
there, but they also get some say on what's shown.
Sure.
And I think they're gonna show class. So I'm cool with that.
What about the boys in the aquarium? Brian typically reacts pretty middle of the road to most things. I think this is dope. I think this is exciting. Jeffrey, what about you?
Yo, I'm actually excited. Like, for once, the Commanders are being thought of for things for the entire league and for the entire world to see. Like, I hate to bring the Madrid trip up, but like 3 years ago, if they said, yo, we thinking about sending somebody to Madrid, Commanders wasn't getting picked. But even when Hard Knocks started, they wasn't thinking about the Commanders. I'm excited for this. It gives.
Yeah, we were on it because it was the the Texans or the
they were on it. The one big fight was the Texans.
Texans, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
then they were on it 2 years ago, which was really tough. The last year of Ron, when the Dolphins came to town, they showed the Dolphins game planning for the Commanders defense and just knowing they were going to go deep to Tyreek off the break. I'm with you, Jeff. I think this is exciting. I think it's more access to a team. Even like, it's not all strategy. Some of the cool stuff of Hard Knocks is just showing dudes like messing around in the locker room. Like, how they interact and are teammates, and I think fans will enjoy that. White Brian, as a Giants fan, are you terrified that Brian Daboll and Joe Shane will again be on television talking strategy?
Yep, 1,000% terrified. It went terrible the last time.
Landini, the chief BS officer. What do you make of this?
I think it's cool. Hard Knocks has been around for like 20 years at this point, and the Commanders have never been on it. I get this isn't really the training camp version, which is what I would prefer, but I still think it'll be pretty cool.
I think it's cool. I think the in-season is cooler than training camp. Training camp, like we've all watched the training camp version of Hard Knocks enough that we know kind of the formula to it. There's obviously the stars, and then there's the coaches, and then they kind of zero in on a couple guys that are like, long shots to make the roster. As far as like what matters to a team, a lot of that doesn't matter all that much. The in-season, week to week to week, and maybe, 1 week it's more Giants, Eagles. 1 week it's more Cowboys, Commanders. Like it kind of varies over the course of the season. But dude, I mean, think about this late in the year when they play 4 straight NFC East games to close out the season. Like now you're seeing everything after the fact, but I think that'll be just really, really great television. Like imagine the Hard Knocks of the Christmas game against the Cowboys. I'll open 800-636-1067. If anybody wants to call in, I would imagine. Is anybody upset by this, you think?
Yeah, put it out there.
So our guy Tay, we love Tay, he replied to me, damn, did we really have to share the spotlight? I think we got to relax with the too much or too little. They have 10 national television games. That's a lot. They're going to Europe. They're playing on Christmas. 2 Monday nights, 2 Sunday nights. They don't do in-season on one team anymore. They changed that. And I'd rather have the in-season than the training camp version. Maybe people would rather have the cameras all to themselves, but I don't know, man.
Fans have their different mindsets.
800-636-1067. For all the folks who've been talking about Hard Knocks forever is here. I think this is really dope. That one I pay more attention to that one because what happens with Hard Knocks is kind of the same thing as what happens with preseason. The first preseason game, everybody's excited. Then you kind of realize, like, oh, man, it's preseason. You're not that excited. The first Hard Knocks, you're all fired up. Then, like, 2 Hard Knocks in, you're like, oh, man, can we just watch a regular season? This is the regular season. Like, this is the real deal, and I think it's quite exciting.
Now, do you know if the in-season one, the episodes, they all come out after the season is over, right?
No.
Oh,
it's a week later.
Oh, really?
So, like, week 1 Hard Knocks will drop during week 2.
Oh, nice.
It's not like a binge watch at the end of the year. It's happening in real time, for lack of a better word, but obviously not until the game is finished.
That's great.
Dude, last year, I mean, it was really pretty riveting watching Bengals, Steelers. I'm going to hit some of these phones. John is in Haymarket. John, you fired up for in-season Hard Knocks?
What's up, guys? Absolutely not.
Really? Why?
Hard Knocks is the most played out thing the NFL has to offer. It's the same stale stuff every single year.
But not the in-season because it's different every year.
It's just okay. It's just a new time frame on this stuff. Like,
no, it's not.
It's stale.
Because there's games that happen and you see the outcome.
It's stale.
You're stale. Thanks for the call.
You're stale.
Why you get mad when people have an opinion opposite of yours?
I don't think that's fair.
He said stale.
Call back.
He don't like it.
Call back, stale. Call back, John. If you want to say Hard Knocks, the preseason Hard Knocks is stale, I think you have a real argument. If you want to say it about the in-season product, frankly, I don't think you watched it. I really don't, because it was way better than the preseason. The preseason one, by the way, we haven't even said this, is going to Buffalo. So you want to watch the Mafia jump around, some Josh Allen, fire away. My man Julio is in Greenbelt, if I can get this to work. Julio,
gentlemen.
You fired up for in-season Hard Knocks?
No, I'm not. Listen, I get the content value of it. I think it'd be better. But do I want my team do a whole exposed during the season? You know what I'm saying? And we on the run to go somewhere? Nah, that's a bad idea. I understand that again. I understand what you're saying. Would it make for better content? Yeah, but nah, I don't want the Commanders to get that attention when we might be on the run. I don't want that. I think that's a bad idea. Bad idea. That's my take, fellas.
Okay. I handled that one better, B?
Yeah. Kind of.
Julio, you still there? So here's my question to the folks worried about, like, giving away strategy or something. One, it comes out the week after the game. So, like, the first in-season Hard Knocks probably doesn't happen until, like, week 4 or something because they have to kind of build the content up. And the teams have final say and approval. So, like, if Dan Quinn or Cliff Kingsbury or Joe Witt is like, yo, don't put that in there, they won't put it in there. Now, if you're White Brian and you saw the Giants make fools of themselves on the offseason one, maybe you question how good they are at censoring their content. But I think these guys are going to be really good at censoring the content.
All right.
Gerald is in Woodbridge. Gerald, you fired up about in-season Hard Knocks?
Hey man, that's really gonna be like that, man. I saw the end season one with the AFC North, and like, man, they showed that game, the Cleveland Pittsburgh game in the snow. Man, that joint was like that, man. And just seeing how they ended their season and everything like that, man, it was really cool, man. I really enjoyed it, man. So that stale guy in the beginning, man, he need to go somewhere. Thanks, though.
Thank you, Gerald. Appreciate you, dude. No offense to the dude that thinks it's stale. I think that dude hasn't watched in-season. The in-season product is very different and really, really good. He was right. The Browns-Steelers game in the snow, I think it was Browns-Steelers, maybe it was Browns-Ravens, was awesome. I'm gonna sneak in a few more of these calls just because it's breaking news and I like getting live reaction. I think this is Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, what do you think? In-season Hard Knocks for the NFC East.
Buddy, JP, I hate to burst your balloon, buddy, but I got to agree with Mr. Mitchell, man. JP, if somebody doesn't agree with you, buddy, you tend to fly off on a tangent, and I wouldn't give you a nickel for all of it, buddy. I hate to tell you that, man.
That's fine. I tried to be better with the second guy.
And man, JP, please, man, give people a chance to talk, buddy. When you show good candor.
That was not me that hung up, Mark.
Yeah, that was me. Get to the point next time.
That was Landfill.
I just got a call. We're not supposed to hang up on callers. I got an email saying
that wasn't for that.
I'm just saying.
Chris is in Culpeper.
Stop hanging up on people.
Mark in Landover Hills. I did not hang up on you, and we're running very late, so it's a good time to get to the point.
I'm going to get straight to the point.
Fire away.
I think it's a horrible idea. I don't really think it's great content. Did you say it's during the season?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we watched the game on Sunday. I'm not really worried about, like, I don't really understand. What are they just going to sit in the room and say, hey, it's Tuesday, let's talk about the practice?
Dude, they also show like dope highlights of the game. They have
I can get that on anything, but I'm not being
You can't get this on anything. There's a reason they give these cameras significant access. You can't get this on
There's a reason why 4 out of 5 people just don't really enjoy it. And I just think it's kind of dumb. I don't really think it provides content. But is it really real? Like, they're not going to give you anything. What's going to be going on with the game plan? You're just going to hear
extra
people talk.
mics on the sideline is definitely real. But you know what? You're entitled to your opinion, sir. I hope
I appreciate you letting me speak the whole time. I didn't want to get cut off. So you're the man.
All right,
Brian, you're the man. Y'all the man.
All right, this might have to be the last one. Seneca's in Laurel. Seneca, in-season Hard Knocks. You fired up?
I'm very fired up, JP. How's it going, JP? B. Mitch, all the guys? Jeff.
We're good, man. Why do you like it?
I love it. JP, I was in San Diego for 2 years, living there, going to Winston's bar on the beach, and we watched every game. We watched this whole thing rise up from nothing to something amazing. I want everything we deserve, just like Chiefs fans, just like Eagles fans. Give us the exposure. I'm tired of this Redskins Commanders fear of success. I'm ready. I'm ready to embrace it, man. Whether it's bad or a good product, I'm gonna watch every episode and I'm gonna enjoy it. And I hope you guys get on too, because you've led the way for many years. Thanks, you guys. Have a great time.
Thank you, buddy. All right, we got to take a quick break. We are quite late. We're going to make some bets when we return in season Hard Knocks. I'm a little surprised at the split reaction here, but that's why live radio when news happens is the best. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Bike to the Beach is happening June 20th, and whether you're riding 25, 50, or 100 miles, this ride is a fun one, impactful, and also it's for an incredible cause. So it's supporting autism awareness and inclusion. It's fully supported, built for all skill levels, and it all ends at the beach with a Hotel Finish Line Festival, food trucks, and a beer tent from Dewey Beer Company. Don't miss your chance to be a part of something very, very powerful. Sign up now at biketothebeach.org and ride with us to make a difference.
All right. I'm fired up about NFC East Hard Knocks in season. We had some callers that were not fired up. One dude said I'm stale. Wale just responded to me on Twitter that he hates it.
I'm serious. I've seen.
And what was the votes on your poll?
I've seen. I'm gonna go back to it. Some people are liking it. Some people at this point. Damn, get over back over here, boy. All right. It shows 57 are excited and 40 are not. I mean, 28% are not. 15% go meh. They can care less. Like for me, I think it comes down to the type of person you are. You just a lot of people are excited about anything that goes down with the team. Some people are less excited. Like me, my whole deal is, look, man, I know exactly what's going on. You playing well. When you play well, you get that excitement level. But I promise you, I will not go back and watch every one of them. Because I'm the type of person, when I watch it and see it, on to the next one. And that's just my mindset all my life. So I don't care to go back and watch it. Unless
are you a meh vote then?
I'm kind of like that. Because like for me, once I see the game, if everything happened how I wanted to see it, I don't need to go back and look at it. Now, if there were some things going on and I'll go, okay, maybe if I had heard something happen during the week and maybe that gives me a little idea of what it is, I will go back and look. But I'm not going to look at every game, every one.
I definitely will. Now, maybe it's a little different for me as like a reporter trying to get information. Landfill, will you like? I will watch everyone when it drops, which is usually like Tuesday at 10. Like I will
Tuesday at 10. Landfill gonna be asleep. Most times.
He'll be awake at 10. He'd be asleep at 5 p.m.
Now he gets home, he chills, and he takes that nap.
What is the typical Landfill schedule? It's like the nap from 4 to 9, and then up from 10 to 4-ish.
Nah, I usually nap from like 5:30 to 7-ish. I took a nap on the way home though the other day.
Wait.
You just pulled over and took a nap?
Yeah, I pulled over at Mervis Diamond Importers in Tyson's, and I just took a nap in their parking lot.
Shout out to Ronnie Mervis.
Yeah,
I bet he appreciates that.
There's a great shaded area. It was fantastic.
I have done car naps. I'm not going to knock a car nap. Like if I
hold on, JP. He lives 30-something minutes from here, 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's tough.
You don't need no damn nap in between that.
White Brian, how'd we do last night? Let's make some bets quick.
Landfill and JP are 2-0.
Bang!
I'm taking Henri Squire.
What are you talking about?
I'm taking Tyrese Holler buckets and the Pacers winning the night to pop
What
off
I win last
the
night?
playoffs.
What am I? What's mine? One and something?
You're 1-1.
I'm 1-0. I didn't play the first week.
Yo, that is your rule that if you're not here, you don't get it. You take a
Nah,
loss.
now when you're on vacation, you don't count. You almost talk to
That
them.
was never the rules.
Knicks.
I call it what I want to call it.
We need to have an owners meeting about this. Heard it here first. Game.
Give me the under. I'm taking the under again.
I'm taking the under with you, B. I like that tonight.
And I'm going, I'm over 25.
Are the Nats
Brunson.
Are the Nats getting this game in tonight?
Getting strapped up.
Whoa, dog. Pause.
You might want to strap up.
Double pause. Thank you to everybody that listened to the radio program today. Thank you to Chris Miles. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Pete Dougherty. Thank you to everybody that called. That was a fun-ass day. I did not expect so much excitement on this Wednesday. Hump day.
Hey, man. Always expect excitement.
Always, baby. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I'm going to call my shot. I bet Grant is really fired up about in-season Hard Knocks. I can see Danny not being excited.
I bet Danny's furious.
What is Chris Russell more mad about? Hard Knocks or the Tush Push? Tomorrow we will find out. Landfill, see if you can book Rooster tomorrow. And see if you can bring some 2-month-old candy as well. Thank you to everybody. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
6:45 p.m. The Nationals take on the Braves in Game 2 of the series, as long as the weather cooperates. Trevor Williams will be on the mound for Washington. Now, the Nats have won 4 in a row. Are they going to make it 5? You can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan as they go for 5 straight. A bit of Hard Knocks news. The NFL expanded their Hard Knocks series last year by adding that in-season version that focused on the AFC North. Well, Commissioner Roger Goodell just announced that the NFC East will be the focus of this year's version of the show on HBO Max. The NFC East also hasn't had a repeat division champion since 2004. It's going to make for great TV. Hard Knocks in season with the AFC North debuted Tuesday, December 3rd last year, so you can probably expect a similar start date for this year's version. And the big NFL news of the day, the Tush Push will continue to be part of the NFL in 2025. The play, which was made popular by the Philadelphia Eagles, survived a vote from the NFL owners. Final vote was 22-10. They needed 24 votes for it to pass. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny on this Wednesday, May 21, 2025. We are live in our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C. by Nats Park in the Navy Yard. Rainy day. Hopefully baseball gets played. The Nats will be looking for a 5th straight win and trying to win 6 out of their last 7 if they can rip off a W against the Atlanta Braves tonight. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll talk Commanders football with Ben Standig at 3. There's a lot of news, including is Terry McLaurin not showing up for practices this offseason because he wants a new contract. And Georgia Tala, formerly high-ranking in the NFLPA, will stop by to talk about players participating in the Olympics and some of the voting going on at the owners' meetings this week. But, Danny, we've got to start the show.
Yeah, we do.
With a major development. A small step, I would say, for the NFL,
yep,
but a giant leap for Commanders fandom kind, if you will. Our movement is real. The Washington Commanders are going to be on Hard Knocks. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 2025 in-season Hard Knocks series chronicling the National Football Conference Eastern Division. That's the Cowboys. That's the Giants. That's the Eagles. And for the first time in history, that's the Washington football operation. Be still, my beating heart. Danny, I can die a happy man. Hard Knocks is coming to the nation's capital.
So I heard the news, and it's very rare that this happens. I think we're all inherently pretty selfish creatures. We think about how things affect us and your fandom is yours, etc. It's very rare that something like this happens. And you know who I think of?
Who's
my
that?
pal Grant Paulson.
Here's what needs to happen.
Go ahead.
Listen up, everybody in the building. Boss in the corner there in your corner office, Chris Kiner.
Okay.
I'm talking to the sales staff. Okay, the couple of you that listen to this program. You know who you are. I like you the best, right? We need watch parties. I'll host them. I don't care if they're downstairs. I'll bring the popcorn. I don't care if we go out to bars and we watch it over at Walters with audio. Commanders, Hard Knocks, watch parties in our pajamas at 9 p.m. and we can talk about girls. Who wants to come? Let's do this damn thing. Hard Knocks with the Washington Commanders. It's happening.
I am in a salty mood, pissed off at the NFL today. Because of their stupid decision, these 10 cowardly teams who couldn't figure out how to ban the stupid rugby play with the easiest language to take the game back to where I wanted. I'm sitting there, just bleeding red, pissed off, fire and brimstone, ready to yell at them, ready to talk about how the shame I want the Titans to feel and all the other teams that voted not to ban that stupid play. It's all I want to talk about today is how annoyed I am with this dumb league, and I want embarrassment and shame and accountability and awkwardness. And I want people to come up with creative ways to abuse this stupid rule that they had an easy chance to fix. I want like the next Darren Sproles to be thrown over the goal line for a touchdown by a 400-pound offensive lineman. I want all sorts of tomfoolery. I'm ready to be all mad. And then they do it. And then they turn right around and totally redeem themselves. It's why it's undefeated, man. Every time you suffer an indignity, every time you suffer this league is so stupid, I can't believe we're having to do this. Why are we playing on Saturday morning? Why is it this short rest? Why is it this many prime time? Whatever. As soon as they slap you in the face, they go, here's your gift. Here you go. Enjoy your gift. And now I'm in a good mood again.
I have 5 possible locations to host our watch parties. 5. This is up to now the adults to go get this done. Do what you do. I can only give you the amazing idea, okay? Here's how this is going to work. Tuesday nights, 9 p.m., we all get together in our pajamas. You're going, where are we going to be? It's December. My first idea, big screen, Nationals Park. We'll all be in the Terra Club. We'll just sit there looking up at the big screen. But it's cold, Grant. Let Hard Knocks warm you up. We'll do a little apple cider, maybe. We'll do a little, you like coffee? You could do that. Maybe some hot chocolate. I'll bring blankets. Everyone will be fine. Number 2, Capital One Arena. Now, my concern is the game schedule. That's why it's not number 1 on this list.
Oh, right, because they might have a conflict that night.
But I don't mind getting Ted on the horn and telling him to have some road games on Tuesday nights in December. That's going to have to happen because we got to watch Hard Knocks together in mass. And we need a big venue. I'm thinking this is going to be, that seats 18,000. I think we could fit everybody in there. If there's a little overflow, they could go out on F Street. But I'm thinking there's going to be right around 17 to 20,000 people that want to get together to do this. That sound about fair?
You might be overstating a little.
Okay. Next,
okay,
the Anthem. Who wants to go watch the show with me at the Anthem?
I got to tell you, that's not a bad idea.
It's Hard Knocks with the Washington Commanders, a night out with Grant and Danny at the Anthem. Who says no? I'll wait.
It's not a terrible idea, my friend.
I got another one.
Go, give me another one.
University Mall Movie Theater. You know, the old movie theater over by Mason. I once rented out one of those theaters for like $100.
Yeah, we did. We did one of my kids' birthday parties there,
and I showed Elf. That's what I did one time. It was during the pandemic.
Yeah,
they were just renting out the theater. Why can't we make that happen? Let's sit in those chairs in the movie theater and eat popcorn and watch Hard Knocks. Or lastly, the AMC Draft House. I need to be out and about with the people watching Commanders Hard Knocks. Should have been the Redskins many years ago, many times over. Never got that. But I get Commanders Hard Knocks. That's the second best thing. And I will take it.
You certainly will. I'm happy for you, buddy. I mean that. I'm into it for obvious reasons because we should be into it. It's great. It's content. If you don't like it, you don't have to do anything about it. See what I'm saying? Like, this is one of those, it's free. If you're anti-Hard Knocks, and there are plenty of these people out there, people that don't watch it or bored with it, they roll their eyes at it, doesn't hurt you.
How?
You don't have to watch it.
Why?
Don't focus on that part. Here's my point. There's no downside. For us doing this little tiny program that we're fortunate enough to do, it's content. It's incredible access. It's utter enjoyment. The way they edited that thing together. I mean, the one with the AFC North last year when there were common opponents. So, like, I can't remember which is which, but like Pittsburgh's playing Cincinnati or Baltimore's playing one of these teams. And the way the coaches are talking about their opponents, it's almost the exact same. You just change the names. Right. And it's that fire you up and we'll see your ass on Sunday. And, we'll go in there, make them feel us. And next thing you know, the collisions are happening midseason, rough and tumble, NFC East doing the same damn thing. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome is the point.
Just close your eyes and imagine a Dan Quinn speech. I told the story last year that was relayed to me by someone in the room that the moment they kind of fell in love with Dan Quinn was during training camp last year when Quinn had all the players sitting in seats and everyone from the organization was like brought into the big meeting room they have where they do we have a new head coach. The owner is Josh Harris. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, that big press conference. The big room, the auditorium. And he introduced all of the janitors by name and brought them up. And they were overcome with emotion to be honored and get like standing ovations from the players. And he's like, this is who's cleaning up after you. These are the people that are picking up the stuff that you're not throwing away. A, start throwing it away. B, know their names. And at that moment, this person that was in the room said, I love this guy.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's the real deal. I like the cut of his jib. And it's moments like that. It's emotional breakthroughs like that, I think that created the brotherhood. We get to see that. We get to see that day. We get to see that speech. We get to see that thing. You want to know why Dan Quinn is popular with players? I do.
Right there.
We're about to find out. We get to see Cliff Kingsbury meeting with Jaden Daniels, going over the plays he likes and doesn't like before the big December matchup in the division. By the way, now we know why the NFC East games are all strung together in December, huh? I guess it's because it's a little easier on the Hard Knocks crew, NFL Films.
Not a little bit less travel, I suppose, right? Yeah.
I mean, they are going to be, as you said, showing Washington's meetings and then Dallas's meetings leading up to the game between those two teams. They're going to be playing each other for the entire final month of this season. It's basically NFC East games. I'll tell you who's going to be the star of this right now. I'm not going out on a limb. I've just thought about this way too much. Joe Witt Jr. Get to know your defensive coordinator.
Cutting promo after promo after promo.
We are going to see a lot of him. Rex Ryan still, at the end of this thing, is going to be the number one Hard Knocks character of all time. There will be some others vying for second. Joe Witt is about to become a household name. Today, Joe Witt probably doesn't care that they're on Hard Knocks. He's an old school guy. He's a NFL coach, longtime guy, kind of grizzled veteran. I'll bet you he's even annoyed by it. Like, there is a chance if you ask him, what do you think about being on Hard Knocks? He'd go, they're in my way, man. I got work to do. That's the kind of, old school coaching philosophy. Best thing that ever happened to his career is that those Hard Knocks cameras are going to be rolling. He will be a big name at the end of this series. Lock it in. Now, this is bad news for Washington and keeping coaches. I really believe that.
No, that is the thing, yeah.
They get some say over what gets out there and what doesn't. So, you could do the best job you can. Like, I remember the Dolphins, by design, was it Frank Smith, who was like a super hot offensive coaching candidate for a couple of years, and then it turned out, without getting in his business, he was dealing with some different issues, and because of that, hasn't really gotten a whole lot of noise lately.
I think that sounds right.
But Frank Smith, when they were scoring 70 points on the Broncos and the hot commodity team in the league, he was the next, this guy's going to do 10 interviews this year. He was coaching under Mike McDaniel. Dolphins were on Hard Knocks. You didn't see Smith one time. And I don't think that was by design, by the way. I mean, by an accident.
No, not an accident at all.
I think they said, let's make sure he's not a star of this thing. Washington doesn't act like that. Adam Peters puts his guys over. He's shouting out Lance Newmark and all of his executives at every press conference. Quinn is sending his assistants to the podium as often as he can. They're building brands. They're helping people in their careers. So for the offensive staff, Cliff Kingsbury, business is about to boom. He was already on Hard Knocks once. It's the reason I liked him, as a dude. As a coach, I had my questions and, druthers, whatever. But you remember when he was on Hard Knocks?
Absolutely.
And he was like driving to the facility at 2:21 in the morning with his deep voice. Doesn't even need coffee to make it deep. And he would just sit there like, yeah, I get to work here at about 3:52 in the morning. And it's like, this guy's a grinder.
Okay, this guy's different.
He's handsome and he works a lot.
And his voice should be deeper.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point. Yeah, at some point.
At some point, my voice won't be the deepest in the building.
Right, it'll just be regular.
But today's not that day. Today's not that point. At some point, there's going to be a coordinator calling plays more handsome than me. Not today.
Today's not that day.
David Blau, quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
Good for his business. So that's the only downside here. You want to find a negative, I'll give you one. But Danny, we get to see the stuff that we've always wondered about. You always want to know what it looks like. You're not going to wonder anymore after December. It happened. Years in the making.
It finally happened.
The Commanders on Hard Knocks. Let's do this thing together. I will see you at the cinema. I will see you at the Alamo Draft House. Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Bring your pajamas.
Winning off the field.
Thanks, Bruce. No thanks to you, pal, to be honest with you. You didn't do anything on this
Thanks
one.
for saying no a bunch and ruining everything.
The culture
No,
is actually damn good.
it is now.
Loser.
Virginia's doing great. All right, that's okay.
That I won't argue with.
Yeah, that's true.
Other than when it comes to getting stadiums,
Well,
which they don't want.
that's not the metric, right? I mean,
Virginia's doing great.
at not getting stadiums. That's the whole quote.
It'd be better if the line was, Louise Lucas is posting memes. That'd be better. She's still posting memes?
There's hadn't anything to post about for a while.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yay.
Bruce. Anyway, this is such a cool thing.
It's a big day.
Yay.
Now it's going to be the appetizer. Like I want that main course. I want the whole thing, whether it's an in-season situation, whether it's like a one team or the regular training camp type deal. That's always what I've dreamt of. But even a quarter of the content it'll still shine very brightly for us because you already mentioned some of the personalities. Dan Quinn, people are going to fall in love with that guy. Jaden Daniels, who we haven't even talked about, will just be America's sweetheart. By the end of that thing, he could run for office at the end of that. I mean, I think the jersey sales will start flying off the shelves. There are so many personalities that will come through here. And you mentioned Joe Witt, who'll be cutting promo after promo.
Ooh, that's a fun one. What players are going to see their star rise? Like Sam Cosmi is one of the biggest personalities in the locker room. He'll be back. He'll be healthy. Absolutely. Nick Allegretti, same thing. I don't know if he'll be a starter or not, but like people will love him.
He's hilarious.
Who are they going to ride along with to go do something?
Like on my off day, I'm going to go bass fishing. On my off day, I'm going to go skeet shooting.
Christmas presents with Terry for sure. He's going to get some kids some bikes. Like our sweet prince Terry,
little Terry.
That's definitely happening. They'll hang out with Jaden and his mom a couple times, I think, for sure. Like Jaden and Mrs. Daniels will be together doing whatever it is that they do, like every day together, constantly.
Well, there's plenty of good people, and that's kind of the point. And not to say there's never been good people before. There has been, but when you get that kind of access, the Ken Nortons of the world, who we don't see every day, or I don't know, the Larry Izzo will shine in those kinds of environments. It's just good for everybody's Q rating. It just gives you a chance to not have them, show up on a Sunday, or you hear Cliff Kingsbury mutter through a press conference he doesn't really want to do because that really his thing that he's required to do once a week. Dan Quinn stands up there and holds court at the mic. But for the rest of this coaching staff, they're just sort of guys that are semi-anonymous. Well, Anthony Lynn is a fascinating dude who's been at the top all the way kind of down and now sort of back in the middle.
He's been on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, he
was the head coach on Hard Knocks.
There's a lot of good.
My wife still talks about the fact, and I brought this up with Anthony Lynn the only time I ever spent any real time with him, and it was kind of a weird thing to bring up right away. I'm like, my wife talks about you all the time. He's like, really? Why is that? And I was like, well, when you were on Hard Knocks, you grilled with a paper towel wrapped around like your tongs. She thought that was the weirdest thing ever. And he's like, I've always been doing that. And she always brings that up. Like every time she sees a grill or Anthony Lynn or a football or any kind of food that may have come from a grill.
I remember that.
It was like really, really weird. The way he grilled was like very strange. But I want to go around the horn here.
Okay.
Paying homage to the nearly defunct television show on ESPN. I want every person in the studio right now to tell me which Commanders player is going to be the breakout star of Hard Knocks 2025 in the locker room. Give me a little more juice, please, on the Hard Knocks theme. I need more snare. I need a little more tremble. Bass in my headphones, please. Thank you. Danny, the Commanders player that is going to steal the show.
We already know, but the nation will know. Frankie Louvu.
Oh, Frankie season.
Franklin Louvu. Franklin Delano Louvu will be the guy that everyone goes, oh, he's awesome.
Easiest answer ever. You're going to be mad you didn't say it. You three probably have it in the queue, and you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. He's a punter, but the man has the charisma of a person with a lot of charisma.
High charisma rating.
Tress Way.
That's Tressler.
That's Tress Way's music. You don't think they're going to go to the golf course with Tress Way once or twice?
He's going to hit nukes at Top Golf somewhere.
You don't think the Hard Knocks crew is going to follow Tress Way to like dress up as Santa and give out some presents or something? Darius, you're next. Who is the commander that we're going to fall in love with as America does on Hard Knocks?
I'm going to go and say Mikey Sainristil. I don't think it'll be much about the charisma aspect as more about the good dude aspect. And people will just learn not only is he a good player, but he's a good dude, smart kid, everything like that. I think that'll be the kind of guy that'll everybody fall in love with.
I could get behind that. Toby.
Going to go deep down the board here. I need him to be on the field, which will be interesting to see if he keeps his job. But if he does play, I think Nick Allegretti is going to get some love.
Dog. Nick Allegretti, who wears his family's backyard football jacket, like Letterman jacket that he had made around on game day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is made for television. Big personality. Love him.
He's hilarious. He was so funny with us when he came on.
Oh, yeah.
It like after 45 seconds, it was like, we were best friends in high school growing up, weren't we? Like, haven't we all been together for the whole time? It's just a magnetic personality.
You guys heard? Commanders are going to be on Hard Knocks in 2025. Damn, it's happening.
That's pretty good.
Because the ball is life.
Yes, Joe.
Oh, we know Joe. We're
Yeah,
about
Joe.
to know even more, though.
Mhm.
We're going to hear that a couple times.
The way that we live is not for everybody.
Well, it's on camera all December long. Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you.
How annoyed are you going to be when they cut to the Giants? You know what I mean? Like you're watching, you got your little catnip, and then they're like, meanwhile, in New York. And it's like Brian Dable just botching something.
Won't be annoyed at all?
You'll be fine?
Not even a little bit. No.
75% is not Washington content. Numbers approximate. Isn't that annoying?
I'd like 100%.
Yeah, I know. That's why I bring it up.
Hard Knocks is Hard Knocks, man.
Yes, it is.
25% is the best 25% it's ever been. Clary, who's stealing the show?
Give me Jeremy Reeves. He's a great personality. He's got a great story. I mean, we've seen him documented from the Ron Rivera days. I mean, the players love him. I think America's going to love him also. I got him as my star.
All pro Revo.
So much Revo on the show, by the way. We're going to hear that nickname a billion times.
You know what I just thought about?
What's that?
Oh, I'm sized. Lips are filling with smile.
Uh-huh.
There's going to be Grant and Danny audio on Hard Knocks in there. Little 106.7 The Fan audio after a game. There'll probably be Eric Bickle. Let's face it. It'll be the Junkies. That's
Right. I was going to say, it's the Junks, right?
It'll definitely be the Junks. But what if?
What if?
Amid all those Junks takes, and they will be bountiful, there's just a couple of second clip of Grant and Danny on Hard Knocks.
Couple observations, couple feelings, couple thoughts, some reactions.
That would legit be the coolest thing in show history.
Where would that rank for you all time?
That's number one, but our Pupatella Pizza $150 a day gift cards, number two. Everything else is pretty cool too.
Mm-hmm. A lot of good stuff. But
yeah.
I think for you, if your voice was on Hard Knocks, Grant Schreiber over there, I think you might just ascend. I think your spirit might just leave.
It could happen. It really could happen.
Because we won't know. We won't know until because they'll shoot a lot of footage. I mean, they'll have the camera set up or whatever.
So
and, yeah.
my wife loves listening to the podcasts and homilies of this priest named Father Mike Schmitz. Okay. He was at DAR Constitution Hall the other night. I surprised her and I took her to see this. I almost called him a handsome devil. That would be really weird.
Handsome priest.
Handsome, the opposite of a devil.
Yeah.
This handsome guy, Mike Schmitz, right? I don't know that I've ever felt the joy she probably felt when she found out she was going to hear her guy breaking it down for a couple hours.
Okay.
This is my version of that.
This is your Michael Jack Schmitz.
Get me on Hard Knocks for 4 seconds. Or even if it's you. If it's you.
No, that wouldn't be right.
I need the show. We are one.
Thank you for saying that, but come on. We both
are
know.
one.
It's okay to say it, man.
Also, you got to keep this music going the whole show long underneath of us. 4.5 hours, Hard Knocks music underneath of us today, like the Junks used to do in the 90s.
Remember that?
Yeah, just keep this going under us. Why not? It's happening.
It's happening.
We did it. The Commanders are on Hard Knocks in 2025. Let's do this thing together. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. You will hear us the rest of today, but also frequently as the narrators largely for the Commanders season on Hard Knocks.
Right?
We're going to make some calls to our people at HBO. Danny, let's make you be a little upset next. Put you in a bad mood.
Oh.
Tush push.
Yay. We did it, NFL.
Will also be taking place in December. Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to be on Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks in season going to follow the NFC East this year. Training camp is going to feature the Buffalo Bills. Also, the Tush Push is still going to be a part of the National Football League this season. NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush Push. Votes were 22-10 in favor of banning it. They needed 24 votes. Terry McLaurin also not at practice today as he's entering the final year of his contract. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves 5-3 for their fourth straight win. Dylan Cruz left the game injured yesterday. We'll see if he goes to the injured list. Robert Hassel III joining the team for his major league debut whenever he gets on the field. Another part of that Juan Soto trade tonight. Nats and Braves 6:45 right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. This is not me joning, I swear, but I don't remember more national NFL reporters who prominently cover the league universally being wrong about anything than they were this week about the Tush Push. Every single one of the heavy-hitting reporters saying it was going to be banned, and today it wasn't. 70% of teams, roughly, voted to ban the Tush Push. 22 of 32 clubs said get rid of it. 24 needed to say get rid of it. So 2 teams shy of enough, the 3/4 threshold, to make it happen. The dialogue continues for another year now. And Danny, the Tush Push is alive and well for one more football season.
Sure, my mic on. I will never forgive the Titans, Jets, Saints, Patriots, Dolphins, Jaguars, Lions, Browns, and Ravens. I repeat, I will never forgive the Titans, Jets, Saints, Patriots, Dolphins, Jaguars, Lions, Browns, and Ravens. I will never forgive you for doing the incorrect thing. Such a fixable, easy, simple thing, and you screwed it up. The Eagles, I don't blame them. They figured out a loophole with the stupid rule that's easily fixable. And so they want it because they think it's to their advantage. And, there, of course, it'll be, Johnny from South Jersey, tough guy, but you don't like it, you could stop us. No, wrong. It's a stupid rule. Very, very easy to fix. And they said, let's not do that. I am so mad about this because, again, it's such an easily fixable thing with a wonderful alternative that will be wildly effective for you, Eagles or anybody else that wants to use it. The quarterback sneak works so well. It's delightful. It is an excellent, excellent football play to do the exact thing that you want. This assisting the runner nonsense should go away immediately. We were so close, and I will never forgive those 9 teams, plus the stupid Eagles, who I also hate so much for screwing this up.
You have the 9 teams you just read through?
Yep.
Give me them again. I want to try to figure out why they would have been, and I don't even know that they're for it, but not against it. So go one by one here.
Titans.
Don't really play the Eagles very often. Maybe don't deal with it much. I don't have a whole lot there. Maybe they feel like they can do the Tush Push now that they just drafted Cam Ward #1 overall. I don't know.
Jets.
Another AFC team. Doesn't play the Eagles very often. By the way, that's a theme here.
Saints.
Okay, got nothing for you there. I mean, maybe they just don't like the idea, the precedent of a play works at a really high rate, and you're getting rid of it because people are struggling to stop it.
Patriots.
AFC.
Yeah, a lot of AFC. Dolphins.
Out of sight, out of mind is what you're noticing, right? Like,
yeah.
If you don't have to deal with it, then maybe you're not as bothered by it.
So the Lions are one of the teams, and that's one I don't quite understand. I mean, that's Dan Campbell's mantra of like, it doesn't matter. We'll eat a kneecap regardless. We'll barbecue your shoulder joint. I mean, whatever. So they're idiots. Them and the Saints, the 2 NFC teams. Everyone else is AFC, which is interesting. But again, I will never forgive those teams for screwing this up.
2 teams and you couldn't get it.
Yep.
Am I wrong? Or
no, you're right.
Everybody say this was going to pass. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport. I saw Rossini all morning saying it was going to pass. Who's my buddy with The Athletic? I mean, dude, come on. All of them, all the newsbreakers.
I think it was heading that way, but something happened. I don't know what.
Well, so here is going to be my annoyance. I'm just telling you right now that this is going to be the narrative after today, and it's going to make me very angry. I don't know if you saw this, but Jason Kelsey went into the meetings this morning. Did you see that? That was
So
like,
I've seen the memes or whatever, but I
so
don't.
The big story today was that Jason Kelsey, the former center of the Eagles, accompanied owner Jeffrey Lurie into the meetings. And everyone was like, he's here to save the tush push. And I thought, oh my God, just what we need. Another day of attention-seeking Kelsey behavior, right? You can't turn on a TV during the football season without bumping into Jason Kelsey. The narrative's going to be that he convinced some teams to like cross the line. That everyone said it was going to be banned because there were 24 or more teams that were ready to ban it. And then Kelsey gave some speech, or by addressing the other teams, he was able to, like a president trying to get people to cross the aisle to push through healthcare, whatever it is. He was able to get a couple people from the other party to come over. That's what we're going to hear, and it's going to drive me out of my mind. That's not what happened. There was just never 24 teams. But when I hear that, I'm going to be annoyed. Like, he's the godfather of the tush push. He's already Mr. Tush Push because he was the center and he was the guy that was quite literally in the middle of the play over and over and over again when it was so successful. But Danny, think about how much more obnoxiously Eagles fans are going to celebrate every short yardage situation now.
Of course.
You were with me at the link. Darius, you were sitting with us. Every time there was an and one in a game on 3rd and 4th down, all of the dumb Eagles fans stand up and like hit each other on the shoulder, and they're like, we're doing it. Here we go. It's time. It's time. Where's Jalen going to line up? Oh, it's the tush push. Here we go. They did that before. They wrapped themselves in the flag and the pride of this play. And that was before the league came for you and missed. That was before the league came for the king and couldn't knock you down. That was before 22 teams voted against your thing. And now you won. You still have it. I thought already, I'm like, this is going to be insufferable. Their fans are going to be terrible. The team posted a 26-minute video on YouTube the minute it didn't get banned. They're already trolling and going, it's going to be their whole identity now.
Of course it is. Yeah. The relishing of no one liking them is, antisocial, personality disorder type behavior. And here they are just embracing it, walking around like it's some badge of honor. I mean, the Packers rewrote the rule so it specifically doesn't target. See, that's the other part. The part that annoys me is you see in Schefter's tweet, NFL needed 24 votes today to ban the tush push, but only got 22. Here are the teams that voted against the tush. It's not a tush push ban. It's a ban against assisting runners. Green Bay had to rewrite the rule.
But you know what it is.
I know exactly what it is. But in order to prevent weird hurt feelings or that like some team is being targeted, it's targeting them. But whatever. In order to prevent that, it's just the common sense, normal football thing that we've all had for decades upon decades, where I don't want my my running back to be thrown over the line of scrimmage to get an and one because he happens to be short in stature, and I've got a guy that was great at the discus in college, or pushing runners from behind, or guys coming into piles and spearing them, moving the pile forward by 1.5 yards, 2, 3, 4, 5 yards. It's not what football is. It's never been that. It's a dumb rugby scrum, and quarterback sneaks work so well. They had to rewrite it so there are no hurt feelings. And so it's now turned into this quest to end the Eagles' reign of terror falls short. They're now empowered, and they're on a mission to show the rest of the league can kick their ass. No. This is so infuriating. It's so infuriating. And again, everybody in the mentions is like, this is so weak. It's so soft. You're all so soft. 10 teams are strong. They'll stop you on the field. Again, the quarterback sneak with Jalen Hurts will be more successful than anyone else's quarterback sneak. You'll do great.
This is 1,000% one of those times where the reaction is more annoying than the thing, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Like, player does something stupid, and then people act like it's not stupid. I get more upset at the people than the player. Like Antonio Brown this week, shockingly, was involved with police officers, ripped out a gun from his pants, started firing it in the air, allegedly, whatever needs to be said. And then the story is that he's saying someone tried to rob him. There's video of him getting into a big fight outside of a celebrity boxing match. I'm sure, by the way. And he's saying people tried to rob him and he was defending himself or whatever. The people that allegedly tried to rob him are saying, we're victims. We were fought. We were beat up, basically. So who knows what happened? I certainly don't have all the details. But the idea that him ever taking out a gun and firing it a bunch of times into the air with a bunch of people around him is a reasonable thing to do. That's more annoying almost than like anything else. Is the defense of the stupidity in our society now. When someone does something dumb, please say they did something dumb. That's what annoys me worse. Someone does something bad. You go, you're just a loser. You're soft. You're a boomer. Acknowledge that the thing that was unacceptable is unacceptable. And I think that's where some of your anger is coming from here.
That's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. And again, it's like this weird crusade, and they're turning into some personal affront. Like, you listen, I give them credit. I think every team should be doing this stuff. And not just that play, but I mean finding some weakness in the rules. Like whether it's a formation thing, or when Mike Vrabel years ago, like had his players purposely jump offside, or you hold on purpose, whatever the hell it is, when there is a loophole in the rule that's soft and ineffective, you capitalize on that. Not every team has a quarterback that can squat 1,000,000 pounds and a great offensive line that can do this sort of thing. You do, so you should use things that are within the rules. And this is what's happened in every walk of life in the history of Western society. Hey, this used to be legal. We now see it's not in the spirit of what we were trying to do. It's actually kind of it's not a violation yet because we haven't made it illegal. But what we will do here is to prevent this kind of bleep from happening, rewrite a little text, rewrite a rule just to make sure that we kind of stay back on and put the playing field back level again. It happens all the time, and it's going to happen again. And the NFL was like, no thanks, leave it.
Are you guys surprised that after days of hearing that the tush push would be banned, today we found out it wasn't? And why do you think 9 teams were against banning it? 800-636-1067. We can get to your thoughts on this next. Plus, Terry McLaurin not at practice with his teammates. There's at least one reporter saying it has to do with him wanting a new contract. We'll get into that as we continue on The Fan.
my personal opinion, I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it.
That's Frankie Louvu, who famously continually dove over top of the pile on the goal line to try to prevent the Eagles from getting in with a tush-push touchdown in the NFC Championship game before the referee told him, if you do that again, we're just going to give them the touchdown. Ben Standing of The Athletic's going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll talk to him not only about the tush-push staying in 2025, it was voted on today, and surprisingly, it was not banned, but also about Terry McLaurin and whether or not him not showing up for practice is based on him wanting a new contract, as is being speculated. So Ben coming up on that at 3. But the question is right now, Danny, 800-636-1067. First off, are people surprised, and what's their reaction? All the reporters were saying this thing was going away, and then today, 2 teams, too few, voted to ban it. So it is staying.
I am not surprised. I was surprised that it seemed to have as much momentum as it did. The narrative around it I always thought was incorrect. I think I've got it right. I know I sound like Chris Russell there, but to me, this is one of those like it's such a simple, basic concept with a wonderful alternative. It's not like they took away the forward pass, or the ability to run the football, or do any of the normal things that happens. The alternative to it is for regular teams without a superstar quarterback that's great at running this play, an 80+% effective thing. Jalen Hurts will be great at the regular quarterback sneak too. And I think this is ridiculous. So I'm not surprised though.
227 quarterback sneaks on 4th and 1 last year, 84% successful. Teams underutilize, and I've always thought this, and it's great numbers today turned out by Warren Sharp of Sharp Football on this. But if you're running the ball with a running back and 1, your percentages go down. 71 quarterback runs that weren't sneaks. Those could be, direct snap powers. Those could be basically like bootlegs or some type of scramble. Still 79% successful when your quarterback keeps it. 59 non-quarterback, non-running back runs. So that's like end arounds, around the edge, quick hitting things in the backfield where the receivers are backs. 73%. Then on end-one plays with running backs, the lowest percentage of 66%. And then if you pass on 4th and 1, you get it 61% of the time. Still pretty good. But 84% quarterback sneak, 79% quarterbacks not sneaking. The tush push is in the low 90s, so it's the most successful. Last year, if you remember, in the last couple years, this is now but year 3 of this dialogue, I was not for banning it because I don't like banning things that work to get rid of them. I didn't like banning the shift in baseball as an example. I like using the data, finding out what works, and then taking advantage of the loopholes as best you can. And I don't want to punish teams for being smart, which I think the Eagles have gotten really smart on this. I have come around, though, to now saying I would vote to ban it. I'm not nearly as passionate as you. I'm probably like, if there's 32 teams ranked and 22 wanted it banned and 10 didn't, I'd be probably somewhere like in the 20s in terms of how I feel about like the 20th team. I'm very, very lukewarm on getting rid of it, but I think if I had to touch a button binary, yes or no, I would get rid of it. And it's just because it is not a football play. And I don't think backs should be pulled over the goal line. I don't think they should be aided by offensive linemen as they're being tackled. I don't think anyone should be shoved from behind. And I'd get rid of that. And this would just be a play that is lost while I'm getting rid of the thing that I don't think should be happening. So it's not an attack on the tush push for me at all. It's attack on aiding runners from behind. And this is just a play that goes away that is a rugby scrum. But
it's the play that spawned the debate.
Your passion, you'd have to turn the knob up like 4 levels from where I'm at to where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm stunned. I just thought when all these reporters were saying it was a goner, they knew something. George in Fredericksburg, let's go rapid fire lightning round here, but give us your thoughts.
What's up, boys? Definitely surprised, but I'm struggling with all this rhetoric about the legality. I mean, I couldn't imagine seeing the forward pass for the first time, or Earl Campbell or Sweetness or one of these big backs jumping over the top for the first time. It would be sorcery. So, I mean, it seems like we're struggling with the fact that we don't have the personnel to stop certain things. I mean, if the quarterback sneak is almost as successful, what are we talking about?
Thank you for the call.
We're specifically talking about aiding a runner. And that to me is at the core of this entire thing. It's no one's ever thought to do it before. And I give Philadelphia credit. It's within the rules as of right now.
Why don't you, by the way, why don't you do power I on short yardage and like hand it to the fullback and have the running back shove him? No one's doing that.
And instead of running back, have your strongest tight end, have John Bates do it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
put your two heaviest guys, put Johnny Newton and Nick Allegretti in the backfield on 4th and inches or something, and have them in a really tight eye, really close behind the quarterback, and just do get creative. If you're allowed to do this, then actually take advantage of it.
Here.
Robert in Arlington, what's up?
Hey, just what you're talking about now, that was the how the fridge became famous, wasn't it? Where they used that big, heavy guy to just blast through.
Basically, yeah. I mean, a little different, but sure.
And consistent with that, I'm indifferent on it somewhat, but you guys, you're so upset about it, and to me, it seems like can't other teams gear up to their personnel and their play strategies to have it themselves? And maybe ultimately there's so much of it going on in football, we turn off to it. But
yeah, you can run it yourself for sure. I don't think anyone would run it as well as the Eagles. To their credit, this is a plus, not a minus.
Yeah, they're great at it.
Hurts squats more than any other quarterback. I think they've got a line that it's a lifestyle. They've been doing it for years. They've worked at it more than anybody else. They're better at it. The problem for me is not that everyone can't do it. They can. It's that I'm not sure that it can be stopped at any type of a regular level. And that's not why I'd get rid of it. Again, I'm not banning the play because it's successful. I just, the argument of, well, just stop them, ... It's physically almost impossible to. It's just wouldn't be a math equation, but maybe it is like mass and
force
inertia
and mass and acceleration, all that stuff.
Let's go to Jeff in Fredericksburg. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm talking about Operation Stop Tush Push. I want to see some coaches get together and see if they can develop a strategy to defend against it versus the Louvu cannonball run.
Yeah, I mean, what you're going to see, the NFL, and this is where I disagree with them almost all the time. It's something happens, and I'm going, you should be so ashamed and embarrassed that happened, that you get together in that offseason and go, okay, that can never happen again. I think of the pass interference penalty that wasn't called that should have sent to the Saints to the Super Bowl that ended up not. I mean, those kinds of mistakes that are so glaring and so horrible. That episode, and it wasn't as Washington was going to win the game. The Eagles were dominating. They were going to win. It was a formality, that touchdown. But that weird moment where if they're not nice, we'll give them a touchdown, that can never happen again. So whatever we got to do to amend that, they should.
Washington obviously voted to ban it. We'll ask Ben Standing of The Athletic about that. And is Terry McLaurin going to not show up to training camp if he doesn't have a new contract? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Lots of news today in the NFL. In-season Hard Knocks going to follow the NFC East, so that means the Commander is going to be on Hard Knocks. Training Camp Edition going to follow the Buffalo Bills. The NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote needed to ban the tush push or any assisting of the ball carriers, which the Packers had proposed. Votes were 22-10 in favor of banning the tush push, but they needed 24 votes for it to be ratified. Terry McLaurin is not at practice today as he's entering the final year of his contract. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves in Game 1 of the series last night, 5-3, the fourth straight win for the Curly W's. Dylan Cruz left the game injured yesterday. We'll see if he goes on the injured list. Regardless, with him and Jacob Young both banged up, Robert Hassel III is joining the team. Well, he'll make his major league debut whenever he gets on the field. Ranks 11th in Nationals prospects on MLB Pipeline. He was another part of the Juan Soto deal. Nationals and Braves Game 2 tonight, 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes a hill for the Nationals. A.J. Smith-Shawver goes for the Braves. In hockey last night, Game 1 between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. The Panthers won 5-2 tonight. Oilers and Stars, Game 1 at 8 o'clock. In basketball, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves. They lead the series now 1-0. Pacers and Knicks, Game 1 tonight at 8 o'clock. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. The Uncrustable is a delicious little snack. I will say, Danny, Uncrustables have an incredibly high ceiling.
Okay.
But they also have a very low floor.
How so?
There's a sweet spot where, are they fresh? How long have they been in that little cooler over there in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
Are they too frozen? Are they not cold enough?
Not trying to be annoying here, and this is not my domain.
Yeah.
Isn't it in a wrapper?
Yes.
Freshness doesn't really seem to be part of the equation then,
You'd
wouldn't
be
it?
wrong. I mean, if
Okay.
now maybe at your house it's not an issue, but
Right.
like the only time I would ever have them is if I'm not doing lunch or something. I just need a snack to get me to dinner.
Sure,
whatever,
sure.
Here,
Yeah.
But if it's in that cooler for 9 days as opposed to 3 or
I see.
something, and I have no idea what the kitchen situation is and how many they've gone through.
Well,
and
who does?
When
Yeah.
the last person came was, you could just taste the difference. Just had an impeccable Uncrustable. Though.
Okay.
It was very, very good. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our buddy Ben Standig covers the Commanders or the Athletic. Are you an Uncrustable guy, Ben?
I had never really had one, but they often have them sitting out for the players at in Ashburn. And one day I was in the store, like, you know what? Let me try this thing. It's not bad.
It's a nice little pick me up when you need it.
Yeah, the first time I did it, when you take it out of the refrigerator and have it sit out for like 30 minutes, that was weird. But other than that, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, Ben, the young people will not stop talking about it. I mean, it's to the point now I'm obviously dug in and I'm never having one just because of how much I've heard about it. You know what I mean? It's like finding the show too late that everyone tells you have to watch. I now have to have an Uncrustable, and I'm not gonna. Where are you at on that?
Well, last year I get a message in our Slack system from one of the guys in our staff who often does a lot of like quirky stories, and he asks me if I can find out how many Uncrustables the Commanders go through in a week or month or whatever, and I'm like, oh, what? What? I'm asking, what now?
The what?
And he explains, I'm like, okay, so eventually we found out the answer, and then he wrote a story about a league wide about that all these teams apparently are really into this, and I don't know if it won awards, but like it was very well recognized at our place for one of the biggest stories of the year in terms of views and stuff. People were into it, so there must be a cult of Uncrustables that I'm unaware of, but yeah, apparently people are into it.
Ben, I'm burying the lead. What a day. Congratulations to you and to me and to everybody else. One of the great days in organizational history. Good for the whole city, I would say, even if you're not a football fan. The Commanders will finally be on Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks with the NFC East. They will only be a quarter of the show, which is a shame, but they will finally be on Hard Knocks. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the only time. I mean, I remember when they had was it the brawl with the Houston Texans at training camp that made Hard Knocks. In fact, that's the only time I recall them even being on it that much. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, it would have been cool if they were on it, as the main focus. But yeah, I mean, it'll make it a little more interesting. I don't even know though. They're not going to be out there all year, right? Well, they're only going to be really out there just for like maybe sometime in the second half of the season, because that's when the show is going to be late in the year. So it won't even be that much. But yeah, why not? A little bit of behind the scenes action.
So obviously they don't really have much say in it. I think the way the relationship works now is it's happening in the league and HBO and whoever picks. But do you get the sense this is welcome news over there? Is it just kind of neutral? Is it negative? Is it positive? How do you think?
Well, I think if you're going to have it, this is the one to do, right? Because it is only a partial. I remember last year when the Giants had the, everything that was going on. We saw free agency in the draft and the whole Saquon drama. And as that was going on, I remember, talking to people over there, and they're just like, "Oh Lord, no, that looks awful." To have that type of examination of your situation. So yeah, I think this should be. We're assuming that there's not some sort of in-season drama going on here that they don't want people to look at. I don't think. I think this is definitely the one to get. So if it's going to happen, this is not a bad way to go. Plus, like even within the division, you have Dallas always. A team that's get most attention, and then I'm sure a lot of people are going to be curious about the Giants after last year, and then the other team is the reigning Super Bowl champion. So. Even within that, it's not to say that they're fourth, because obviously a lot of people are intrigued by Washington this year. But you can make an argument that they'll be the team that's going to get the least amount of potential interest, relatively speaking, to a New York market, the Super Bowl champs in Dallas.
I didn't even think about, Ben, the idea of Joe Shane being back on Hard Knocks, which derailed his career completely. Can you imagine how crestfallen he must have been?
Like, we're never getting the offseason Hard Knocks again because of the Giants.
Because of him.
Yeah.
And how badly that went. I hope they don't send the same camera people and producers, because there's no way he's got a soft spot in his heart for anybody who was in that building before. The coaches, the players better than any of us. Who do you think, just from a personality standpoint, is going to end up really starring? Like, who could you see the cameras gravitating to and falling in love with as far as the Commanders go?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously Jaden's going to get massive attention, but yeah, he's not necessarily, he's not necessarily like some amazing quote, or at least he wasn't last year. That's a good question. I mean, I think some of the new guys, actually, like Deebo Samuel could be pretty interesting. I don't know him. I've been around him enough, but just based on what I've seen and, his situation, that could be an interesting one for sure. I think Bobby Wagner, he look, a future Hall of Famer. He has such a he's got such a force in that locker room. It's not so much he's got like this like outgoing personality, but he is a force of nature and a really interesting guy to talk to. So I could see him being somebody that you would, be interested in. And, I mean, look, I think the Marshawn Lattimore situation will be interesting. He's not necessarily, I don't see him being like, wanting to be front of camera, but, again, like what's going on there. I'll also say, oddly, like the offensive line, like when we go in there, is often like a group that we end up talking to more than you might think, just because offensive linemen typically are, camera shy, but and they're not. I'm not saying they're going to be ready for the camera, but like Sam Cosmi is typically really good for sure. And you got a first round pick this year. You got Laramie Tunsil, so I think the offensive line could get a lot of attention depending on what's going on that time of year.
Ben standing with us here on G&D. Terry McLaurin, what's going on? Is it acrimonious? Is it just business? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, what Jordan Schultz said, that put out that he wasn't at voluntary practice today, and I haven't definitively confirmed it. From what I gather, that is accurate. I don't put it as much of anything at this point. I mean, I know we make a big deal about everybody going to these things. Again, it is voluntary. There are plenty of teams around the league that don't have 100% attendance. Even for like OTAs, let alone volunteer. Some of this stuff where there's not as much there's no real on the field work. So I don't put too much into it right now. Yes, he is, in discussion for an extension. I caught up with him 2 weeks ago. He had he was available for speaking about a charity initiative that he's working with in Loudoun County to help at-risk teens sort of get ready for the job market, and some interesting things that his group is doing. And while there, I kind of saddled up to him and said, hey, kind of where are things right now with your contract? He's like, hey, we're talking. That's best I can say. And he seemed pretty optimistic, though, that things were going to get done. And I'd be surprised if something doesn't ultimately get done. Now, this, even when it happened 3 years ago, and he did get a deal done, he did miss eventually some practice time. So perhaps it comes to that, but I'm not worrying about anything at this stage until I hear otherwise.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And when they've gotten deals done, and some of this was the previous regime, but it's been both groups, I feel like, whether it was McLaurin or Allen or what they've done the last year or two, it's oftentimes right around the training camp time, to your point. I wonder, though, and I promise I'm not concerned. I'm sure that he wants to be here and they want him. How could it not work out? But what is the hesitation, or why wouldn't they have done it by now, other than just the order of business? It's not like they're overly busy over the last few weeks in the football operation. It would seem to me it's super easy. Like, you make the call, you talk to his agent, you hash this thing out. There can't be too much of a crazy negotiation. I can't imagine he's asking for $32 million a year. Like, what would be a holdup for it not to happen now? It just seems like a no-brainer in all directions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a deadline creates deals probably type situation. Even last year not last year, but when he was up the last time, that was an off season where a lot of receivers were getting paid. There were a lot of players who were kind of in this market. So
it was like AJ Brown, Debo, that whole draft class, right?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. So I think look, I don't know. For all I know, half the organization went on vacation, and because they just finished up free agency in the draft, and they'll all get to it. So I don't get, like I said, I don't get the sense. Now, I guess the one question would be, if we want to say, hey, what's the potential hang up? Obviously, what are going to be the final terms? If you look at the receivers out there, the receiver contracts out there, there's a glut of guys at about $28 million, including like T. Higgins, who signed obviously this offseason signed an extension with the Bengals. DK Metcalf, following the trade with the Steelers, he got about, like, I want to say 32. And then there's also a bunch of guys in that, right around that 30 range. So to me, it's just maybe just where does he fit in? He's obviously a little bit older than most of the guys. If you look at like the top 10 paid receivers, I think only Tyreek Hill is older than him, or older than he will be in September. So, maybe there's some of that type of discussion. They don't want to pay him what he's going to be. If it's a 3 or 4 year deal, he could be 33, 34 when it's done. Maybe there's some question about that, but ultimately he's highly productive, excellent teammate, role model. He's easily the best receiver on the team, and they're doing everything they can to enhance Jaden Daniels. You wouldn't want to take away his best receiver target. So again, there could be a discussion. I'm sure his side is going to say, look at the year he just had, two-time all-pro, all these things, 13 touchdowns. But, eventually I think it gets done. Like I said, where he slots in, I'm sure there's some discussion about that, but I'd be surprised if it ultimately is a huge deal.
How would you compare McLaurin 2025 to McLaurin early in his career? I remember his first game, he caught that 75-yard touchdown deep post against the Eagles. He used to be like a 16-yard per catch guy at one point in time. But you can make the case last year. He had 82 catches, which was second best ever. Had 13 touchdowns, which is like 2 or 3 seasons worth for the rest of his career. And would you say he's better, or just the quarterback play and usage was different? And how does that factor into this?
Well, look, we all wondered throughout his entire career, what would he do if he had a real quarterback? And we finally saw that last year. So, I mean, to a certain degree, it's always a little hard to compare by the numbers. Certainly, him now versus the other points of his career, because he just always felt like he was limited by by the circumstances. He was incredibly productive. When we talk about the team this year, right, we say, are they going to be able to sustain the success last year when you have a harder schedule? They had some good injury fortune last year, winning all these games in the end. Is that going to be sustainable, et cetera? I mean, to a degree, you could look at it with him in the sense of 13 touchdowns. I mean, that's way more than he had at any point of his career, except that Jaden Daniels looks like the part. Cliff Kingsbury is still here. So who knows if he's going to get 13 again, but he's an even if he's lost a step to, he's still very fast and all that. He's an accomplished route runner. He's excellent at contested catches. He basically plays all the time. So, I think the experience, the savvy, all that outweighs, even if there is any type of athletic diminishing just based on, age and wear and tear. But, he certainly looks the part, and he'll be easily their number one guy once again.
Yeah, Ben, you touched on this. This is what I wanted to drill down on. He'll be 30. And that's pretty atypical for guys to sign that, that big deal. He's the only guy. You mentioned Tyreek Hill, the only other person in that club here among the highly paid AAV receivers. I'm wondering, and again, I don't know what I don't know here in terms of why it hasn't happened just yet. As you said, it could be just a couple of return phone messages. It could be imminent, or who knows. But I wonder if that's a sticking point where, you're left at the end going, we're not, this is, we see the trend line and he's good. No one's saying he's not good, but are we in the business of overpaying guys in for multiple years that may be diminishing at some point? Again, I'm asking the question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. I mean, look, I like of the guys who are like the top, I don't think he's going to get to the top level where say Jamar Chase is, Justin Jefferson, and CD Lamb is another guy who's, very, very high. I think he's third among these receivers. I want to say 34 million. Now, if you ignored age and looked at everything else, including what they mean to the organization, the role model aspect, all that stuff, I can make an argument that, you'd rather have Terry McLaurin than CD Lamb, but CD Lamb is younger. CD Lamb's athletically probably a more explosive player. Probably he is. But if you're Terry's side, you're like, well, wait a minute. Let's look at the stats. Let's look at what he means, for the organization, for the community. You guys are trying to establish what it means to be a commander. How on earth would this guy not qualify? So if you're going to say all these things about what you're looking for, it seems like you'd be going against yourself if you don't give him that kind of money.
Yeah.
But that's where maybe the age comes in. Well, okay, but CD Lamb is, what is he, 25, 26, somewhere in that range? And Terry McLaurin, it is wild that he's already going to be, 30, but that's just the reality. So, I think that's got to be some factor. I think even just to tie it in with, say, the Trey Hendrickson situation, and I'm not talking about him coming to Washington, but just the contract, it's sort of the same deal. He's one of the older edge rushers. There's only I think it was maybe one or two guys who are basically his age right now who are getting paid more than him. But most of those guys are younger, so I'm sure the organization's like, hey, you're really, really good, but you're also older. So, yeah, I think that has to be some factor. But, his side would argue, well, again, look at the production, look what he means to this group. So, buzz off if you're going to claim that our guy is slowing down or going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Buzz off. I have not heard that in a long time. That's like in high school or something, you watch a movie that was made in the 80s.
Why don't you make like a tree and leave?
Why don't you buzz off? Ben Stanga of The Athletic. Before you buzz off, Ben, I have one more. We've kept you too long, but I want to ask you about the Tush Push. Washington was one of 22 teams that voted on banning it. Obviously, we know about the Frankie Louvu moment in the NFC Championship game. I imagine that they'd be the last team to ever use the Tush Push because they don't want Jaden Daniels weighing what he does underneath of 20 bodies. But could we maybe see them put Mariota in and do a Tush Push or something? I do think there are more teams that are going to try to take advantage of this rule if it's allowed to be operated with for another year.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw last year towards the end of the year that they would bring in Mariota in that spot, move Jaden outside just to get him out of the way. You're right. I don't see them using Jaden in that kind of situation. And just frankly, even beyond not wanting him to get hurt, just his body frame is just different. Jalen Hurts is just a really, not only is he a fast quarterback, but he's got powerful legs, things like that. So yeah, I don't know if I see that, but yeah, you wonder, is there other things that they could do in that circumstance to take advantage of it? And yeah, I would imagine that other teams will. If it's going to be around, you might as well find a way to take advantage of it. I think that's one of the things. Like, I don't love the play. If they had banned it, I'd have been fine. But to the Eagles' credit, it's not like everybody else can't do it, and nobody does it nearly as well as they do. So, and that's even with Jason Kelsey retired. They've changed the center, and that's a huge point of this. So, kudos to the Eagles for making it work. But yeah, I would think other teams, if it's going to be around, you might as well figure out a way to get it done, considering how highly effective the Eagles have shown that play can be.
Ben, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
Likewise, guys. Thanks.
See you, buddy.
See you, buddy. Ben Standing, Outstanding Worth in The Athletic. You can check him out there. Next on Grant and Danny, we had a council member from D.C. on yesterday in studio, Robert White. If you missed the interview, you should podcast it sometime tonight when we're on thefandc.com. He was great, but he poured some cold water on the idea that anything can get done by this deadline on July 15th. And I want to get into that because this deadline has been set and everyone seems to think it matters, but we're already getting to a point based on the lack of movement where just trying to do the math to figure all this out by the 15th in 2 months doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So that's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to be on Hard Knocks. In season, this Hard Knocks is going to follow the NFC East. In the training camp portion, it's going to follow the Buffalo Bills. The NFL owners didn't hit the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush Push. Votes were 22-10. They needed 24 votes for it to be banned. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves 5-3 last night, fourth straight win for the Nationals. Dylan Cruz left the game injured yesterday. Robert Hassel III is joining the team, which for whenever he gets on the field will be his major league debut. Nats and Braves, game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes on A.J. Smith-Shawver. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Nationals have officially placed Dylan Cruz on the injured list. They have called up Robert Hassel. He will make his major league debut. Presumably, he'll get the start tonight because Jacob Young's been banged up. I guess it's possible that Young would be healthy enough to play and that they would then have James Wood and Alex Cole start as well. But there's no reason to call up Robert Hassel and not allow him to make his big league debut tonight.
You would think, right?
Hassel, for those of you that aren't familiar, is a former top 10 pick. He was drafted 8th overall by the San Diego Padres. He was acquired in the Juan Soto deal. The Padres took him at number 8 back in 2020. He joined the Washington organization 2 years later. He's played a ton in the minor leagues. 471 games, 1,800 at-bats. He was a high school 18-year-old when he got drafted, so he's 23 now. Very rare with a prospect of his caliber as of a couple years ago before some injuries that it would be 5 seasons essentially in the minor leagues before you got called to the majors, but that's how it's worked out. In the last couple of years, the numbers have not been particularly good. He had 220 and 240. His OPS was right around 650 combined, but it was because he's dealt with a bunch of injuries to his wrist, to his hands, broken bones, different things. He is playing much better this year. He was hitting 290 at AAA where he's got 9 steals and 4 home runs, had a multi-homer game earlier this year, has an OPS up around 750, more hit tool than power. When he was acquired in the Soto deal, if you remember, Danny, he was viewed as the guy that was kind of the safest prospect.
Yeah, maybe not the most major league ready, but the guy that you just go, you don't have to worry about him, right? The safest is the way to put it, probably,
He'll
right?
hit 280 with 20 homers, and he'll steal 15, 20 bags, and he'll play good defense in a corner. You don't have to worry any more than that. And then the injury set in, and suddenly the question was, with a pretty loaded outfield, James Wood's a star,
Where does he
Dylan
fit?
Cruz was drafted, Jacob Young came on. They've got other players like Dalen Lyle, who's killing it in AAA. Elijah Green was drafted in the top 5. He's now no longer in the mix, really. He's in the org, but he can't hit and strikes out 60% of the time. But the question was, Robert Hassel, is he going to be a big leaguer for this team, or do they trade him, or what happens? Well, we're about to find out what he is. I mean, he's going to get his first shot after many, many years of waiting. Had a great spring training. It was a couple of weeks in the spring this year where he was the best player for the Nats on the club. And he got off to a really, really good start. And then he thrived at AAA and has hit for average and has really gotten hot over the last couple of weeks. So very happy for him. The Dylan Cruz part of this is a real bummer.
Yeah.
He swung last night, checked his swing, was writhing in pain. You could see on a replay that he immediately started grabbing at his oblique. I don't know how public or how much has been talked about, but he's been dealing with back issues on the side, of his back for the better part of at least a half week or so.
It was in
back.
Atlanta, wasn't it, that he tweaked it?
So that's what he said post-game last night, but he wasn't sure of exactly when. But it's been about a week of this now that he's been dealing with this. And I wonder if there was any kind of oblique to that even, and it was thought of, or he thought of it as a back, and this was the same injury. But regardless, hopefully it's minor and not major. Hopefully it's a couple weeks and not 6, 7, 8 weeks, which the oblique can sometimes be. Because Dylan Cruz had homered in 2 straight games. He was having pretty good at-bats. He's been playing very good defensively. He had really started to become what they need him to be in this lineup. And that was the first time all season he'd homered twice in the 2-game span in back-to-back contests. So, what a terrible time for this to happen.
100%. And again, the numbers were going to equalize. We hammered this a million times, and we'll do it a million more. The expected numbers based on line drive percentage, the parts of the field, he stays middle. His hit direction is up the middle predominantly, uses the whole field. Guys that do that don't hit 196. Guys that are doing that with those normal ancillary stats are hitting 240, 250, and the arrow was even trending up on that. So the numbers were about to start equalizing. You saw a 3-0 pitch. Wasn't like it was just a cookie, middle. It was up and in. It was, to do what he did on that pitch, you got to do a lot right in your swing. And that wasn't happening earlier in the season. Now it is. It's a bummer for him, man.
He hit the ball so high and so deep. I mean, it was about 15 rows deep last night. That was a prodigious 400-foot home run.
Grown man homer right there.
To left field for a guy who's about 5'11". But yeah, you can see it. I referenced this on the show a few days ago, but I was talking to someone with another team at Nats Park on their last homestand about Cruz, and it's an NL front office person, and he was saying, "Oh, I'm so jealous. Like, this guy's going to be so good." And the way he plays is just the marvel of everyone in the sport.
Yeah, just winning baseball, man.
Hard 90s, everything a million miles an hour, hair on fire. So that injury's brutal and a bummer, even though he was not hitting for a very high average. But now Hassel gets his shot. And they, I'm sure, debated between Hassel, who's a little further along in terms of age and experience in games at the upper minors, and Dalen Lyle, who's the higher ceiling of the outfield prospects, former top 50 pick, second rounder that they've drafted and developed internally. And he's a dude. I mean, he looks like is one of the fastest players in the system who can also hit and swing it a little bit. He's going to be a good big leaguer. And long term, probably has even more upside than Hassel. But what I'd love to see is maybe this goes really well, and Robert shows well enough that he ends up in right and Cruz ends up in center whenever Dylan's back, whether that's a couple weeks from now, a month from now, whatever. And maybe that's your outfield, and Call and Young are extra guys basically. And now you've got this, I'll call it in air quotes, homegrown outfield, even though Wood and Hassel in the corners are both Soto deal
acquired home
additions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to real quick before we move on, just acknowledge that Soto trade one more time, because we took hours and hours of calls from angry listeners who were so mad about trading Juan Soto, who ended up getting almost $800 million. The idea was that the Nats should just sign him. And the point we were making at the time was he's not going to sign. They offered him a record contract. It wasn't even close to what he's looking for. The number I had heard at that time was $46 million in 16 years. So if you do that math, that's $736 over 16 years. He ended up getting a little more than that total, but $51 million a year over 15 years. But the point of the dude's story is they acquired 5 players for him that are still in the organization. One is one of their top pitching prospects who's hurt right now in Harleen Susana. But otherwise, the 4 guys are in the big leagues as of today. Mackenzie Gore leads the major leagues in strikeouts. C.J. Abrams is 24 and about to be an all-star for the second time in 2 years, one of the top 10 players statistically in the league offensively right now. James Wood is on pace for 40 homers and 100 RBI at 22 years old. And Robert Hassel, who graduates tonight and will start for them in the outfield.
There you go.
Hell of a trade.
Yeah. I mean, if Mackenzie Gore was pitching tonight, you would basically see half of the National starting lineup was courtesy of Juan Soto.
Changed their organization.
Yeah.
Quite literally kept them afloat. And with them having been non-spenders, irrelevant in the offseason, unwilling, unable, or uninterested in doing any kind of real adding to the roster with quality, legitimate, high-paid veterans, they've still been able to be a team that's worth going to watch and keeps you watching and enjoying on television enough based on the youth and some of the young talent. And it's almost all because of that Soto trade.
That's where the young talent came from, for the record. And a couple other trades, guys that aren't quite as high ceiling or exciting. And again, came from other moves that they made before the Soto trade happened. So you're right. It's how the organization was transformed.
Double plays coming up at 3:45 or so. I want to sneak in really quick the comment from Robert White on the July 15th deadline and the likeliness, possibility of the deadline actually being hit with a deal in place between Congress, the mayor, and the commanders. Because you and I were asking him, hey, how serious is that deadline? His point is they still have not gotten the budget from the mayor. They still have not gotten all the answers they need, the paperwork from the mayor on this stadium. So she came on our show and I thought said a lot of the right things, had me eating out of her palm. I'm ready. You tell me where to sign. But if it's not politics and he's telling the truth, He's saying, I've asked 6 times for information I need to be able to say yes to this, and I can't get it still.
Right. It's like what are the numbers? What is the budget, or what is our expenditure? What is our revenue? Where does that come from? What's the math? And this is again according to Councilmember White, he's not received that.
This was Councilman White on our show yesterday.
I don't think we're going to get to a perfect deal. That can't be the measurement. But again, there has to be some conceivable way that the district doesn't lose a lot of money on this. We've got to be careful as we, are knocking on the door of a recession, as we're in a deficit. We've got to be really careful about spending a lot of money and not getting a return on it. But the Commanders and the city can agree to an extension of that July 15th. That was a date that the mayor and the Commanders negotiated without input from the council.
So here's what I want to know, and this will be the next thing I try to figure out through the team. That July 15th deadline makes sense because they're trying to move as quickly as possible.
Understood, yeah.
They need to get a deal in place so that they can actually put together the plans for this stadium and, break ground. They're trying to play in 2030. It's going to take 2.5 years, I would imagine, from when you start building it to when you open it. So there's a race here to get all of this done. If, in fact, the 2030 season is the goal. If you push back the July 15th deadline, how far can you push it back? It used to be when we were talking about the Congress element of this, there was a race against the clock because if you didn't get it done by a certain time, then you'd have to wait a whole other year to get back on the agenda. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
I don't get the sense that's the case with the DC City Council. They're meeting twice a month in perpetuity. I don't think they take these several months breaks like some of the states do. Nothing's on the docket, unless I'm misunderstanding. Tell me if I'm wrong. But what is the time where they would say, you have until this date, or else we go back to Maryland and we start talking to them again? Because that would be the plan, I would think, on the team side, would be to leverage the fact that Westmore's
An
still
attempt to do
desperate
so,
to hand
yeah.
you a check for $500 million.
Yeah, for example, if July 15th is the deadline, would we really say, okay, it's July 17th, we actually got a deal? Oh, it's too late.
Call
You missed the
Westmore.
deadline.
We're ready to move forward at PG County. There's no way.
I don't know, right?
Now,
Now,
August 20th?
yeah, is it a month? Is it
September
2 months?
15th?
Is it 6? I mean, it's all relative. I mean, to me, you're basically so hell-bent, and this is for everybody, to get it done here that I think there's probably a larger grace period than we're even imagining. I think they know that's a soft deadline. I mean, to me, that deadline is, I don't say it's arbitrary. It makes sense. Again, I'm not criticizing anybody for it, because your point is 100% right. The team is looking at their watch going, we got to start making announcements. We got to start getting permits. We got to start doing all these kinds of things if we want to ever open this stadium in time. Even when there's the aerial shot of the draft, you want to be able to have that moment, that little story where this right now is this, but you can see the renderings. It's going to be this new crown jewel, RFK 2.0. They want to have all those things, all those ducks in a row. You need to get started to kind of start doing those things. Totally makes sense to me. But for the council's perspective, from Councilmember White's perspective and others, I get wanting to see all the info, and you're going, you can't tell me July 15th. Who says? You know what I mean? So it's, again, everyone's doing what they're supposed to do, but we're just left waiting.
7 yeses are needed. We've got 4 so far. And the journey to find a 5th continues, because he was a no yesterday. Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you want tickets to see The Offspring at Jiffy Lube Live in the middle of July, right around this deadline, we've got them for you coming up at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes. Make sure you're listening. Our double play is next. Your chance to win tickets to see the Offspring coming up in sub 15 minutes. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for our double play, which is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. I will cheat here just a bit.
Okay.
Partially sports. It's a non-sports thing that's sports, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Danny, I saw this story today, and I couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to bounce it off my pal. This is out of Columbus, Ohio. And there's a lawmaker in Columbus, Ohio, who apparently is a crazy person for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Because this is supposedly real. It sounds like something out of The Onion. An Ohio State lawmaker has proposed a bill that would issue fines of $10 million anytime Ohio State is scheduled for a noon kickoff, except for its game against Michigan. Representative Tex Fisher. This guy's name.
It really?
I mean, can you make
it's a
that
Will
up?
Ferrell character.
Tex Fisher. I got to Google this guy now just to see what he looks like. I picture him looking like Buddy from Friday Night Lights. He's got
Buddy Garrett. Yeah.
Such a football guy.
Garrity.
Oh, this guy's young, actually. He looks like Buddy in Friday Night Lights at maybe 30 years old.
Yeah.
This guy's got to be a first-termer who went to Ohio State 4 years ago. Like was a roommate of a lineman or something. So Tex Fisher proposed a bill on Wednesday, which would apply anytime Ohio State or any other state university football team plays in a game in which both teams are ranked in the top 10 of the AP poll. Very specific.
Okay.
So Ohio State's top 10, they're playing another top 10 team. In that circumstance, games would not be allowed to kick off before 3:30. They would have to be late afternoon or nighttime. The bill does not apply to the game against Michigan because it's grandfathered in as a college football tradition. So the noon game every year since the beginning of my time.
They've always played at noon.
Ohio State, Michigan, big noon kick.
Okay.
In the Big Ten.
So let's say, sake of argument, Michigan State's top 10 that year.
Exactly.
And they go, great, kickoffs at 3, they get fined $10 million.
Here's what happens. If a game is scheduled before a 3:30 p.m. start, 2 top 10 teams, the host team's athletic conference or the TV network broadcasting the game, whichever one scheduled the start time, is fined $10 million in this legislation.
I'd like to find somebody. It's old Tex Fisher.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff when you go, I know you got something better to do.
You are unserious, sir.
Right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
I agree with everyone listening about everything they think.
Clearly.
I don't care what party this guy's in. He should be, is impeached a thing for a politician?
I'm going to say yes.
He needs to be booted
Mm-hmm.
because unserious is the word. When you're wasting everyone's time doing stuff like this, you're not taking it seriously enough. It's like if you're in the college lecture in the classroom and you're like petting a ferret. And the teacher's like, what the hell are you doing with a ferret? And you're like, oh, I brought my ferret today. It's like, why'd you bring your ferret? I wanted to bring my ferret. You're not here for the class. You don't really care about this. Get out. And you just got to leave.
You got to leave.
Tex.
He brought his ferret.
His name's not Tex Fisher. What's his name?
Tex Fisher.
It's such a fake name. Tex Fisher has to go. The bill also states that no state university shall ever enter into or renew a contract with National College Association, the NCAA, or a conference or a media entity under which any entity directly or indirectly compels or permits the university to have college football games before 3:30 p.m.
What is this dude's beef? I mean, I don't like 9:30 kickoffs for the NFL, but I'm not. If I was in a position of authority, I'm not going to like.
Well, it's also not 9:30.
Find the league. Like, what's he talking
It's
about?
the most common East time zone start time for a day game.
Yeah, I understand. I want Alabama and LSU Saturday night style Death Valley. Like, I want that. I get that. Is he? I mean, it's prime. Like, what? I don't know.
Here's what I wonder. He looks like he was in a frat at Ohio State 4 years ago.
Mhm.
If I'm just judging a book by its cover.
Okay.
I'm going to assume he either likes the idea of like, we need to have our tailgate. We need to have our party and we need to have our day of fun. I don't, what, you give me a better reason.
I don't have one.
Why you can't start a game at noon when you're playing number 7 ranked USC.
Oh, I'm thinking of the classic Big Ten team. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. My God. Does anyone have any new business? Anyone else? Fine, Tex. Go ahead.
And in fairness to him, Ohio is doing great. They probably have no issues. I haven't heard of any controversies or anything going on there that they
Grant?
need to get sorted out.
Grant?
What? I'm not even thinking of. I'm just saying.
Grant,
they probably don't have any problems that they need to iron out. This is probably the most important thing for the elected official to worry about that day.
What a boob. Like, seriously. And now here's the thing. If there's other people that sign on to the bill, you're signing your resignation as far as I'm concerned.
Do they get booted too?
Yeah, anybody else is like, you know what? He's got a point. No, he doesn't. Go away. All of you.
How old is this guy?
Too old.
I called it. He started in 2024, so he just got here. Tex Fisher is an American politician who has served in the Ohio House of Representatives from the 58th District since 2024. What a goose.
The 58th District, I got some questions for them, too. Who was he running against? The guy that loves noon kickoffs?
I would love to know
And that was the platform?
I'm going to redact the party affiliation. It's not important. People don't need to know. This guy, the silliest of geese.
Tex Fisher.
Time for Danny's double play.
You can help us here, Grant. I need your help.
Sure.
Musical, just general information. Okay. As a guy that's I don't want to say a savant. That's probably too far, but someone that's pretty savvy and knows a lot about a lot here. The 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees have been announced. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Just haven't had the chance. We've all been very busy. So I figured I'll just go through and you could just tell me probably the biggest hit by each one.
Oh, you know what?
Go ahead.
This is actually good stuff. The content you're about to do is good.
Yeah.
I don't want to crowbar this into like 30 seconds when we're late in a double play. Let's do this next hour. Let's just save this.
You sure about that?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why don't we just do it right now?
I mean, if you want to do
we have time? I mean, what's
we're
the
in
rule?
we're in the business of good segments, but if we want to do a bad one, let's do that.
All right. No, we could double say. You're right. You know what?
Run
I didn't realize how late it was. You're right. We're going to be good little radio employees and break on. It's called On Time. On Time.
That ship sailed about 2 minutes ago. The Beltway Blitz is next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. In the NFL, they announced today the Hard Knocks teams for training camp. They're going to follow the Buffalo Bills. In season, going to follow the NFC East, meaning the Commanders are going to be on Hard Knocks. NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush push. Votes were 22-10. Terry McLaurin not at practice today. He's entering the final year of his contract. In the NBA, SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was named the MVP. Last night, he led the Thunder to a Game 1 win over the Timberwolves. Tonight, Pacers and Knicks, 8 p.m. tip-off of Game 1 in that one. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Braves last night for their fourth straight win, 5-3. Dylan Cruz left the game injured yesterday. He goes on the injured list with an oblique injury. Robert Hassel III recalled today. He's joining the team for his major league debut. He's the 11th ranked prospect for the Nationals, according to MLB Pipeline. Another piece of that Juan Soto deal. Nats and Braves tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 5.91 ERA. He'll take on A.J. Smith-Shawver, who is 3-2 with a 2.33 ERA. In hockey last night, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1, the Panthers beat the Hurricanes 5-2. Game 1 tonight for the Oilers and the Stars in the Western Conference Finals at 8 o'clock tonight. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 800 636 1067. You are winning tickets to see The Offspring. It's the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 tour. Saturday, July 19th, Jiffy Lube Live. This is going to be an awesome show. Special guest Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory as well. Tickets on sale right now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events.
Old Dant and Granny, the Grant and Danny radio program. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transaction, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get you to the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the teams in town you care the most about, and we're starting on the diamond. Good news, bad news for the Nats today. We'll start with the bad news. Dylan Cruz to the injured list, dealing with an oblique and a back. And this is one of those injuries, as we bring on Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com, that can linger for weeks on end. From what I've heard, it's more on the minor side, and they're hoping that he can get over it pretty quickly. But what do we know about a timetable to get Dylan Cruz back, who had homered in each of his last two games?
Yeah, the timetable is tricky to kind of put into place. You mentioned there, Grant, these injuries could be like a couple of days, a couple of weeks, God forbid, a couple of months. So, the Nationals obviously felt that it was bad enough to go ahead and bring up Robert Hassel III, get that in motion last night. He's in the lineup today, playing out in the outfield. So they figured that no matter what, they were going to give Dylan a rest here. It's been bothering him for a while, too. I think Dylan mentioned that his been a couple of weeks back since he's been kind of feeling it, and then he really felt it kind of hit him on that check swing last night after he hit that home run. Not a great sign for one of their top young players in Cruz, but it does open the door for Bobby Barrows to come up and get his major league debut.
So what do we know about Jacob Young as well? Because I thought last night, Dylan Cruz has to step out of the lineup, so I'd assume that Jacob Young, maybe not well enough to go full bore, could pinch in, but no, it's got to be Jose Tena borrowing somebody's glove. I don't know if he's using a kid from the stands or what. Excuse me. Yeah, Nasim Nunez. I got my – anyway, Nasim Nunez in center field. So what's going on with Jacob Young?
Yeah, that was a tricky thing, too, because Jacob was originally in the lineup, and then I think they scratched him closer to the game. Didn't want to push it. Jacob told the media there, he feels like he could play, but just wasn't quite sure. It wasn't 100%. I think it was he really couldn't finish his swing during batting practice was the quote. So that's not obviously a good sign with his shoulder after he crashed into the wall at Camden Yards. It was a good sign, I guess, in the sense that they thought he could go, and then maybe not so much that, hey, let's just give us another night. give him a rest. But he did not land on the injured list, so that seems more of like a day-to-day thing than Cruz is more of a long-term 10-day thing.
So Robert Hassel does get promoted. First ever chance in the majors. First of all, do we know if he'll be in the lineup tonight? I'm assuming he will be, because why call him up and then not play him? And then secondly, tell us about Robert Hassel.
Yep, he's batting seventh. He's playing in center field starting tonight with, of course, Wooden left. And I believe Alex Call's in right. So, yeah, he's coming up and getting in the lineup right there. And, for those of you who don't know, Robert is one of those 5 prospects that the Nationals got back in the Juan Soto trade. At the time, he was actually considered one of the top more highly rated prospects. Has kind of slipped a little bit, but mostly due to injuries. He has not stayed healthy since he has joined the Nationals. When he has been healthy, he's performed. He had a good spring last year, and then his season was marred by injuries. He had a good performance in the Arizona Fall League for the 3rd time last fall. And then another good spring this year, and then has a solid start out in AAA. The whole thing with him has been health. If he can stay healthy, the Nationals really believe that he can be an impact player for them. He believes it too, talking to him down in West Palm over the spring. Some players with all the injuries that he had, some guys call it quits. And they're like, you know what, I can't do it. My body's not reacting. I just can't stay healthy. I'm going to call it. Robert used it as motivation. I mean, he said he's been rejuvenated with all these injuries, with his love for the game. He wants to get back out there. He knows he can do it. If he can figure out how to stay healthy, that he can be productive for them. So far, so good. And he's going to get a chance to show it this week.
It feels like when Mitch Parker pitches, you got to hold your nose for 1 inning. And depending on how bad that is, it ends up being a decent start. It was wild last night, but he was somehow effective, got deep into the ballgame.
Yeah, that's kind of the roller coaster with him. I mean, actually, I think his start last week in Atlanta, when I was down there with him in Atlanta, he actually had a good first inning and first couple of innings. And it was kind of like, oh, maybe, all right, this is something that we can kind of build upon. But yeah, kind of got away from him last night. The second inning as well. I mean, after the Nationals jump out to a 3-0 lead, the Braves get right back in it. And, that's a tough lineup. That happens. And it's always tough facing the same lineup in back-to-back starts for starters because they can make so many adjustments against you. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing for Mitchell right now is like, how can he get out of those first couple of innings? Because then once he gets into like the 3rd, 4th, 5th, he's usually settling in and is pretty solid and can give them a quality start here and there. So, it's starting out fast, hitting the strike zone. He didn't walk too many over the past couple of starts, which is a good sign. He had been prone to a lot of walks. We know he's not a big strikeout guy, but as long as he's not giving up free passes, I think that helps those first innings not be as big and as damaging.
Bobby Barrels, too. Bobby Blanco with us on the Blitz. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Anytime.
You got it. Let's keep the Blitz moving. Benjamin Brown, the score, joining us to talk all things NFL football. Benjamin, we were told for 72 hours by a bunch of reporters that the Tush Push was going to be banned, and then it wasn't. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say this is one of those situations where, the polls, who you're asking, no one actually wants to admit to being the people that are maybe going to vote in the Eagles' direction, it sounds like.
What other situations are like that come to mind? Is there any other situations?
There's a few. I mean, obviously some electoral college aspects of
politics.
Presidency, those sorts of things. But I do think there is, obviously a little bit of a misnomer when you're just, feeling out exactly how people are going to actually vote in a closed door sort of situation. Obviously, those votes came to light, but I think in a lot of ways, there was probably some politicking from the Eagles side of things as well, which moved the needle a little bit. But I do think if you add a lot of people within the buildings, it did seem like it just wasn't pitched correctly in the approach. I do think, in subsequent seasons, we are going to see a little bit more effort and maybe a little bit of a different light on how it's actually approached. But from that standpoint, there just wasn't enough people fully on board to put the name behind this sort of approval, I would say, at this point in time.
What about the postseason seeding? I thought we had something there.
Yeah, a lot more, of the same sort of story. I do think in a lot of ways, like that, something that probably just takes time to develop. And I do think in a lot of ways, teams gravitate towards making the less extreme decision, especially when they don't know how it's going to impact them in the subsequent season and subsequent upcoming seasons. And I do think that was one that, kind of came to the surface relatively late in the process. And for that reason, probably just didn't have enough support. But I do think once teams, do their own analysis on how that could be potentially beneficial, maybe that's another one that kind of comes up for discussion. But I do think just in the way in which it was approached, kind of haphazardly, kind of late in the process, I just don't think there was enough backing to even get it to a vote at this point in time.
What's going on with Aaron Rodgers at this point? And do the Steelers know that he's going to play and that's why they're cool with their roster? Because if he's not going to play, they're not going into the season with Mason Rudolph, are they?
Yeah, that's definitely a recipe for disaster. I do think, I'm not quite sure why it hasn't come to light yet. I do think maybe there's something there with training camp showing up and actually getting involved with this sort of team if you do want to have success. But it doesn't seem like Rodgers is all that interested in that. To me, I do think this is maybe, two sides that are sort of lukewarm and everyone else has kind of pointed at them to be, this perfect pairing. And in a lot of ways, they're the only ones that are kind of left at the dance that haven't found that sort of partner. And I think for that reason, there's a little bit of maybe, even animosity on both sides of the equation and some sort of willingness to need one side to actually cave first in order for the deal to actually happen. I think maybe that's a little bit of what's happening right now, but I'm still, up in the air on what, Rodgers can even bring to a team, especially a team like, the Pittsburgh Steelers and how they're going to be constructed going into the 2025 season. And I think from that standpoint, Mason Rudolph obviously isn't the answer. Neither is Will Howard, Skylar Thompson, or, I would say even really Aaron Rodgers is going to be that person that brings them over, into the promised land from a playoff standpoint in the AFC North. And I think until they really find an answer to that question, they're going to continuously kind of be this team left out of, the QB carousel that we see every single offseason.
We do have a rule change, though. The onside kick, slightly different than it was before by a yard. What can you tell us?
Yeah, just a yard, basically. Obviously, the starting point for where they go, matters to a certain degree. I do think it's obviously, I do think they changed the timing in which you can do it as well as I think it was previously only in fourth quarter games. Obviously, now you can do it at any point if you are trailing, which again is kind of a little bit of a weird rule in and of itself. But yeah, I don't really think this moves the needle too much. And again, we did see obviously, onside kick success move pretty dramatically towards being almost an impossible task. I do think the 1 yard differential maybe matters a little bit, but this is still a scenario where we're not going to see really any sort of success in the regular season or postseason from an onside kick perspective until we do get some additional movement on potential rule changes to that particular area of football.
Benjamin, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
You got it. There's Ben Brown at the score. Let's localize the football. Mitch Tischler covers the Commanders for Monumental Sports, and he joins us now on our Blitz. Mitch, let's start with Terry McLaurin. Report from Jordan Schultz today suggesting the reason for his absence is that he doesn't have a contract. We've been here before, just a few years ago. Any reason to have any concern about him and the Commanders getting something done?
At this point, no. We've seen Terry in the facility this offseason. We've seen him at many OTAs and other things around the team. Listen, this is something that I think is a storyline because we're in the middle of, it's a Wednesday in the middle of May, and there's not a whole lot else going on. I have no doubt this team is going to take care of him. We've heard everybody say that they plan on doing it. Terry understands the way that these things work. And quite frankly, this isn't a Trey Hendricks situation yet. However, at this moment, there's not much I'm concerned about, and I think it's more much ado about nothing.
Mitch, I've been asking everybody. I want your view on this also. Non-special teams touches. Who's got more offensive touches, Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane this year?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think Jalen Lane this season because I think he fits, at least what we saw at Virginia Tech, fits a lot of the type of things that Cliff Kingsbury likes to do. And I think when you look at the way that this team is going to probably use a guy like Deebo Samuel, where he's going to line up in the backfield some, he's going to have a couple opportunities to catch some of those tunnel screens out on the outside opposite of Terry and execute those types of plays. And we know that's the type of thing that Cliff Kingsbury likes to run. We saw it last year, obviously with De'Ami Brown being very successful in the playoffs, but all season long. And I think that a guy like Jalen Lane fits that sort of role a little bit better than a Luke McCaffrey, who I think is going to work almost traditionally out of the slot. So I do think Jalen Lane will probably get more touches this season, but I do like what the future holds for a guy like Luke McCaffrey. Although he didn't get a ton of PT last year or touches, we did see him running open a fair number of times, and just he and Jaden couldn't quite get on the same page. And so I expect that relationship to only grow from here.
How confident are you that they'll rush the quarterback well enough this year defensively?
Oh, I mean, I'm not confident that they're going to rush the quarterback particularly well, but if you were to tell me that I was going to trade off a couple of sacks to stop a couple of the long 20-yard runs that they gave up, I'd be more than happy to. And quite frankly, if I'm this coaching staff and I'm looking across the field and I say, I'll take your passing attack against my passing attack, there aren't many teams in the NFL that I think have a better ability to move the ball through the air than the Commanders do. And I think you're going to see a situation where almost, the best defense is a good offense. And if Jaden Daniels and this offense are able to operate the way they were last year, then you're going to force teams into, being pass-only teams. And you know how it is in the NFL. When you get them one-dimensional, you have an opportunity to take advantage of them.
Is their leading rusher not in Jaden Daniels' division in the running back room right now, or is it somebody to be named later?
I'll tell you what, I think Deebo Samuel is going to lead this team in rushing yards. I think that you look at what he did in San Francisco before Christian McCaffrey got there and the amount of production that he had there, I think we're going to see a lot of that. And we know that Cliff Kingsbury likes to get creative. He likes to have guys rush out of different positions. I think Deebo's going to get a fair number of carries, and he might lead this team in rushing.
That is one of the hottest takes I've ever heard. Mitch Tischler.
I like it.
I think his career high is like 365. That's amazing. I love it. Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right, be good. Monumental Sports. That's our guy, Mitch Tischler, on Grant and Danny, and that is your Beltway Blitz. There's a television show that many of us have watched hundreds of times going off the air, sports show. I want to talk about that. And what was your favorite sports show to watch? Maybe growing up with some nostalgia. Maybe it was as an adult. We're going to dive into that next on The Fan. Guys, it's GP. FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently or flirting with triple doubles? Get the latest stats inside the app. See who is heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action at the FanDuel Sportsbook with my promo code GP. To get started, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet 5 and win. Get $200. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to be a part of the in-season Hard Knocks as it will follow the NFC East. Training camp edition going to follow the Buffalo Bills. NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush Push. Votes were 22-10. Terry McLaurin not a practice today, entering the final year of his contract. In the NBA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named MVP today. And in baseball, the Nats taking on the Braves. They won game 1 of the series last night, 5-3, their 4th straight win. Dylan Cruz left the game early with an injury. He heads to the 10-day injured list with an oblique injury. Robert Hassel, III, set to make his major league debut tonight. He's batting 7th in his debut, playing center field. Nats and Braves, 6:45, first pitch right here on The Fan tonight. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI? Will come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture. When you call today to score 15% off your purchase, get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame. So far, it looks like the weather is going to allow them to start the game, but it's going to rain a bunch during the game. So it's just a matter of will they start a game when around 8 o'clock or so, it looks almost certain that there's going to be rain for much of the rest of the night.
Yeah, that's one of those fun ones where it's not raining now, but it's going to rain later, but it's rained a bunch today. And it's like, do we have enough of a window? The answer is maybe. I never know. Whatever it is, they never seem to make the right call. And I feel for the Mondays like this.
It's so true. Yeah. It's not anybody's fault, probably.
Like these are the hard ones.
I think they make the right call like 9% of the time. And I'm not trying to Joan. It just, I can't make the right call.
Yeah. Ain't no dome. So you're doing the best you can.
You're on a river right there on the Anacostia. It's a really weird location. But whatever they decide, it's probably going to backfire.
Like when it's not raining at the storage facility right across the street, it is raining there somehow.
It's
harder,
the weirdest.
You know?
But if the forecast calls for driving rain around 8 o'clock, 8:30 tonight, with the new rules in baseball, an hour, 90 minutes, you could probably get 4.5 innings in if everybody's moving quickly and there's not a lot of offense, in 90 minutes of baseball or something. You might be able to get 5+ innings in. So they might just try to push it and keep it moving. And I would imagine they'll start on time or as close as they can. The 6:45 start time, the rare occasion where it might help.
It might help you.
But enough about that. We can get into that when we hit the leadoff before we say goodbye in our final segment. 30 minutes from now, for the record, George Atala is going to join us. Formerly very high-ranking executive in the NFLPA for many, many years. We're going to talk to him about all of the things going on at the owners' meetings, including something he'll have some perspective on, which is the owners deciding they're going to let players take part in the Olympics in flag football. I think that's awesome. So that's coming up in about a half hour. Friday is the final day of the TV show Around the Horn on ESPN. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by the waxing poetic that I've seen everywhere about the end of this show, because it has been an institution on ESPN for many, many years. When did it start? Somebody look that up for me. I'm going to guess it was around my middle school time frame when they redid their lineup and they had PTI, which is one of the most popular, highest rated shows in ESPN history, still one of their highest rated programs. And then they had Around the Horn in that same kind of lineup.
First episode was 2002. November of 2002.
That sounds right. Okay.
23 years.
So that's 8th grade for me. Sorry, that checks out. So 23-year run. So whenever there's going to be a lot of people when we do our final show, if we're lucky enough to know it's our last show, where we emotional and it's going to be terrible to not do this. And people are just get these guys off the air. Someone else will do this tomorrow. But I've watched hundreds of episodes of that show, probably thousands, honestly. I used to watch it all the time. I haven't watched it in a long time. But I love the format of having sports writers discussing the news of the day and somebody giving credit to them by way of their points in a scoring system.
Good point. You get a point.
I think it's a really, really good format. And I always loved the show early on. Were you a around the horn guy?
I was a pretty early adopter. I liked it a lot better once this is going to sound like I'm ripping somebody. I'm not. I liked it a lot better once they replaced Max Kellerman. I think Tony Reale is just eminently more likable than Kellerman was. And that's not, again, it sounds like I'm ripping Kellerman. I'm not.
Well, you're ripping Kellerman.
I suppose I am. But the show felt more friendly, more natural,
He's like,
more
he
fun.
sucked and he's unlikable. And I'm not saying anything bad about the guy.
Again, it comes off really harsh. I just think Reale's really good at this. There's lots of people who don't host Around the Horn. Like I don't host it, for example. Tony Reale does. And there's a reason he's done it for 20 plus years. He's so good at it.
Why does he do nothing else? That's always been weird to me. So he was stat boy on PTI, and then he became the host of Around the Horn. And like I saw him doing some interviews, and obviously he is synonymous with that show because he's been the host for almost every episode ever since, as you said. They went to him, but like he never hosted anything else to my knowledge at ESPN. I've never seen him really do. I think he's a local guy too. I think he lives in DC. I've talked to people who bump into him out and about all the time. Is that random to you that he's basically just done one show and there's like you don't hear him on ESPN radio, you don't see him do any other programming?
You're right. I mean, you foot in the door to probably do whatever you want, you'd think, but what do I know? Maybe it requires so much to do that I don't know. I mean, usually for ESPN, if they've got is anyone willing to offer a hot take? And then you trot that guy out for 48 straight hours on every show,
but my point
dropping
is,
it somewhere.
He doesn't have to give takes. He could just be a host at a desk. He's never hosted, not an NBA countdown, nothing. He's just the guy that touches the buttons. It's almost like he's a typecast actor. The only thing he does is that and nothing else. I've always found that weird. That's all.
It makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. I have not thought about it. I have no good answers for you, which I know is very compelling in our format here.
Weird stuff that I think about.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point.
So here's my hot Around the Horn take. Okay. Again, format awesome. Loved the show. Watched it every day for a long time. It got to a point where they would have people on that I don't care what they think. And when they started to really expand the lineup of who the analysts, for lack of a better word, were, that's when it got watered down for me. And I don't think it's even a bad strategy from them. It became the way that they pushed and branded people. It became the way, think WWE wrestling. When you get a push, you become more popular and they're trying to get you over. When, Mina Kimes becomes the NFL analyst for them, she's going on Around the Horn every single day. When Pablo Torre or any of these guys are the new ESPN, we want you to like this guy and know this guy. And we want that likability politician style where he rolls up his sleeves and want to have a beer with them. They would put him on that show. But that show to me was, the beauty of it in a sense was like, there was a PTI element to it. It was curmudgeonly, kind of older writers. It was, back when I first remembered, it was like Woody Page. Not that I'm some diehard Woody Page guy, but I became a big fan of his shtick and the sign he would have up behind him. It was Bill Cowlishaw.
Tim Cowlishaw.
Bill Plaschke. I combined two guys.
That guy's a great writer.
Tim Cowlishaw. Jay Adonde was on it all the time, I remember. And then Jackie McCollum. But like these, lifer, all time, give him an award because they just wrote about sports for 30 years at a national level type people. And I'm not trying to knock anybody, but then it just became the ESPN flavor of the week random that I don't know.
Do you cover Chicago for the ESPN affiliate? And then that person's on there. Do you cover are you in Nashville? It's just again, it sounds like a ripping people, but that's the point. Is it like
when I turn on the show and I don't know two of the people in the boxes, why do I care about their take on the big thing last night? That's where they lost it a little bit for me. I don't know if it was for everybody, but that was certainly. So I got that guy. I saw that guy hosts a show on ESPN Radio at 11 p.m. I've heard of him 3 times, but that's the face of what are we doing here?
Yeah. I think like the world moves, and where it was once novel and then was once really good, I'm now kind of, I don't know. It's like it doesn't excite me anymore. I haven't watched an episode of Around the Horn in years.
Me either. I would say the last time I watched an episode of Around the Horn was probably a decade ago, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But I would say this. If you told me right now that Around the Horn tonight was going to have, I'm making this up as I go, but like Mike Tirico, Ian Eagle, I don't know, Doris Burke, and give Bob Costas in the boxes, and they're going to debate sports for 30 minutes, I'll probably find a way to watch that. It's archived, it's available. I got ESPN Plus. To me, I think the whole point is it just became like random takes from random people that are on the ESPN in the car wash that day, that are there and that they're assigning to that show.
Yeah.
And the whole point initially was there was some reverence to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So to me, a couple things happen. I think your point, is right on. The second thing is, this is not a great example, but I'm making this one up. The Super Bowl gets the same amount of time as like the X Games, or like the motocross event gets the same amount of time as the Major League Baseball All-Star game. There was no distinction. So it goes in these circles, and they're doing this like super quick, touristy 20-second little soundbite with a couple of points. And the majority of the show, again, I haven't watched in a long time, so it may not be as up to date, but the majority of the show, I'm going, I don't care about 80% of these things. You see what I'm saying? Like the same way that ESPN's 24/7 programming, more from when nobody had highlights. They used to be highlights. Now everyone's got highlights. So what do we do? I need the Shouty show to tell me, the latest feud between this guy and this outfit this person's wearing, and where's this next NBA player going to play next summer? The way the content machine's going. And that show became more of those things to me than it was that, as you said, like the hottest sports issue of the day. It just felt less hot sports issue there. You might get to it, but it gets a minute. And now we're back to, whatever thing that I'm not that interested in. That's how it felt to me. So I think it's a combo of watered down panelists, and it sounds so disrespectful to people that have accomplished more than me.
These people are more impactful in the business than we are. It's just,
we're punching up here, but it's watered down to me, watered down topic and watered down panelists. Just kind of my interest waned. So and we should go back and say what an impact that show had for almost 25 years in one of the most challenging, ridiculous, hard, absurd industries that sees millions and millions of changes, that goes at light speed. Totally. 1 year on ESPN is 15 years anywhere else. That's remarkable. That's awesome. But also to say, hey, it's probably time.
It was a hell of a run.
It was 100%.
Awesome 20+ year run. I don't think that the format is out of date. PTI is still going strong. I'm pretty sure it's still the highest rated show on ESPN. They haven't changed a thing about that show in 20 years. It's Kornheiser and Wilbon, man. That's the secret sauce. It's those two guys. Now, there's days when they're out, obviously, and people fill in or whatever, but it is the exact same structure. And by the way, that is the perfect structure.
Yes, it is.
Around the Horns was good. Theirs is perfect.
Yep.
It's all the biggest stories. You know when they're going to hit because they've literally got the column on the side.
Right there.
They're going one by one. They're only giving you 2 minutes, so you're basically leaving them wanting more. It's our idea, essentially, behind the scenes. Radio insider here of we'll leave the phones hot sometimes and move on and come back to it because it's better to do too little of something than too much of something. So it's 2 minutes. The bell rings. We're moving on. That's a great show. They haven't changed a thing. That show's not going off the air, and people still love it. People podcast it. They get it in all kinds of forms.
So here's the difference.
By the way, I still watch that show.
Yeah, we conflict with it with our little thing that we're doing, but yeah, I mean, when I can, I watch it.
But it's not like you have to watch it live. ESPN Plus has all of this stuff available 24/7.
I know. But I was doing shit. The point is, though, for me, it's those two. It's Kornheiser and Wilbon.
That's my point.
And I don't, if they had a day, let's just, I'm making this up. Let's say going forward to mix things up on PTI, Wednesday's non-sports day. Tony and Wilbon are going to debate the Oscar nominees. They're going to debate movies or a bunch of pop culture topics. I'd still watch it. I want to watch those two talk about stuff. They're so good that it transcends any kind of topic or whatever's going on in sports.
They take a lot of time off because just older in their career, especially Kornheiser, it feels like. And Wilbon travels with NBA stuff or whatever. And it kind of stays afloat. But the structure, everything's quick, right? It's only a 30-minute show, but they got 5 good minutes. They get an A-list guest on for 5 minutes. Really quality show.
Yeah, the format is awesome. And again, those two guys are stars. It's the same thing, for me, honestly, with the junkies. I don't, like, unless they're talking about something that I actively hate, like golf or something that I get annoyed about, I just want to hear them talk about stuff.
So like, PTI might actually be the answer, by the way.
Yeah.
But this brings me to the topic at hand and the question I want to set up here with Around the Horn going off the air Friday, 2 days from now. They're going to be signing off for the final time. What was your favorite or is your favorite sports television show? I actually think I want to do a little bit of a nostalgia to this. So, like, what was it either growing up or that's no longer around? But what was the show that you loved most from a sports standpoint that you remember watching that you don't anymore because it's not available to you? Let's fill up the phones on that, and we'll have a little discussion with Around the Horn going off the air. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan Around the Horn saying goodbye for the final time. They sign off on Friday. 20-plus years on ESPN as a mainstay in, do you call that in television drive time? Nobody's driving and watching TV.
I guess, right?
I mean, but that is end of the work
pre-prime time. I don't know what the word is.
So what was your sports show that you liked the most? Ideally, nostalgia. It's not around, but it's fine if you want to cheat a little bit. And it's, a sports show that you loved. Maybe you don't as much anymore for whatever reason. Life happened. No longer in your wheelhouse. Mine is off the beaten path, but I actually see somebody on the line has it. So I'm going to go to this guy and let him say it. John's in La Plata on Grant and Danny. John, what do you got?
For some reason, I thought that you would like this one, Grant. It's Stump the Schwab. I don't know if I'm butchering the guy's name.
That was it.
But the old trivia show from ESPN.
So good. So good. So I believe he's no longer around. I remember talking about this when he passed on the show several months back. But Schwab was a producer behind the scenes and a numbers guy that basically was a lot of the research for ESPN.
I mean, a sports savant.
Guru.
Like savant.
So one of probably the smartest trivia sports person I've ever met or known in my personal life is Pete Medhurst, our late great buddy.
Yeah.
And Schwab was a national version. Like he was like Pete up levels, right?
Yeah.
And Schwab had a show for a short time, couple of seasons. I don't remember how much it ran, but it was like Sports Jeopardy essentially, where 3 people would compete and then the champion would take on Schwab. And it was the greatest show. It was a sports trivia show.
So they had basically like if you ever watch Beat Bobby Flay, right?
Yes.
Where the guy has like a special dish that he serves. Each guy would come in with like a team specialty or a player specialty and to try to still out Schwab the Schwab and couldn't.
Like I could say early 2000s Redskins. Me against the Schwab, let's go.
And he was as good or better.
Great show. Let's go to Steven Manassas. What's up?
Hey, guys. I don't know if you guys are younger, but do you remember the old George Michael sports machine?
100%, man. Let's go to the videotape. So good.
Exactly. That started it all.
So he was NBC4.
Yep.
Obviously, I knew George Michael. He was still around when I was very, very young. I don't remember necessarily watching Sports Machine, but the way I know of it, he would stand there next to a screen. Then he would like tap as if it's a touch screen, a button, kind of what Helly would ultimately do thereafter, where, all right, let's go out to, and then he would just talk over highlights, right? Like the old school sportscaster way.
And no one had ever seen anything like it. Like he's standing there with next to the reel-to-reel different tapes or whatever,
Right.
and who knows what was real, what wasn't. But when he would break down the highlights and only his way, it was perfect.
Let's go to Joe in Montgomery County on Grant and Danny. Joe, favorite sports TV programming? Joe, you're on the radio. You will get nothing.
No, you're not, Joe. You're out.
And you will like it. Derek in Virginia, what's up?
Yeah, so I'm going back on this one. Redskins sideline.
What is that?
Oh, that was good. So that was with Glenn Brenner back in the day, Sonny Jurgensen. And I remember going on there live, and they'd have a studio audience and bring out certain guests that play for the Redskins.
Oh, wow. So television programming where you got players on with a live audience. That's pretty cool. Dude, local TV used to be
king, man.
They used to spend the money and be the bee's knees, and that's where you went for sports content. Like you hear the call-ins, right? Remember CK was just talking about, I think it was George Michael who did this, but that old NBC4 like Thursday night show, and they still do some version of it, but it used to be Riggins and Sonny and
Just
George
the heaviest
Michael
hitters, yeah.
and Darryl Green, and and it's just like they're breaking down the game where they're going to go blow somebody out 40-13 that weekend, and Joe Gibbs is joining them every other week in studio. It used to just be massive.
Times were different, man.
Let's go to John in Laurel. What's up, John?
Hey, Grant and Danny, first time caller, long time listener.
We appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I got a radio show and a national TV show. So the national TV show was Saturday mornings, This Week in Baseball.
You're breaking up a bunch. I did hear him say This Week in Baseball.
This Week in Baseball. How about that? Oh, the best.
Bro.
The best.
Do you remember when you'd get to a baseball game in a big league ballpark on like a Sunday afternoon and you're in your seat or you're walking the concourse or whatever, like an hour before the game, and they'd be playing Twib on the screen? They would be playing this weekend. That's my childhood.
Because the
Camden
Twib bit.
Yards.
I mean, that's everyone know. Everyone, if you don't know about Twib,
Twib was it, man. This week in baseball, and they did the blooper every week with the blooper rip. And you'd see the bloopers. What a show.
I'm Mel Allen. This week in baseball.
What a great answer.
Aces.
Kevin in Centerville, home of the Wildcats.
How y'all doing, Granddaddy?
Good, buddy.
So mine was the sports reporters. It started out with Dick Schaap and John Saunders, but I was like, my addiction to it was so much. It was a Sunday morning staple, right?
Sunday morning.
On ESPN, and right, before like they would have Sunday NFL Countdown or something like that. So you'd get that, and then I was so addicted to it, I would flip to ESPN too because they would show it at 10:30, and I would rewatch it because I was like, man, they're actually saying some like cool stuff, right? Lupica is saying something nice.
Him and Bill Conlon are arguing with each other.
Mike Lupica was a great pull. He
Staple
was
on that,
every week. So that show, for me, I was a child. It was so boring. I hated that show. But now I would love that show. I guarantee it. But again, remember, I'm 10 or 12 years old. That show was not for me. The sports reporters, that was not. It was just old guys talking about sports in a boring way. But he's so right. Those shows are gone. Those magazine-y type shows where I would love that.
So I didn't love that show, even though I was obviously I wasn't still am older than you. Because it just felt like this New York focused thing. It was like Lupica talking about the Yankees, and Conlon I think was a Philadelphia guy. It never caught with me.
How about Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel?
Yeah,
recently gone. That's only been a couple of years that show's off the air. Real Sports was a staple for me on HBO.
So good.
It was one of those, if I missed it, I would go back and watch 3 or 4 and binge them at a time, on whatever the HBO app was called.
Max or Go Max.
Let's go to Bargov and Gaithersburg on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
For me, it was NFL primetime.
Yep.
In the late 90s, early 2000s, as a middle schooler, elementary schooler, just thirsting for NFL-wide highlights. And the supply-demand for highlights was a lot different back then than it is now, as we all know. So, man, there was nothing like that.
NFL primetime was the best. For those of you that don't remember, that was Chris Berman and Tom Jackson. They would break down this music, crank it.
Yeah.
Every highlight of every game on Sunday night after the games. By the way, they still do this. It's Berman, and now it's Booger McFarland. And it's only streamed, essentially. It's on ESPN+.
Or they'll do it like at halftime of the Monday night game or something.
He does,
but not like this.
That's fastest 2 minutes. That's a different thing. So this show with him and no longer Tom Jackson, obviously, but Booger. I watch it every single week, and I still feel 10 when I watch it. Because Boomer's still doing the and he's still doing the rumbling, stumbling, tumbling. He's got all his shtick still.
NFL Sunday Countdown. Sunday NFL Countdown. You did not know what happened. You didn't know. You saw a highlight, whatever they gave to you. You saw a couple nuggets. You saw a little bit of information. You'd know the score. You'd have no clue how a team that was out of your market won, lost, everything in between until that show came on. It was the best.
Nate Annandale, home of the Adams.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Buddy.
I'd like to say I got to go with Tony Kornheiser and Mike Wilbon because what we need in sports today is truth and parity. And, but they're dynamic. You're not getting an Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark type thing where it's a racial thing. You're getting truth. You're getting experience. And I grew up reading their columns. I grew up like sports page cover to cover in the Washington Post in the area. Also, you guys are getting better and better. CK, pay these guys. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
That.
Hey, okay.
$5 in the mail. I mean, we don't make money currently. We would like to make some.
Tens of dollars changes hands every year.
We are not under contract. I just like the idea. Pay these guys. It's great.
Pay those men.
Pay this man his money. The Nationals just got postponed. They actually did it hours before first pitch, before anyone got to the ballpark, and sat there and had their night ruined. So the Nats will not play tonight. How about that? Grant and Danny on the Fan. George Atala, longtime executive with the NFLPA, will join us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the teams for Hard Knocks were announced. Training camp going to be with the Buffalo Bills in season, going to follow the NFC East. Commanders going to be on Hard Knocks this year at the end of their season. The NFL owners didn't reach the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush push. Votes were 22-10 in favor of banning the Tush push. They needed 24 votes. They come up too shy. Terry McLaurin wasn't at practice today. He's entering the final year of his contract. In the NBA, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 tonight, Pacers and Knicks at 8 o'clock. Last night, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves in Game 1 to take a 1-0 series lead. Today, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Most Valuable Player of the NBA this season. Hockey last night, Panthers beat the Hurricanes 5-2 to take a 1-0 series lead. Tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 1, Oilers and Stars at 8 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals have already postponed their game for today. They will not play tonight. They'll make it up as a doubleheader in September when the Braves come back out here. Dylan Cruz went to the 10-day injured list today with an oblique injury. Robert Hassel III set to make his major league debut whenever the Nationals next play. Go with the pros at Door Pro America for spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Remember, every day this week at 4 o'clock, you have a chance to win tickets to see The Offspring at Jiffy Lube Live, so we'll give those away ahead of the Beltway Blitz again tomorrow on Grant and Danny. We're now going to be taking you up to 6:30. The Nats got rained out, so no need to get to Nats pregame at 6:15. They are postponed. They're going to make up this game in September, it sounds like. So no doubleheader tomorrow. Regularly scheduled 6:45 first pitch tomorrow night. And then they'll make this game up with a doubleheader on the Tuesday that the Braves are in town in the middle of September. But let's get to the Root Guest Hotline. Root, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome onto the show, our buddy George Atala. George, for many, many years, was one of the top executives at the NFLPA with D. Smith. Has been a longtime friend of the program, and with everything going on in the league and some of the changes coming, we thought George would be an awesome guest to have on to talk about some of those. Good to talk to you, man. How you been?
I'm doing great. Really, really great to be with you all again, and nice to be able to talk about these things a little freely now. So let's get at it.
I love that.
Always fun. So I want to start with the Olympics and the fact that players are going to participate. This has kind of been a long time dream of a lot of players. And then when we found out flag football was coming to the 28 games in LA, I think there was a lot of excitement. And now we know we're full go here. NFL players are going to be able to participate. Are you surprised the owners agreed to this with the risk of injury, or did they get enough concessions in your opinion?
I think this was something that the league has been pushing from the league office side for quite a while now. And it all has to do with how the league looks at international expansion. And I think, especially having been myself to almost every, international city and the international series over the years, it didn't quite catch hold in a way that a participation sport would, right? So you look at basketball and soccer and even baseball around the world has much greater youth participation because it's just the barrier of entry is easier, right? For football, it wasn't the case. And yes, they had commercial success. They were getting broadcast. They were selling out. But when you look at the games in the UK, they were still sort of exhibition style. No matter how many times you put a full-blown NFL game in an international market, international expansion was always going to come or have to come from the grassroots level. And so flag is the entry point to that, in my opinion.
So anytime the owners, and you kind of put my radar up to this years ago when we first met, anytime the owners are like, yeah, totally, let's do that, I get wary. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, okay, what's the angle? What am I not seeing? And I think you kind of touched on it there, George, but for the players, I totally 100% get it. How often are you going to get a chance to win a gold medal? because the world doesn't play football, to your point, right? It's our thing, and we love it so much, rightfully so. But the rest of the world, it's some expats and some people are fans, but it's not played at the same levels. So I get it from a player's perspective. This is how Justin Jefferson gets his gold medal. From the owner's perspective, the fact that this was so readily agreed to, I'm kind of scratching my head going, why did they agree to it so quickly?
You know why. Follow the money, right? I think this is a massive revenue opportunity and a massive opportunity for growing the game. And whenever you hear the term growing the game, it's about growing the pie and growing the revenue streams associated with, the game of football. And I think you've sort of tapped out on broadcast rights here in the United States. You've tapped out on, for the most part, ticket sales. Stadiums, as you know, in terms of the fan experience across all sports, is far more customized and boutique now, and that's the way that things are going. So I think the next sort of level of expansion, if you're looking at international, is a participation sport. And if you want to participate and use the Olympics as a springboard, I give them credit. I think it's a really bright move for them to do that. Now, of course, opposite that, you're going to have one roster spot at the moment. The resolution calls for one NFL roster spot per country, right? So for the Commanders, let's say you're going to get one American player, and then players who want to represent other countries, they get a roster exemption. I'm curious how each individual owners are going to treat those players. Are going to let them go to qualifiers? What's going to be in their contracts? What are the insurance clauses going to say? So there's still a lot of details to be worked out here before the competition officially kicks off. But in general, it's a movement to get the growth of the game. And that's always, Danny, to your point, that's the buzzword that raises the alarm bells for me about revenue.
Another of the proposals that didn't end up being voted on or coming to fruition, George, would be the idea of changing the seating for the playoffs. And I just wonder, it's the same number of teams that get in, right? So is that something players would care a lot about, or if you were still at the PA, that you guys would angle or involve yourselves in at all? Or is 7-7 as far as you're concerned, whether the division champion gets the home playoff game or not?
Everybody wants to play a home playoff game. And for the NFL owners, I believe that they didn't pass that resolution because they want the division to matter, number one, but they want a home game, right? So you from year to year, and we saw this last year with the NFC East, where you had a really strong division. From year to year, you could have divisions that are just better than others. And I think they just wanted to keep and maintain the status quo because the owners are wanting to hold on to that home playoff game. It's a massive revenue boon. From the players' side, obviously, they want to play a home game too. And I think they're probably more on the side of the competitive advantage standpoint, where they want the seeding and the regular season record to matter a little bit more. But I think on that one, it wasn't such a hot button issue that I think it came to a boil, unlike the other two, where we're talking about flag. And then, I'm assuming we're going to get into the other rule that fell short today.
George Atala with us here on Grant and Danny, longtime exec at the NFLPA. So this was my case for this one. Actually, this one I thought the owners would sort of follow my line of thinking here. I think with the current format in terms of playoff seeding, George, there are more games at the end of the season that could be marquee that aren't, because everybody's got that seed locked in, right? Yep. Where, this division's weak, they're 10-7 or they're 10-6 in the final week, but they don't need it because they got the 3 seed or they got the 4 seed or whatever. And I think you could have more compelling down the stretch games. I thought that would win the day versus, as you said, the home playoff game. It seems like that didn't tip the scales.
It didn't tip the scales. And a lot of it's tied to what revenue is like for a home playoff game. But look, I'll flip the question back to you guys. As fans of the Commanders, does the division matter more than playoff seeding?
I would say,
I don't know.
Yeah. For me, yes, winning the division is more important. That's kind of the priority all regular season for sure. But I am for the reseeding or the seeding change, because I think the better record, it makes the regular season matter more. The better record should be rewarded. Washington won the division.
If you're 9-7,
yeah,
and by record you're a 6 seed, you still want the home playoff game.
Well, if you're better than
as a division winner,
no. So what I think should happen is the team with the better record, division or not, rank them 1-7 based on record. When Rivera's Washington 2020 team, the football team, went 7-9 and the Bucks had to come here, it was nonsense. Last year, Washington was an 11-win, 12-win
12-win team on the road.
12-win team, and they went to Tampa. Now, honestly, if it's one game difference and you won a division and the other team didn't, like I can be convinced that's not the end of the world. But my problem is it's kind of the Ron Rivera clause. He did this in Carolina. He did this here. He had 7-win division champions multiple times. If you're not 500, you should be on the road.
Yeah. And look, again, I think we're having the debate in real time in terms of what's happening, in the owners' meetings and between owners' meetings. And I just don't know that there was enough momentum to make the change because some people probably prefer, like same as us, right? Like some people prefer the division to matter more, and some people want the seeding to matter more. Ultimately, again, Danny, we talked about this for years and years now. You just follow the money. And I think risking a home playoff revenue was probably like a hill too far to climb.
George Atala, longtime executive at the NFLPA and longer time friend of this program here on Grant and Danny, joining us on The Fan. Let's talk international games for a moment. The schedule came out last week. You want to talk about just a growing schedule. Ooh. Washington's going to Madrid, Spain. I saw Florio wrote something yesterday about we're soon going to have 16 international games, so every team could, if they wanted to, play one per season. First of all, where do you think we are in terms of where we're eventually going to be in this process, like State of the Union, on globalizing the game with actual games being played outside of the States?
Yeah, I was a major advocate for this behind the scenes in terms of how players are being treated during these games. Earlier in the international series, you had teams go there and they were there all week. And then teams started gaming the system with travel. So they'd show up later in the week, play the game, and like literally jump on a plane and get back home. For the player's perspective, that's not conducive to their recovery. That's not conducive to their health and safety. It's not conducive to promoting the game in that particular market, right? You want players to get out and do appearances and promote the game. Going back to where we started off this conversation with flag football, that you have to give them an opportunity to be true ambassadors of the game. You can't do that if the only opportunity British people have, Spanish people have, German people have, is just to watch them on the field during the game with their helmets on. So I was always an advocate of creating a standardized schedule for each international series that would give the players enough time to enjoy the local market, bring their families out, and promote the game and be true ambassadors for the game. And I think you have to combine that with the flag football and international and Olympic component to it, right? If you want to have a true participation sport, what would it mean for, when the Rams go to London in October, for them to do a clinic at Wembley for kids and youth and all that kind of stuff? And I think that's what we're trying to, it's not quite there yet, but you can sort of see the puzzle pieces and how they might start to fit. Under the CBA, and now I sound like my old self, but under the CBA, you can only go up to 10 international games right now. So anything more than that, they'd have to go to the union and negotiate them.
All right, let's get to the news of the day. The stupid rugby play with a perfectly good equivalent.
You love it.
George, I hate it so much. Here's the thing. If the stupid the Schuylkill River, South Jersey guys are yelling, it's like everyone's soft and weak and whatever. It's not as if we're banning the forward pass, right? It's not as if we're banning like off tackle runs because it's too effective. The quarterback sneak is an excellent football play, which is successful for the regular rank and file 84-85% of the time, depends on the year. I bet you it'll work great with the dude who squats 1 billion pounds. I can't believe that there are 10 cowardly owners who bowed down to Jeffrey Lurie because he gave an impassioned speech at a meeting. I cannot believe people couldn't get on board with this. Again, credit to the Eagles for coming up with this. I don't mean to lead the witness here. You may be able to tell how I feel about it, but I can't believe common sense didn't prevail today. Your thoughts?
I'm not as wound up about this because I tend to be on the side of they just do it better. I mean, look, the AFC Championship game, Buffalo Bills had critical 3rd and 4th down plays where arguably they have a better quarterback for that particular play, and they fell short. They just didn't do it as well. So I don't know. I think there's 2 reasons, in my opinion, why that thing fell short. First, they tried to package the rule change as a health and safety issue. And in my opinion, and from the data that we have available, And from what I've seen, it's not necessarily a health and safety issue. You're not getting more injuries on that particular play than any other play. That's the first issue. And the second issue, which, again, putting my player hat on, they had Kelsey come in and make an impassioned case about why, from a player's perspective and from a competition perspective, it wasn't necessary to ban this thing. And I think when you look at the rules changes in general, and all these rules changes, right? We had the issue with the hip drop tackle last year. We've had countless of these every year where they have points of emphasis. I think the players eventually need to have a much bigger seat at the table where you can have, Frankie from the Commanders talk about why he hates it in the room with owners, and you can have the Kelsey perspective, and let's have players really, really there in a meaningful way so that they can be part of the rules changes. I think that makes more sense than just, okay, Lurie's going to make a case because his team's better at one play than another. I think that takes a lot out of it because you don't hear from players right now in terms of a meaningful, role in terms of making those changes.
George, going back to international travel, a couple of quick things on this. So I was arguing with a buddy of mine this week, and I just want to see what side you'd be on. So number one, not the argument. The Vikings are going over and playing 2 straight games. I think one's in London, one's in maybe Germany or something like that.
Yep.
But they're staying for a week. So I wonder, based on what you were saying, if you like that better, that they're over there and they're playing 2 games, which, other than the Jaguars, who don't really count as an NFL team, has never really happened. And then number 2, you can laugh at that. That was a joke. Number 2, I'm
sorry.
Yeah, no.
He's a great example. Not an NFL team.
Right, exactly.
Maybe I was a little slow there. It's been a while.
No, it's fine. You're still in PA mode. All 32 teams.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not quite. Yeah.
And then the other one would be, this was the argument. He thinks there's going to be a team in London full time, like just an NFL team based out of London in our lifetime, like in the 2030s. And I'm saying there's no way in hell. Not one person would want to sign there. I don't know how the travel would work. Nobody would want to live there. They wouldn't want to go back and forth and have awful time with visas and all that. I'm saying no. So where are you at on that?
I probably am on the side of no at the moment to have a permanent team there at the moment. I don't know that. I mean, look, lifetime, what's our lifetime? Like, are the 3 of us going to be hanging out?
Yours will probably be longer than mine. You're a healthier man.
I don't know about that, but are the 3 of us going to be back here talking about this in 15 years and say, oh, remember that interview we did in 2025 when we talked about never? I mean, there's a never say never, but at the moment, I don't know that there's going to be a permanent team there. I think we're probably likely to have a Super Bowl in London at some point in our lifetime before we have a permanent team there. And we'll see how the Olympics happens, right? I mean, first, there's a couple of things that have to happen. We have to negotiate a new CBA. For that to happen, let me rephrase. The league and the union have to negotiate a new CBA by 2031. And there have to be all sorts of other economic drivers and revenue drivers for the league to even consider, or for the owner to even consider, putting a team permanently in an international market. So I think those are a lot of factors that are going to come into play. But again, the players really have to sort of galvanize and make a decision about how they want to approach these issues, because they're steamrolling right now. They're coming fast and furious, and the league wants to move fast. And I think, it's up to the players to sort of get together and decide how they want to approach this.
Did you guys get complaints from players frequently about Hard Knocks being intrusive, or any more with Hard Knocks than you would just general? Like, you're
All the
getting
time.
mic'd up, you're getting recorded constantly and not wanting that?
Yeah, all the time. We got complaints about that all the time. And it's a mixed bag, right? Because I do think players are so used to having cameras around all the time with respect to social media and their cell phones, and, they're doing stuff on their own and filming each other. So I think there's an element to it where it's, they're okay doing it with each other, but when there's other cameras in the place and they're filming players getting cut, and management sometimes is not always as, tactful in those situations as they could be, nobody wants to be embarrassed. That's the bottom line. And I think in some cases there have been some, embarrassing and less than helpful scenes to the players that they wish they didn't have. But it goes to what's the content play for everybody, right? It gives us something to talk about, gives us something to look at and react to, and takes us behind the scenes, if you will. And I think that's the novel idea of Hard Knocks and a show like that. I do think, though, and I've heard this from a number of players, where, we definitely wish there were some things that were kept private.
George, really good to catch up with you, dude. It's been too long, man. I really appreciate it.
Miss you guys. Let's get together soon, all right? Hey, one last thing. Danny, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. Like, during COVID, I know we haven't talked in a while. During COVID, you jumped on the Instagram Live with me when things were dead and we were trying to just, like, be creative. I just we'll never forget your kindness in doing that. And the impressions and the impersonations are great, and always appreciate you guys, and always be a friend.
Oh, kind of you, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
George, is good
All right,
catching
be
up.
well.
Let's do it again soon. George Atala,
All right, take care.
good friend of ours and a longtime exec over at the NFLPA with really good insight on some of what's going on in the National Football League today. Speaking of which, the Commanders, via the 33rd team, could be due for a regression. They see Washington as a team that maybe overachieved last season. I want to hear their argument for that and see what we agree and disagree with. We'll do that next. Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Copair, who are helping us to lose weight the right way. I was procrastinating. I think that's often what happens. I'm like, I know I got to do something, but it's football season. And then it was the holidays. There's always a reason why I'll do it Monday. I'll do it after the weekend. I got my birthday coming up. I want to have the cake or whatever the thing is. Procrastinating is the enemy here. You got to get this done now. The sooner you start, the easier it is. And frankly, the more happy you're going to be quickly because of the results. And really get going.
That accountability, that coaching, that ability to navigate all those challenges that Grant is talking about. Again, I tried to do this on my own. I was doing everything that I possibly could. Anything reasonable you could ask of a human being, I was doing it, and it wasn't working. I was putting on weight. All the measurements were bad. All the things inside that needed to be fixed were not getting fixed. So I went back on the program, and thank goodness that I did. The weekly accountability is the best part about it. Do what we've done, and so many of our listeners have as well. Call 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Nationals and the Braves were set to play Game 2 tonight. That's not going to happen. That has been postponed. It'll be made up as a split doubleheader on September 16th. Nationals did beat the Braves last night 5-3 for their fourth straight win, and Dylan Cruz went to the 10-day injured list with an oblique injury. Robert Hassel III recalled. He's going to make his major league debut whenever the Nats next take the field. In basketball, Pacers and Knicks, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 tonight. 8 o'clock tip-off for that one. Western Conference Finals, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves to take a 1-0 series lead today. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named most valuable player of the NBA this season. In the NFL, Hard Knocks was announced today. Training camp going to follow the Buffalo Bills. In season going to follow the NFC East. And the NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote needed to ban the Tush push. Votes were 22-10 in favor. They needed 24 votes. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We're now taking you up to 6:30, an hour from right now. No Nats baseball, as Toby just told you in the update. All right, the 33rd team, they got a podcast. It's good. It's Palazzolo and Monson, the two guys of PFF fame. They left PFF. Steve Palazzolo was one of the high-ups there. Sam Monson, who's been a guest on our show over the years many, many times and will be throughout the football season. I like them. They break the game down well. But they had a pretty anti-Commanders conversation, or at least had a discussion where they were open to the idea that the Commanders are going to regress this season, that they overachieved last year. And I saw it, and I said, okay, this will be a good discussion for you and I. Let's have a dialogue on this. And I started to jot down little times of cuts that I wanted Darius to pull.
Uh-huh.
And as I was like, okay, I want those 20 seconds. I'm like, you know what? This is several minutes. It's just them breaking it down. I was like, why don't we just play it? We'll start it. We'll stop it. We can agree or disagree. But this is, I don't think it's negative. Is probably not the right word. This is the other side of.
It's the air out of the balloon. It's the grounding of the expectations a bit.
I think a lot of people in the fan base are sold that this is going to be a really good team. You and I think they're going to be pretty good. There is another side of the conversation. So this is, again, the 33rd team. This is Check the Mic, the show that Palazzolo and Monson do, talking about the Commanders. So we'll jump in as we need to here.
Here's what I would say for Washington. Did they overachieve last year? Like, did they just do too well in year one? There's definitely reasons for great optimism in Washington, but it also, when you go unit by unit, as far as breaking down this roster, are they actually as good as teams like the Eagles and the Lions? I know they beat the Lions in the playoffs. I hear you, but are they actually that good and primed, for regression this year, despite Jaden Daniels looking like a future star?
So just pause that real quick. Reasonable question.
Yeah.
By the way, totally reasonable. I remember back to Ron Rivera's first season when they were not that good. They played backup quarterbacks. They had a favorable schedule. They won 7 games because they were lucky to. They won the division. They made the playoffs. Remember the Eagles called off the Dogs when they were beating them.
That's right.
And benched their quarterback Hurts at the time so that the Giants wouldn't win the division and Washington would. And Nate Sudfeld came in and he gave the game away and Washington with Alex Smith made the postseason, and the next week started Taylor Heineke for the pylon game. But he's asking, are we sure they're better than the Eagles and the Lions? How could anyone be? But a lot of these power rankings are suggesting they're kind of right there, that they're better than Green Bay and Minnesota and San Francisco and all those teams.
Talent-wise, they are not. And that didn't matter last year.
If Daniels is awesome, then maybe you have a chance.
And that's kind of the point, especially in the second half of the season, he was masking so many issues. I've said the same thing a million times. I'm blue in the face. I'm sure everybody's sick of the refrain. They were playing ball control football without a running game. Just having him do it, it's insane. The only time they ran it worth a damn, and it belied how bad it really was that Titans game. Who basically they'd given up by that point. They were terrible. Washington took advantage to their credit.
I think the first carry of that game for B-Rob was a 40-yard touchdown.
Yeah, it was a house call, untouched. Yeah, untouched. The rest of the time, it was.
By the way, that was a top 5 run defense. I think they were second or third in the NFL.
Coming into the game.
They mauled them that day.
Yeah, so however that happened. But the rest of the rushing totals, you look at it, they're Daniels rushing totals. And it was a disaster when it came to that part of the football. But they ran it fine. So you look at some of the numbers. But again, it was because of Daniels doing it, masking every single deficiency, of which there were many. You get, again, 90 whatever percentage of fourth downs. If you get 70%, maybe you lose 2 games. If you don't get a Hail Mary, maybe you lose a game. They overachieved last year. I had a blast too. But the point is, counting on the unsustainable as sustainable has been a folly of this fan base forever.
Well, there's a history of that. When 2012 happened and you rip off 7 straight wins and you go 10-6 and you win the division and then you just go into 13 thinking everything's going to be fine. Obviously, it was a very different story because of the Griffin injury going into the offseason and the all-in for week 1 campaign that kind of had, whether people knew it publicly at the time or not, really affected negatively that entire locker room. But I joke all the time about the Nationals, that they're like a 79 or 80 win team with a 62 win bullpen or whatever. The Commanders are last year probably an 8-win team with a 14-win quarterback. And when you add them together, you got 12 wins. But Jaden Daniels played at a level where you could be the 1 seed, and the rest of the team was probably a 500-ish type team, and they ended up winning a dozen games. All right, let's keep listening.
Yeah, so it's a bit like the Giants season from a couple of years ago where they surprised everybody, made the playoffs, and then I think what really did them in was they won a playoff game by beating Minnesota when Dexter Lawrence just decided to individually destroy the Minnesota Vikings offensive line. And that win in particular was what kind of got everybody misaligned, I think, on what the Giants were going forward. And you can argue, look, there's some parallels there with what Washington did. They went on this run, they made the playoffs, but then they went on a run within the playoffs and, got to a championship game and, before they end up coming up short against the Eagles. But the run, I think, is potentially what would cause that same potential issue. But I think they've done a good job at adding talent to this team, assuming the concern would be that, they're just not as...
Let me pause it here. So Monson wasn't quite correct because the Giants didn't get to the NFC Championship game. They won 1 playoff game. They beat the Vikings as he referenced, in the wild card round in Minnesota. The following week was the divisional round, and they got blown out by the Eagles 38-7. So I don't love this comp. I get his point. His point was, in 2022, the Giants were not supposed to make the playoffs. They were in the first year, new GM, new head coach. Brian Daboll had just gotten in, and they made the playoffs, and then they won a playoff game. It was the worst thing that happened to that regime because then you're paying Daniel Jones, and now you're kind of the cart is ahead of the horse.
Yeah, the same thing happened Rivera year 1, where we were fooled into thinking they were better than they were.
But the comp is bad because the Giants were 9-7-1, which is a thing that happens with bad teams or mediocre teams.
Sure.
Washington was 12-5 last year. Mm-hmm. Winning 12 games in this league does not happen on accident. Washington here in this city hadn't done that in 30 plus years. Winning 11 is hard. Not everyone's been able to do it once or twice, except this team. Mm-hmm. But they went 30 years without doing it. So the 12 wins is very, very different than 9-7-1, number one. And number two, they did win multiple playoff games, unlike that Giants team that beat a pretty flawed Vikings team that had won 1 million games late.
With a negative point differential.
Yeah, come from behind wins and had a terrible interior offensive line. The strength of the Giants, as he mentioned with Dexter Lawrence, was the defensive tackle spot. It was a good matchup for them. Kind of a toss-up game going into the playoffs. Washington went on the road and beat the Bucs in maybe the toss-up type game. Mm-hmm. Then they went to Detroit in a game no one gave them a chance to win.
That's the one where you go, wow.
Shredded them on the road, right? So respectfully, I don't love that comp to the Giants in 22. The only thing the two teams have in common, they got to the playoffs, weren't supposed to, and both won at least one game.
Yeah, to me, that was the essential part of it. I don't get too hung up on the exact analogy. I can't think of another great team that would sort of fit this bill because there hasn't been one like this, but his general point is we've been lulled into thinking they're better than they are because of what they just did.
Understood, but the difference between Daniel Jones and Jaden Daniels makes the comp not okay to use, in my opinion, if that makes sense.
It does.
Like, the whole point with Washington was that they had an MVP caliber quarterback as a rookie last year, and you'd already known at that point that Daniel Jones is massively limited. I think he's okay. I think he got a raw deal in New York, to be honest. But he has limitations, and that year played the best that he played. And you were able to basically turn all of that into 9 wins and a playoff win. But let's keep going here.
The concern would be that, they're just not as good as they looked when they went on that kind of run. That was inherently not fluky, but not necessarily a long-term, sustainable, repeatable trick, right? Like they had a ton of turnovers against Detroit. That's not the kind of thing that happens every game.
The other thing too, like the history of what I mentioned as far as turnovers go with the Bills, it is very difficult to sustain turnover luck. It's difficult to sustain fourth down success, right? So as NFL analysts here, Sam, we're like, wow, the Commanders had an incredibly high conversion rate on fourth down. And we come out and we say, well, Jaden Daniels is a huge part of that, which is absolutely true. His run pass ability and the options that you have with Jaden Daniels give you many more, just you to be more effective on fourth down. However, the 2019 Ravens always come to mind. They were unbelievable on fourth down. They run into the playoffs. They go 0 for 2 right off the bat against Tennessee and get upset because we know that those things can be fluky. So if the Commanders just revert back a little bit in just fourth down conversions, you're talking about a potential regression. I know
this is the point.
Yeah, this is the drum I've been beating. You could still have an excellent percentage where of course it's the right call to go for it. And you get it 3/4 of the time. It's like a stolen base 80% of the time. You go, yes, I'll take that chance. And you saw it in the first Eagles game. They don't get it a couple of times. I think 2 of their 3 misses were in that game, if memory serves. I remember one in a really significant spot, whether the snap was botched or the count was off. Who knows what happened? But you don't get that fourth down, boom, just like that, you lose the game. Things happen, right? I mean, the nothing is 100% foolproof. For something that year over year, and I would say Washington has a better set of tools, with the offensive coordinator, with the quarterback, with who they are, they should be going forward a lot. The same way the Ravens should, the same way the Eagles should. We were talking about a bunch.
Everybody should go for it more than they do.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, they're especially well suited for it. And you could have an excellent percentage, just not this unsustainably great percentage. And if you don't get it a handful of times, their season's different.
They were 23 of 26 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That's not happening again. You can stop at that.
Right.
It does not happen like that. It will not happen like that again. But turnovers is the other one that is generally not year over year sustainable, that is generally not predictive based on the past where you don't fumble. Like, look at the NFC Championship game. The team that didn't lose fumbles all year, just fumbling left and right.
Yeah.
Just happens sometimes. If that happens in week 2 and in week 7, you're probably one of the higher turnover teams if you mix in the rest of the games as just being normal at that point. But you guys can react to this if you want. 800-636-1067. I want to further drill down on the turnovers and the fourth downs. And is there something about this team that we can actually use to argue turnovers won't be a problem again and fourth downs will never be a problem? Because Daniels doesn't make those obvious mistakes. He's not throwing a whole lot of like timing stuff, middle of the field where people are jumping lanes and jumping routes. And from a fourth down standpoint, you could say he's a cheat code with the dual threat ability, which is very, very true. Look at the Ravens and Lamar year over year over year. They're awesome. Now, Palazzolo brought up that it killed him in a championship game at one point against the Titans. 800-636-1067. More of the 33rd team's discussion on whether the Commanders should be considered one of the best in the conference going into the year after last season next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here to share with you what could be the fastest and easiest way to sell your home. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams, they remove the stress that comes with selling a home. Who wants showing after showing, or to get the kids, the dogs, and everybody out of the house and constantly keeping it inspection, house clean? It's the easiest and simplest way to sell your home. Here's how the program works. You call Debbie and Sarah and tell them about your home. They will bring you multiple cash offer options. You pick the one you like, then you get to choose the closing date. No showings, no hassle. That's right. Multiple cash offers presented to you instantly. Reynolds Power Home Team was honored to help John sell his home in only 5 days with a cash offer that was ho-hum $15,000 over the asking price. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team today at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are discussing the Commanders 2025 outlook. Check the Mic, which is a show on the 33rd team, did a breakdown of Washington, and they were giving some reasons why maybe the Commanders aren't yet on the level that everyone seems to want to put them on. And we're going through and starting and stopping and agreeing and disagreeing with some of the things that they've said. The only thing I really like so far that I acknowledge is true is that it is a fact that generally fourth down success year to year. There's no such thing as momentum or carryover.
Mm-hmm.
And turnovers, I would say the same thing about. So they were unbelievable on fourth downs. They will be worse this year, almost certainly. They were exceptional at protecting the football last season. I don't think Darius's Madden simulation is going to come to fruition, and Jaden Daniels is going to throw 800 interceptions.
What do they have, like 27 picks in Darius's Madden thing?
But is he going to throw more than he did last year? That'd be very possible if you put more on his plate, ask more of him as a passer, and if some of the scrambling that he did turns into standing in the pocket and making throws. But let's keep going. Let's see what else they had to say, and we'll see what we agree and disagree with.
But those are the types of numbers that were in their favor that helped them win playoff games against the Bucs, that helps them with the turnovers, as you mentioned, in the Lions game. Those are going to be tough to sustain for a team that, again, roster-wise, if you were ranking all the top 4 teams, the Chiefs, Bills, and the Eagles last year, the Commanders are by far the 4th best roster from last year's final 4 teams. So even though they're doing a lot of good things, you could see them. They're primed to maybe be the look better on paper team this year that does actually regress from an actual performance standpoint.
There's still a lot of holes on this roster. Like the defense, almost top to bottom, does not look great, and maybe a potential issue. The other thing is, what if the trades that they made this offseason just don't work out? I mean, Deebo Samuel has been banged up. He's been this hybrid player, running back, wide receiver. He hasn't looked like the sort of special impact player he was for a while now. What if he's just not that guy anymore? And
Do you agree with the question about the defense? I think that's totally inbounds.
Yeah. So there are two things right there: tipping points, fulcrums, whatever you want to call it, forks in the road. If, say, Javon Kinlaw is what we think and not what they think, and if Marshawn Lattimore ain't it, then all of a sudden your 2 big money fixes are not fixes, and you are left with a worse set of personnel than you were year over year for a defense that stunk.
Good. Even if those guys play well, you're a lot better. But I don't think that there's a path to great necessarily.
No, and I don't think they're going for great. They're going for like better than they were.
Well, I don't mean elite. I mean I don't see the possibility of them ranking like 7 to 12 defensively or something like that in the metrics that I care about. I don't see a path to being a really, really good pass rushing group unless somehow Frankie Louvu turns, like they already know that he's a full-time edge, that they're going to stand him up and rush him basically, and that they're going to start, maybe Jordan McGee. I'm just making this up. Right. Like Jordan McGee at linebacker with Bobby Wagner or something. I don't think that's what's happening, but unless they have a plan we don't know about, edge isn't good enough. Corner is a big question to your point. Lattimore is a big part of that. He brings up Deebo Samuel. He's absolutely
that's inbounds. Year, that's fair. That's a fair question.
Health, in shape. These are questions, right? What kind of player is he? How much tread does he have left on the tires? I love that trade. I would have made that trade. I want a weapon. I think there's a big upside with him, but I'm also not above the conversation of if someone says, I'm worried about Deebo playing this year like he did last year. Well, if that's the case, then he helps a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think a reasonable minds can disagree on that one. I'm bullish on the trade because my point is what he was last year that was a complaint in San Francisco is a massive upgrade over whatever the hell Washington was doing with Olamide Zaccheaus, Jamison Crowder, Luke McCaffrey, and other guys off practice squads that wouldn't start for anybody else. So I will take last year as a floor. I think there's more there. I'm excited about that deal for a guy that's incredibly motivated to A, prove that last year maybe was a fluke, but B, to get himself paid. So sign me up for that. I think everybody's it's like the zipper lines up, right? That their side wants something and your side needs something, and it all works out. So whether it's here or somewhere else, I think that's a good one. But again, I could absolutely see questions coming in, and I think that's fair. But yeah, I mean, to me, the defense is at the core of it. Offensively, they've done a lot of things that I like. Most specifically, trading for Laramie Tunsil. Hell yes. Drafting another offensive tackle to improve multiple spots on your offensive line. Hell yes. Adding Deebo Samuel. Yes, please. Whatever Jalen Lane turns into, again, is a bonus. That's the thinking that I love. That said, defensively, there's a lot I'm not sure about.
What if he's just not that guy anymore and he doesn't make the kind of impact you expect him to? What if Laramie Tunsil, as good as he is as a pass blocker, like what if he is actually more of a headache than he's worth? And the Texans people who are all like, thank God we got rid of him. What if they're right? Like what if it looks great on paper, but there's a reason that one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL.
This one feels like a stretch to me. Tunsil's really good. The Texans know he's really good. They got a lot for him. That's why they traded him.
Willing to trade away by far their best player on the line, and actually it causes more problems than it solves for Washington. So, yeah, for a team that I think generally is pointed in the right direction and obviously has the most important part in place in Jaden Daniels, there's definitely concerns on this team.
So it's a good enough breakdown on the other side of things that's worth playing. But by and large, I think they're in a pretty good place, and the investment in the offensive line is going to help ensure that. If you guys want to react, you can. 800-636-1067. Also, a big league manager had a press conference. There's some audio I want to play for you that I think is, it cuts to the core of kind of maybe where you're at in your life. But hearing it hit me last night, meant something to me. I want to play that. You're listening to The Fan.
Don't listen to Zach Gelb's opinion. Listen to mine. Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Ford. They're fantastic. This is what's going on. Memorial Day sales event all month long at Ted Ford, right? You can score a new 2024 F-150 XLT from Ted Ford, your F-150 HQ, Fairfax or Chantilly. How about $13,000 off the MSRP plus no payments for 90 days, or $18,000 off a tough new 2024 Bronco Raptor, also with no payments for 90 days. How about a new Explorer, up to $5,000 off the MSRP, again, with no payments for 90 days. Or do what I did. Plug yourself into savings. A new 2025 Mustang Mach-E, over $2,500 off the MSRP, plus a super low 3.9% APR for 72 months. And this is really cool. Tedford Ford, how about a new home charger with installation covered by my guys at Tedford Ford? Can't beat that with a bat. And all month long, employee pricing. That's right. A full lineup of new trucks and SUVs. You pay what they pay. No fluff, no nonsense. Just that big, silly inside deal. Go see my guys at Tedford Ford and please tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. In baseball, the Nationals not going to be playing Game 2 of their series against the Braves tonight. It's been postponed. They'll make up the game as a part of a split doubleheader in September on September 16th. Last night, the Nats beat the Braves 5-3 for their fourth straight victory of the day off today. Now, Dylan Cruz went to the 10-day injured list after he left last night's game with an injury. He goes to the 10-day injured list with an oblique injury. Robert Hassel III recalled for his major league debut, which will likely be tomorrow. In hockey last night, the Panthers beat the Hurricanes 5-2 to take Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals Game 1 tonight, Oilers and Stars, 8 p.m. puck drop for that one. In the NBA, Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 tonight, Pacers and Knicks, 8 p.m. tip-off for that one. Last night, the Thunder beat the Timberwolves to take Game 1 of that series. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named MVP today, and the Commander is going to be featured in in-season Hard Knocks this year as it's going to follow the NFC East, and the NFL owners didn't meet the 75% vote threshold to ban the Tush push. It was 22-10. They needed 24 votes. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Dad popped me. That was pretty good. Condori and Murad sponsor this show. They are our good pals. Went to Mason, Lake Braddock High School. They're local attorneys who will take care of all of your important needs. They'll get you a last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, schedule a consultation with them today. They got a Fairfax office. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. I'll play that audio for you from a big league manager that I enjoyed in a moment. But a couple of people want to hop in on the 33rd team check the mic analysis of the Commanders that we just reacted to. Chris is in Hyattsville. Chris, what'd you make of their argument that maybe Washington could be due for regression?
Really quick, I just want to say, why does every Zach Gelb update sound like he's speaking in iambic pentameter?
I haven't thought about iambic pentameter.
Hold on. Iambic pentameter is such a literature in ninth grade term. I'm trying to remember what that is.
Shakespearean sonnet.
It's rhythmic.
It's like da 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 da.
And I'm Zach Gelb.
I'm Zach Gelb with a freezing cold take. Anyway, this is the thing that I think is the most cause for pessimism or a regression. What will the defensive coordinators do in response to Jaden Daniels' tendencies, and how will he respond to that counter move? He had an incredible, arguably the greatest rookie quarterback season in the history of the NFL as a whole. Maybe not as a passer, but as his entire body of work. It ranks up there as one of the best quarterback rookie seasons ever. But there's now 17 games of footage, and defenses are going to look at his tendencies and try to counteract them. How is he going to respond to that? I mean, for example, he very heavily favors the right side of the field when throwing, especially throwing downfield. If guy on the couch, can pick that up, you can be sure that experienced defensive coordinators are going to pick it up. Every time he scrambles to the left, it's almost guaranteed he's going to run the ball. How defenses are going to pick that up? How does Kingsbury and Daniels respond to that? And to me, that is, in my opinion, that's the biggest question mark going into next season, if they can sustain success.
So we picked that up 5-6 weeks into the season, and so I'm sure other teams did, and they didn't necessarily stop him, for the record. But I certainly understand your point, and it's one that I've made, which is there are going to be adjustments. I had read the stats to you from baseball. One of the really good prospects in the game turned into a great young big leaguer for the Red Sox. And in April, when he was ahead in the count, he got, I think it was something like 70% fastballs, and he hit 500 off of them. And in May, when he's been ahead in the count, He's gotten the second to least highest percentage of fastballs out of 275 hitters or whatever, and he's hitting like 0.23. And the point is, the league's like, oh, dude, can't throw this guy a fastball here. And now they're not, and he's not hitting the off speed. It's very obvious in baseball because you can see the pitch is flat or it breaks, right? That happens in football too. And it's year over year, it's game over game.
And it's better opponents.
Absolutely. Now, I will say, Mike Shanahan always said to me, the biggest leap that a player makes, and especially a quarterback, should be year 1 to year 2. Well, if that's the case for Jaden Daniels, where's he going to put his MVP award this coming season, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that Chris is on to something, that there's going to be teams that play him differently, and he's got to stay one step ahead of them.
No question. I mean, I trust Vic Fangio in Philadelphia to come up with a fix better than I do whoever Cleveland's trotting out there. You know what I mean? Just in terms of looking at the schedule, looking at the really smart teams with a lot to play for that are going to try to slow him down and make you do things that aren't comfortable. All the tendencies of the offense, of Daniels. I mean, this to me is where, had they not done what they did this offseason, the glaring lack of talent they entered last year with, where they got away with it, I'm going, you can't get away with it anymore. Enter Laramie Tunsil, enter Deebo Samuel, still waiting on that running back move. But still, I get you. At least you guys saw that you got away with stuff last year, and you went and tried to shore those things up.
He threw Jim Schwartz under the bus there, by the way. Pretty good defensive coordinator.
Really good defensive coordinator.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Let's go to Wade, who's in Southwest DC. What's up, Wade?
Oh, Southeast, but thank you so much for taking my call because there's so much to say. Oh, man, how y'all doing?
Good,
all right, I know y'all doing good because I'm enjoying the show. Anyway, the coaching element of that scenario of us digressing needs to be a part of the evaluation, because how many times has a player like you even off the break when Dan Quinn brought out the janitors to introduce the janitors, and the players was like, oh, I like this guy. That's a valuable part of the equation that's not being evaluated. And Jaden Daniels is already exceptional. We already know that. Okay, you think he plays the VR fast speed like 2 times faster, so he can see it slower when the game.
But you would agree, Wade, that exceptional players have bad games, right? And down seasons. I mean, before his 2 MVP awards in a row.
Daniels had?
What?
I mean, I not about that. For real, it's about the coaching and the ball bouncing. The oblong ball bounced in our favor last year. And then in 2012, it bounced in our favor.
Yeah, off the upright and in the playoff game.
Yeah, and so I think our point is, I want to be very clear with this. It sounds like I'm going, they'll be looking to get a first down this year. I'm not saying that at all. I think people are going to have to just adjust their sightline a little bit. I think this team is going to be good. I also think that they were good last year, despite a lot of flaws. Those flaws don't always result in 12 wins, right? The schedule's more difficult. The factors, there are headwinds that weren't there last year that I think are going to be there this year. That's the only point I'm making.
Dan Quinn had a hell of a year.
Yes, he did.
I bet he pulled the janitors up in front of the building in Atlanta before they started 0-5 and he got fired too, right? And I'm not trying to knock Dan Quinn. I'm the one that brought up the janitor thing because I think he's a really good dude and I think it's endearing to people and people love playing for him. But he was doing all the same pull the rope stuff, brotherhood stuff when they were 7-9 back-to-back years in 2018 and 2019, when they were 8-8 in 2015. Like last year, they were unbelievable. Jaden Daniels was the biggest reason why. I mean, the culture was great and they had a lot of things go their way, obviously, and a lot of the moves they made worked out. But his argument is they got a good coaching staff. They can't possibly regress. That's not how it works. The Rams, I like Sean McVay a lot, right? They're pretty damn good.
Pretty sharp.
They won a Super Bowl. They haven't gotten back there. They haven't gotten close to getting back there, really. Great coaches have bad seasons all the time. The 49ers last year had an awful year. Kyle Shanahan's one of the better coaches in the league. So 2 things can be true. If you have faith that Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Wade are going to do a nice job, I understand your faith.
I'm a fan of the staff. Yeah, I am.
Confidence. They had a great year. That does not mean that you get to win 12 games every time. Because if it did, Dan Quinn wouldn't have come in here as a 500 football coach in his career. Let's go to Ryan in Warrenton. Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
I was going to talk about the same thing that the last guy just talked about and what y'all talking about right now. The coaching staff wasn't mentioned. And we look at last year with this team and we didn't know what to expect with this team and this coaching staff. And you can go up the ladder to Adam and Harris and all of them. There's no reason to suggest that this team will regress next year. We're basically doing the same thing that we were doing next year. We got some of the same pieces, but
we just gave you a couple of reasons. It's going to be really, really hard to have the same success on fourth down, which is one of the biggest pillars of their success. And it's going to be really, really hard to have the same turnover success that they had last year. So there's two reasons right there.
100%.
Also, Jaden Daniels was healthy.
100%.
Other than a few games he played hurt, but he started every single game last year. There's no guarantee that happens again this year.
100% agree. 100% agree. But there's no valid data, no given track record that this team will regress into this year. With everything that's coming in to play with these players, this team. Looking at last year, we had a whole bunch of who's whatever you want to call them. They took this group to the playoffs.
100%. And it was awesome. The ride was great. And this is not based, there's no bias. There's no eval in terms of a player's raw athletic score or any kind of intangible. This is the data. This is the number. Their expected win-loss last year was 10.6 and 6.4. So basically they were a 10-7 team last year, according to their expected win-loss based on every factor that just goes into a number crunch, and that's what it turns out. So if you replayed that again, you're 10-7. Now, we don't think of the season that would have been awesome, a wild success given what we just came through. I was there in that swamp with Rivera and company and all the Martys and how stupid that whole exercise was. I would take 10-7 in a heartbeat. That's the only point we're trying to make here is you're still way further than you were before. They're taking steps forward. It's a good organization now. Good leadership all around. The quarterback is special. All of those things are true, and you still don't get to live the charmed life every year. They might, by the way, they might just do what they might just ascend into Chiefs territory, where you get out of bed and they go to the NFC Championship game because they've got a healthy Jaden Daniels, and that's it. And that might be the start of the new thing. Simply counting on that, I guess I don't want to speak for you, but for me is folly at this stage. There are a lot of headwinds, and nobody's saying that means that they're bad or they've forgotten how to play football or they're bums or this whole thing was a fluke. That's not what anyone's saying. Certainly not what I'm saying.
Well, for me, it's really simple. I just think that the crowning has happened very fast, and I'm not ready to do that yet. I think that they are going to be, if I had to guess, will they win 10 games or not? I'd say they win 10 games. Will they be a wild card team or not? I would imagine they're a wild card team because I believe in Daniels and I believe in this group after last year. And that's front office coaching, whatever, especially Kingsbury. But the idea that they're one of the best teams in the league because you saw last year, which is what a lot of people are doing, or the idea that Jaden Daniels is just a top 5, top 6 quarterback in the league. You watched what he did. He's just that now. That linear progression is not how football works, sports work. It's not a thing. CJ Stroud. So I'm just not ready to assume they're above reproach or that he is above the possibility of having a rough 4 or 5 game run like he did last year. But maybe it's elongated or maybe there's a couple of them or what have you. I think he'll have a good season. I think they'll have a good season. But the idea that they're just going to go out and win 13 games again and he'll win the MVP, which I think is the majority of what you're kind of hearing as a flavor, that would be great. I'm just not ready to do it yet. And if that's what happens, congrats. You guys got there faster than I did. It's not a race for me. I don't need to be the first one on the scene to say Jaden Daniels will never have a bad season or that the Washington Commanders are going to win 12-plus games every year. I need to see it. I need you to earn it. I need to 1 year for me happen. That's great. I see it a couple times. Now we're set in stone. I probably would have said the same thing after Patrick Mahomes' first season with the Chiefs. That was awesome. I got to see it again. I believe it's harder to write the second bestseller than the first. And a lot of people don't agree with me on that, it seems like. That's fine. Alex Cora is the manager of the Boston Red Sox. Alex Cora did a thing. He went and attended his daughter's graduation from college and missed a Red Sox game, which is not necessarily big news, but it's one of those things that gets covered and people debate it and talk about it. You're missing the big league game as a manager to go to a family event or whatever. And he was even asked in his press conference about the idea that he could have come back sooner. Like he could have gotten to the graduation, been there, left right away, gotten back for the game, and managed rather than missing a game, and why he didn't do that. I love this answer. Listen up.
I mean, just I wanted to go to the graduation, but just not. I mean, he could have rushed out of there and came here, but just to enjoy the whole day.
She wanted me to be with her, and it was her day, so this is secondary. We're in this world for a purpose, right? And for me, is to raise her. Try to do the best we can. Obviously it wasn't perfect, but right now it's perfect. Everybody contributed, and for her, she was very anxious having the whole family in town. But like we told her, anything for her, and just to be able to listen to her, how he thought about the whole day, the whole week, and the whole 4-year experience. There was a lot of emotions, and like I said on Instagram, it's just the beginning. Now we go to Miami, and she's gonna be fine over there, and we're very excited about it.
I remember a controversy a few years ago. It's probably been 15 years ago. Everything feels like 3 years ago because he was on the Mets. But Daniel Murphy might have been opening day, missed a Mets game or two or a series or something because of the birth of a child. And Boomer Esiason, I think it was Boomer, I hope I'm not throwing the wrong guy under the bus, but had like a hot take about it where he basically said, like, dude, really? Opening day, or you're missing multiple games? You get paid millions of dollars to play baseball. You can't just go away for a few days for the birth of the child or whatever. General cliff notes of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember it was this massive societal, cultural conversation centered around sports. And at that time, I remember thinking, you got to go play baseball, Daniel Murphy. You just have to.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it's as simple as kids or no kids. I'll give you another example. NLCS, Nats, Daniel Hudson. Daniel Hudson, who was the closer for the Nationals, left the team in the middle of the NLCS to go be with his wife. He had to fly cross country.
Mm-hmm. To a place in Arizona, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
To the birth of his child, and then he came back. But he was going to miss an NLCS game or two, maybe. I don't remember. Jeff Passan ended up, because Jeff Passan's the best writer in America, traveling with him to and back and being in the hospital room with him and his wife and writing a big story about it, which is hilarious. But I remember internally, I don't remember what I would have said on the pregame show with you at that time, because we were doing a pregame show ahead of the Nats NLCS game, you and I. But I remember seeing both sides of it and really being bothered that he was not going to be available in the NLCS. And I remember off air going this sucks. And someone's like, dude, it's a baby. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but it's the NLCS, man. So it's not a
right. You say
season.
baby, I say NLCS.
Right. It's the championship series. They're like, yeah, but his wife's having a baby. And I'm like, no, I heard you, but this is the league championship series. Fast forward now to 2025, and I've got kids, and Dan Hudson should have been with his wife, and Alex Cora should have been at that graduation, and he shouldn't have rushed back. And if it was important to his daughter that he hung out all day, that's what he should have done. But it is just interesting to me to think about it now, because I haven't thought about one of these debates in a long time. And they happen in sports every year or two where this pops up, and I'm completely on another side of it now. Do you think it's as simple as kids or no kids?
I do.
Or age? Where a 25-year-old or 22-year-old might feel differently? Clary, we were talking about this before the show, and you have not come around on the Dan Hudson decision.
Yeah, I understand why he came up with that decision, but in the moment, I was throwing a tantrum. I'm like, you're my closer. This is my thing. And this is all the Nationals fans think. So I get it. The kid is his thing also. And it's his family's thing, but this is my thing, man. I've waited my whole life for this moment.
But today, right now, you got to touch a button of good for him. He went to be there for the kid, or he should have pitched in the NLCS. Which button are you hitting?
You only had one chance to pitch in the NLCS at that moment. I would have pitched in the NLCS, man.
So I do wonder a little bit.
So, but there are plenty of guys. I think again, Boomer Esiason has kids. He had kids at this point.
That's true.
When he offered that take. In general, I feel like it's one of those, if you have kids, you understand. If you don't, you don't. And I don't begrudge someone that doesn't. I understand. I didn't at one point. Then there's a before and an after, right? Where it's like, how could you miss this? My kids got a game. I would do that over anything. And it's not an insult to anybody else. It's like I watching my son go out and joyfully play a sport that he loves. I would do that a million times over out of a million over anything that anybody else had to offer. Now, if I have a professional obligation or something else, I'll do that, of course, as required. But like, that's where I find my joy, is watching him have fun, right? I mean, so it's intuitive to me, and I get it now, right? Whereas I didn't before. It's like a weekend series against the Braves. I would have been like, you seriously? You're gonna miss a start because we're battling with the Braves for the division. It's June, I know, but like, we're gonna need these games,
right?
That's what I would have been like at age 25.
To this point, and this is gonna sound boomer, but like 25 years ago, people did not do that either,
right?
Like when I was a kid, there was never guys missing games because someone was having a baby. I remember even Cal Ripken Jr. being asked, like, what are you going to do if the streak is still going and your wife's having a kid or whatever? Now, it might have just been that they missed a day and it wasn't a big story. But I mean, I don't remember such a thing. What do they call it? The paternity list or whatever? I don't even remember that 20 years ago being a thing. I mean, times have changed, obviously. And we know more now about everything, including probably the significance and importance of being around right away and everything else. But am I wrong about that, or would you agree that
totally? When the whole world's evolved.
I don't mean that. Baseball players did not used to miss.
No, that's what I'm saying. Everything's evolved.
Miss 2 or 3 games because they had a baby.
Yeah, you're on.
They would just call their wife after and be like, "Hey, the baby's born. All right, I'm coming home to see her."
There was
what happened.
Yeah, there was no paternity leave, and now there is. You know what I mean? Like, there's no other way to say it other than that. Like, that it used to not be a thing to such a degree that now they created a list for guys to be able to go do it, so they can make roster moves accordingly. So yeah, I mean, it's of course though everything's evolved in that way.
I like that from Cora though, and hearing that, I got my feels. I'm like, good for him, being a good family guy. But then I was reminded of the Murphy thing and the Dan Hudson situation. I'm like, oh, I guess I've changed a little bit now. 3+ kids later.
So I'm trying to figure out like who's in the Venn diagram. Like the no kids group, I understand. And then maybe it's enough guys that are old school, where to that point where it's like, all I did was hang out in the waiting room.
Well, let me ask Toby, because I think of Toby as an old soul, but Toby is also a baseball mark, like Ryan is. But I don't like Ryan and Toby. I would say like Toby comes off as older than Ryan to me in terms of like just his lifestyle.
Yeah, Ryan walks in. You know when you turn the burners on?
Yeah,
like he leaves his on high. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's going to offer a ticket, like Toby has a range of temperatures.
Right.
Ryan goes and then just leaves it right there, right at the clicking.
So Toby, Dan Hudson leaves. Oh, let's just do it right now. The Nats get this year to a surprise NLCS.
Oh, here we go.
And Kyle Finnegan rolls out ahead of games 1 and 2 because he's having a baby.
Well, first of all, I don't think he was worth $9 million or whatever he's asking. I don't think they should pay whatever. Like everyone was telling me how he's not worth anything. So apparently, just take the time off because he's not worth anything, right?
Oh, he's still rich.
No, if you're having a kid, especially it's your first one. It's a huge moment. You're gonna remember that. I understand that winning a World Series, that's huge, but ultimately about your family.
What if it's your second kid? Or how about this?
Third?
No. 5th kid. What if it's Trevor Williams and it's kid number 6?
Just kind of depends. Maybe you need to plan a little better when those kids are copping out.
It's harder than you think.
Yeah, planning's harder than you might think.
Danny, you should tell us about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you about the planning.
And you got any plans tonight?
No, never again.
I didn't need those plans.
No, I'm saying no one gets to have any plans anymore.
Oh, okay.
Because of what we did.
I was talking about kid plans.
No, none of those.
Baby plans. Are you doing anything with the baby tonight?
Yeah. Every night and day.
Changing diapers?
Sure am. Got a couple good ones in today.
July's coming soon for me, I believe. So I get it. NBC Washington. Mark Seagraves did an exclusive interview with Muriel Bowser today. We'll get more into this tomorrow. But on the July 15th deadline that we were asking Councilmember White about yesterday, she said people think that it could wait until next year, which is basically what he was suggesting. Like, we got to push this back. We got to get this done. She said, I'm pretty sure that the Commanders would have to look at their other options. So she's giving them a little bit of an ultimatum here of moving quickly or we're going to lose this thing.
Yeah, put the screws to them a little bit.
I mean, but what I would say, and I'm Team Mayor on this one, let's get the stadium. Have you sent them what they need? I mean, have you sent them the budget? Because if the answer is no, He's telling us, we've had multiple council people tell us that are against this thing. I've asked her for some answers on this stuff. She hasn't sent it to me. Either someone's lying or you can't expect them to just keep moving forward and giving you what you want if you're not sending them any of the information they need.
So, again, what do I know?
We're stuck in the middle of politics.
Yeah, you and I are sitting here flapping our gums. We're out of our element, out of our depth. But the fact that it hasn't happened yet tells me there's something, I don't want to say amiss, something
What
afoot.
is it? It hasn't happened.
Like the
budget?
Yeah. I mean, now, again, the budget isn't just this stadium. The budget's the budget.
They've
right?
also got money that's being held hostage that they're waiting on by the House currently federally, which is the most DC thing ever, basically. But you might just have to move forward and not have that money and just deal.
Right. So, like, there's something that I'm a little bit worried about because you heard Councilmember White was yesterday said, like, she said there's a $14 billion revenue projection. And he's like, well, show me that. And she hasn't yet. That isn't part of any kind of budget. That's not part of what the federal government's doing to you or whatever. That's just a big number that you're using to do selling points, to let everyone know that this is a great thing for you. I'd want $14 billion in revenue. That's really, really good. How do we get that? And that hasn't been submitted yet. Tells me that maybe it may not be that, or it may not be all it's cracked up to be, or something. And there's a strategic reason why it hasn't been shared yet. Again, I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Oh, so you're on White's side.
I'm not on anyone's side.
I'm joking.
That's a good bit. Yeah. That caught me. I'm wondering. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? If you've got great materials as a selling point, I would put those in the hands of the on the fence people immediately.
Well, they sent the big dossier, the thing that we saw, the with all of the talking points and the numbers and all of that. I guess he wants more detail on how they're doing it, which he should want.
Right.
But I'm just taking him at his word. She may say, if she called in again, I've given him everything that he wants. That's how politics works.
Totally true.
Just, two people are looking at the same thing and saying two different things.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The reason we got to take you up to 6:30, there was no Nats baseball tonight. They got rained out, so they will be back in action tomorrow against the Braves at home at 6:45. Doubleheader scheduled for deep into the season in September. You're going to hear Take Command, the Commanders pod with Logan and Craig, and then you'll hear Bustin' Loose Baseball starring Toby Altizer, the very, very popular, beloved Nationals podcast that is available wherever you get your audio. I would suggest that you subscribe, rate, and review that podcast today, and that is Bustin' Loose Baseball. Thanks to Darius, Ryan, Toby, Grant, and Danny saying so long. We're back at 2 tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.